1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Kit is on roll. Kit rolls a 6-3. Bears off 2 checkers. Kit is leading 2-0. Now Steve has a 5-1 to play. Brings one around, hoping for a shot 6-1. That he gets a shot. He's going to bear off 2 checkers, or he's going to play 3-2. He's looking at it. Probably not a lot of gammons, but that might help him. Double 1. Great shot by Steve. He hits, and Steve owns the cube. He may be able to redouble, and he redoubles and he passes. So now it's 2-2. It's an 11-point match. 9 away, 9 away. All right. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so live. There we go. Okay. So now I'm seeing it. Okay, good. So let me put the new link in here and share it. Okay. All right, looks like it's working now. Okay. All right, so we are back. All right, so Kit Woolsey, Steve Sax, 2 of the best players in the world. Kit is playing the blue checkers at the top, Steve the red checkers at the bottom. All right, now 4-1 from the bar. Probably come in with the 4 and either step up or play. Okay, he's duplicating the 4s there. All right. So, okay, thank you, Jeff. Jeff, my good friend from Atlanta, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I do see the chat on my laptop here. All right, so 5-4 for Steve there. He can hit and he can cover. Great roll. All right, so this is the Masters Jackpot event, the Bob Glass Masters. Now Kit dances. Steve's looking to double. What's the pip count, Hans? What is that? 62, 112, 132, 133, 172, looks like. 221, 235, 7, 227, I believe, 127, I believe. But that's not it. It's just like the 2 checkers back. Okay. And I'm joined by my good friend Hans. They can see we have a commentator cam. We've got a microphone. We've got water.
I'll see the commentator cam.
Oh, so it's not showing up on that, but it shows up on the YouTube because he only projected that onto our screen, so it's easier to see.
What a great match up front, huh?
Yeah, yep. I want to see if, would you be able to go there and move the scoreboard a little bit that way? And the clock a little bit closer on top of the platform so we could see it a little better. Okay. Tapio Palmroth, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, the clocks are running. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Hans, for fixing that. The clocks are running. Hans. Can you tell them their clocks are running, but they're not playing? It did help, but thank you.
the hotels?
Yeah, they're running right now.
I don't think they're gonna run it out. Patrick's gonna start announcing, so I gotta get out.
All right. Okay, so while we're doing that, okay, very good. Hello, Philip. Salnave, maybe. Hello from Miami, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So they are taking a break. I believe they're just announcing the draws. So we are here at the Los Angeles Open. I think this is the 47th edition. The Los Angeles Open, of course, in Los Angeles. Thank you to the USBGF for streaming. Thank you to the sponsors. I'll just tell you who the sponsors are. I believe it's Gammon Stuff. FTH. I'm looking on this brochure. Don't see that. But the producer and organizer, Candace, Mayeron, executive tournament director, Patrick Gibson. He's been doing this for many decades. Thank you to Patrick. Tournament director, Frank Talbot. Intermediates director, Paris Hunter Paul. Paris runs the Silver Lake Backgammon Club in Los Angeles. Social club on Instagram. They get hundreds of people. All right, so now 2-1 for Steve. Steve's playing the red checkers at the bottom. Kit Woolsey, the blue checkers at the top. 5-3. Now he's going to make his 3-point. So now Steve's going to try to make his point. He can't, but the double 5 makes his 3-point that way. So Steve is 8 away. 5-3 again. So he'll play the 5 down, and the 3 he'll also play down. Okay, he doesn't want to split against all those checkers in the zone. Now 3-1. Okay, so he can cover, and what's he going to do with the 3? He's going to split. There are 10 checkers in the zone, but he has a better board. So now 6-4 is a great roll for Kit. He's able to make the 4-point on head. Now Steve's on the bar. 5-3. Okay, so he comes in with the 5 and the 3. He'll play up. He'll safety with 11-8. Kit's looking to attack. 5-4. He can't do anything good. Really, he can't move the back checkers. He'll have to play 13-8 and continue to the 4-point. 6-4. Okay, so he's going to anchor and play 8-2. He has a solid position now. Steve does. 4-3 for Kit. He's going to have to split, I believe. Otherwise, what is he going to do? Now Steve has the initiative. Not quite a double yet. 6-5. Okay, so he's going to come there and he's going to hit loose on the ace point. Kit's on the bar against a 4-point board, looking to come in 1. That's a perfect roll. He comes in with the 1 and covers with the 2. That's the checker he'd prefer to have covered with. So he does that. Great roll. Now Steve's on the bar against the 4-point board. 4-2, he dances. Now Kit, not quite a double yet. He rolls a 3-1. So he can anchor with a 3, but then where's his ace? He doesn't really have a good ace. He'll have to play 8-7. All right. 3-2, he dances again. Okay, so now Kit's rolling, double 1. Okay, so this is awkward. He'll have to do some sort of a shift play like that and play 2 there. So that duplicates the 2s that come in and hit. So only 5-2 and double 2 hit. 3 numbers. 3-2. Okay, you got the 2. That's a good roll. You didn't hit. All right, 6-3. So, what is it going to do? I don't think he can come off the anchor. He'll either have to play 13-7 or 7-1 with the 6. If he plays 13-7, he can play 13-10. So if he does that, it's a 6-3 with the 3. All right, so that's a 4. There's a little bit of a glare. I know. Oh, it's a double 4. I know there's a glare. I apologize for that. This is actually the best lighting we could get for this streaming. The glare was actually worse before we corrected it. So he's going to slot the 2-point. Now Steve's looking to come out with his straggler. Double 6, he can't move it. But that's 2 of them. And then he'll have to play 2 there or 8-2. Okay, so he does that. 3-1. Okay, so this is where he can do something called the lava blitz, 6-5, and continue to the 2-point. Alternatively, like, otherwise, what is he gonna do? Yeah, like that. All right, Steve's looking for a 6 or a 5-1. He'll count the race, so that's 30, 40, 52. 6-1. Okay, so that probably lost his market. So he hits, and now he can advance to duplicate the entering and hitting 4s. That's what he does. 4-1. He can come in and hit, or he can come in with a 4. He's going back and looking at it. All right, so I have 2 screens here. I have the projector onto a screen that's showing me the live view, and then the delayed view that's on YouTube is on my laptop. The image shows up better on YouTube, which is good. So you guys can see that better. Okay, so he plays safe. So now Steve's looking to possibly double. All right, he's up by a lot. This is going to be a tough take. The thing about it, this score, I don't know if there are lots of gammons, but if there are gammons at the 8-away score, double gammon gets him to 4-away, which is a valuable score. So when you're playing a match, the score is very important. You want to know the away score. A lot of the novice players are not familiar with the difference between the away score and the absolute score. So this is a match to 11 points. So whoever gets to 11 points first wins. And currently the score is 3-2 in favor of Steve, who's playing the red checkers at the bottom. Kid is playing the blue checkers at the top. So the away score refers to the number of points that each player needs to achieve the goal. So the goal is 11. Steve has 3, so he is 8 away. 11 minus 3 is 8. And then Kid is 9 away. And now he passed, so Steve's going to go to 4, so that will be 7 away, 9 away. Okay? The reason why the away score is more important is because it doesn't matter how far you've run, it just matters how far you have left to go. Okay? So he does pass. Now they're playing with the baffle box, so Kit has a 4. He rolls his first. Double 4. Okay, so they roll again. 4 again for Kit. 5 for Steve, so he's going to come down and split. Standard opening play. All right, double 2. So that's the default play, 2 down and make the 4-point. Steve's looking for a 4. No, 6-1. He's going to make his bar point. Now Kit's looking to attack with 1s, 3s, and 6s. He doesn't get it. He gets a 5-3, so he can make the 3-point, but I think he's going to hit. Yeah, just like that. He has a stronger board. He doesn't want Steve to anchor. Now Steve's looking for a 5 or a 4-3. 4-3 works. He comes in with the 3 and hits with the 5. So that sends a third checker back for a Kit with a nice blockade on the other side. So with the 5-2, what's he going to do? He can't. I mean, he can come in with on the 20-point and then split the back checkers, but that leaves 3 blots. Okay, so he's going to do that. He has a stronger board. Steve has 10 in the zone, but he has blots on the other side. It's hard to do. He's got to juggle things on both sides. So I think he's going to have to run that back straggler. Okay, so now Kit's going to want to anchor or hit. So he'll probably anchor with the 2. And then with the 5, maybe he'll play behind to the 3-point, just like that. Welcome to Ian Terry. Thank you for joining us. 6-3 for Steve. I don't know if you know, he has a lot of Iranian friends, and Steve's name in Farsi is S. Steve. So, Kit hits S. Steve loose, looking for a 5. Steve's got a blot on the board. 6-1. Okay, so the 1 is forced, and the 6, he'll either come out or come down. Looks like he's got to come down. Now Kit's looking to double. He can hit with 2s, cover with 1s, and cover with 6s. He has an anchor. Steve's looking. He's going to take a picture. Before he takes a picture. He needs to move the dice out of the way so it doesn't show up in his picture. Steve is also a professional photographer. Okay, so he does take 4-3. So he can't cover. He can make his 2 points. He can hit loose, but now he's looking at hitting loose and then coming forward. He can afford to do a play like this because of Steve's blot on his board. So what was that? The 4 so far. So now he's looking for a 3. He can play down. That leaves a double 5 shot or aces, duplicating some numbers. 4-2. So the 2 is forced and the 4 he can cover. Just like that. Now 5-2 for Steve. He's going to come in with the 2 and play safe. Okay. 6-4. Okay, so what can he do? He can make his bar point. That blocks the 5s. All right, now Steve needs a 6 to escape, or a combination 3. 6-3. Great roll. Comes out and hits. Okay. If things go his way, he may have a redouble and a roll or 2. Double 6. Okay, so now he's looking. He's taking a picture. So that's 110 for red, right? I don't know, maybe someone can count it. I'm a little tired to count. Hello, Dimitri. Welcome. You like mixing it up? 2, 5 away. Oh, calling 2, 5 away. Okay. I always do the away score myself. Okay, so he does redouble. So when you get to a 4 cube, you have to think about the opponent's recubes. There's some recube vigorish. So if Kit takes and is able to turn it around to 8, he'll be able to take advantage of all 8 points, because that'll get him to 10. That'll get him to 1 away. But if Steve takes an 8 cube later and wins, he's going to get 12 points, so he'll have 1 point of overage. This is something I was talking with my good friend Wilcox Snellings about today. Okay, 6-2. So he's going to point on head. These are very important things. Gammon value, recube vig, especially in a match at different cube levels. So Steve's looking to get some points. Okay, so now if he does that, double 5s will hit. Hey, Julius, how are you?
Hello, Alex.
You're
I'm
alive.
doing
You're alive.
wonderful. It's nice
You're
to
on
see
the
you in
camera.
action.
Please sit. Oh, you've got a match.
I have some place to go.
That's the board.
This is the USB.
Okay, I'll put that on the-
Just
after.
substitute on the next one. Yes.
I will.
But I'll come back and sit with you later.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see
My
you
friend
too.
Julius,
Hello,
hi.
Dan.
Thank you for your help. Is John here?
Dan Minardi is here. I've
Okay.
not seen John Turner.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So I looked away for a moment. All right. So Kit came out, strengthened his board. 4-1. Okay, so he's got to hit and continue. There aren't any numbers that hit. 4-3. So maybe he'll come in and pop out with the 4 to get some mobility. Six looks like a 5. Goes all the way. Double 6. Okay, so one's got to come out because he has 3 others. Yeah, he's got to keep the anchor. And some people were asking about an XG feed. We don't have an XG feed because we don't have a transcriber. But we don't need an XG feed with these guys. They're always playing the right plays. Double 1, okay. All right, now Steve's just looking to bring things home. He'd like a 2-1 or something like that. 3-2, he can make his 5 point, but he doesn't want to leave that blot. He'll have to play 7 off the 7 or off the 6. Yep, that keeps builders on each point, on the 6 and the 7. 2-1, that's a good roll. He's able to stay. I mean, you could save a crossover with 5-2, but I don't think that's the right idea here. I think you've got to play like 8-4. Okay, so he's looking at that. And then he's looking to see how his numbers play on the other side to make himself have good numbers on both sides. Double 5. Okay, so that's a good roll. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that was a really good roll for Steve. Kit's running out of time. He's able to stay. He may actually escape. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is here. All right, Steve's looking to avoid the 6-3. He's shaking his dice. Uh-oh, he saw the 3. That got him nervous. Okay, so 3. And now is he going to minimize the shots? I think so you can play 7-6 here, and what that does is it decreases the risk for later shots. It does leave 13 numbers. If he plays 6-5, it only leaves 11 numbers to hit now, but it's going to be harder to clear the bar points. I don't know. If anyone's on XG, let me know. Okay, so we have, I don't know, I can't tell how many viewers we have right now. But we don't have any likes on this one. So double 5. Oh, no, sorry, I was looking at the other screen. Everyone who's watching, please smash that like button. Otherwise, I'm going to have to tell Mark Olson, and he will have a conversation with you. It's that thumbs up button. That'll help people find us. So Steve's looking to play the 1. So he can play 6-5. He's counting all the numbers. So what's going to happen after this? If Kit rolls a 6, he'll have to come out. So he's taking that into consideration, and if not, then he's got to think about like how his other numbers play. Hey, my friend Jon Vietor.
Who are we watching?
Steve Sax and Kit Woolsey.
Okay, got it.
Good matchup. You're welcome to sit here in the commentary booth. There's a commentator cam there. Microphones here.
Oh, these people are playing way above my head.
So what is he doing? He's looking at possibly redoubling here.
Okay. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. What else? Double 3. Late shots.
Oh, blue is on roll. Blue is on roll.
Oh, blue's on roll. I didn't know that. So blue's thinking doubling it.
So there are no gammons in play here. Really. Okay, so here I can put this up on on my XG.
Doesn't look like a cube at all.
So
Well, it's a score-based cube. Oh, Ken be.
14 rolls win for him, so we'll say he doubles.
So this is a
Cube has
match.
4 already.
I see the 4 cube.
So
So-
Kid owns a 4 cube, looking at possibly redoubling to 8.
And Kid
This-
is at 2.
Correct. And let's see, cube decision here. I'll put it on my XG here.
I don't
Well, it is a redouble. It's a negative efficiency redouble, so his equity is negative. But it's a redouble based on the score. It's a .081 error to redouble. That's a very comfortable take.
Huh, Kid finds it.
Isn't that interesting?
It's a .081 or 0.81.
All right, he takes 4-2. He misses. So
What?
Steve's cube is dead.
That's a brave redouble there.
Well, it's the 11-point match and he has 4, so yeah.
Yep. Okay, leaves another shot now. This might be his last chance. No. All right, so he's gonna have to win this in the race.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There's no reason to stay.
7 on the ace. 2 of the 2 pointless 4. It's 15.
Oh, if he hits and then rolls something like that, so he'll play the 3 there, 4 there.
Well, there's a start.
All right, so if Steve wins this game, he wins the match. 6-1 for Kit. All right. Oh, why tell Mark Olson? I told everyone that they have to smash the like button, otherwise I'll tell Mark Olson.
Where are they playing?
They don't-
I didn't
they
see
don't
them
like
in the
it.
room.
They're playing on the other side of this wall, actually, to our left.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that up there.
All right, let's see if we can get Steve in for a post-match interview.
Oh, God. Well, that was fun.
Thought he never found that cube.
I don't think it was double, though. That's just me. I'm not a master. I'm not a master.
Alex, do I need to use the restroom? please?
Yeah. Go ahead and use the restroom and come back. All right, so that was the first match. Great match between two outstanding players. Legends, Kit Woolsey and Steve Sax. Steve Sax is going to come in for a post-match interview. He's using the restroom and he'll be back shortly. In the meanwhile, let's see who else is in the chat. Dmitry Obakov, thank you for joining us. I always enjoy your videos as well. Vin, I spoke with Mario Savan and he said you're going to be here, but maybe later on this weekend. Hoping to see you. And Ian Terry, welcome to the chat. Michael Urban, Tapio Palmroth, Yogvan Jesperson. So let's see. Maybe I have to refresh this to see. All right, there we go. Now we have 19 likes. Very good. So, while we're waiting for Steve, I'm going to go take a look and see if we can find the next matchup. Tell me on the chat if you like the board, if it's visible. Probably going to change it to a different board. If Steve comes, tell him I'm behind the wall.
He'll be right back. He just stepped over.
That's okay. How do you report the matches?
I don't know. Did you get a text? Is it?
I got a text from my previous match, but they didn't know who won. I mean, I understand it was screened and all, but I'll go up and report it.
All right, so I switched the board there so you can see that. Okay, so we'll have to figure that out. There's a little bit of a glare. Yes, this is the Cognac FTH board. We got that. There's a little bit of the glare on the black checkers. Anyway, we're here with the post-match interview with Steve. Our commentator Cam is there. Oh, hello, Jake. Jake Jacobs is here too.
Hi, Jake.
Welcome. Congratulations, Steve. So this was the first round of the Masters jackpot, and it used to be called the Bob Glass Memorial Masters jackpot, and Bob was a good friend of yours. Do you want
Yes.
to take a moment and say something about Bob?
I mean, I think about him often. Like, just I can't believe he's gone, but he is gone. And we had just so much fun over the years, you know, and playing, traveling around the country and around the world, and he's dearly missed by.
And I
everybody.
believe, if I'm not mistaken, his birthday would be upcoming next week.
His birthday is June 10th,
June
the day
10th.
after the tournament. He would have been 73.
73. Okay. Jake, you knew Bob Glass, right?
Oh, I certainly did. And yeah, Bob was a very, very funny man, which isn't something that you expect to hear about an accountant. But he was an excellent player. I knew him for many, many years.
Yes, yes. Okay, so wonderful. So that was the first round. Congratulations. You had a
Thanks.
tough matchup, but you were streamed.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts of the match overall?
Well, I mean, I'm always nervous when I play Kit because he's either better than me or luckier than me, or both. Because if you look at the Nemesis report on the USBGF, I have the lowest winning percentage against him of anybody. I've won
Oh, really?
one match and lost 9, so 10%. So I upped my percentage, almost doubled it.
That's good. I was showing. This was the redouble position, which they're not able to see on the feed.
Right, I had an ace to play. I rolled a 3-1 left a shot. I had an ace.
Oh,
to
this
play.
is after that. Yeah. So you
I know
had
that. Yeah.
one. So should I go back?
Well, so you take a checker off the 3, put it on the 7, give him a 3-1 to give myself a 3-1 to play.
Okay. So we're gonna look at that.
What do you think, Jake? What would you do?
Did you see this 3-1? So red has a 3-1. So the viewers aren't able to see it on the screen, but they can go back and look at it. It was the 3-1 where you had to leave a shot. There's a 4 cube here. It's 7 away, 9 away. Let me just change that to the absolute score. 4-2 out of 11. Blue owns a 4 cube. Red has a 3-1 to play. So the 3 is forced from 6 to 3, and then the ace is either 7-6 or 6-5. What did you end up playing, Steve?
I played 7-6 because if I roll a 6-1 or 5-1, the other way I leave a double shot. Actually, he might have to. Here's the thing: it might not be as bad because he's going to have to either break his board or run, and he'll probably run, which means if I roll 6-1 or 5-1, I can just hit him and leave him like all 5s plus 6-1. So it's not a double shot. But anyway, 7-3 is correct by pretty sizable margin. Okay, so that's what I did.
Yeah, what happens with these is you leave a direct shot either way, so it's even 11 number, either an 11 number shot or a 13 number shot.
Right.
But then subsequently, you want to make sure you have good numbers after that to safety.
Yeah, this is the kind of position where you can sit down and should sit down and just spend the time running through the numbers in your head and comparing results.
That's-
It might take you, a couple of minutes unless you're really in clock trouble. I would take the time because there
And
is
I
a
did,
4
yeah.
cube over there, and so yeah, you go through it and you work out. Instinctively, I would play 7 to 3. That feels right, but I would make sure.
What about it feels right to you?
Well, you're leaving a shot either way, but if you leave the shot on the 7 point, it looks like it's going to clean up faster
Right.
and not be leaving a subsequent shot. Whereas, the other way, you've got both the blot to clean up and then you've got that outside point that still has to be clear at the point that's one farther away.
That's something I noticed when I was studying back games, and you have to leave a shot somewhere. I basically called it a lower blot, where it's lower than your highest point left to clear, as if you would play 6 to 5. But if he played 7 to 6 with the ace, the blot would be higher than the highest remaining point. And the lower blots, as you said, are harder to clean up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just kind of a feature. What else? What else did you think about the match, Steve? Any other comments?
Well, I mean, I lost the first two games, just double pass, and then I took a cue, which I thought was, he gave a double in a holding game, and I thought it was a clear take. I didn't know if he had a double or not, but I took, and he left me an ace shot, and I hit it, so it's tied 2-2. And it went up 3-2, and then 4-2, and then we had the last game. I mean, which was substantial, an A cube, an 11-point match is most of the points that for the whole match.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was 4-2 at that point?
Yeah.
And then, but he was trailing.
Yeah, he was trailing, and then I redoubled him. Oh, I actually took a picture. I mean, I don't know how much of use this will be for the listeners and the viewers, but I can
put it in here.
Yeah. Okay, so I have. Well, you
This is a cube.
either you can call the checkers out, or you can look at this here.
4,
Yeah, so you can see it pretty
3,
easily.
and that's 1. And then what's that? 1, 3. And that's there. Is that the position?
He has 2 more checkers
Oh, 2 more.
on his
so
ace point.
what-
Well, one on his ace and one on the bar.
Uh-huh.
So now
You like how I matched the colors?
that was, well,
Did you
you're the
notice?
guy with a million boards.
Yeah. So this is
And I own the cube on
2,
2. Yeah, leading 7 away.
4 to 2, right?
9 away.
That's 7 away, 9 away.
So Jake, what do you think before he puts it in?
Hmm.
You're red up 31 pips, own a 2 cube.
So this was the redouble to 4 in
yeah.
the last game. So the viewers are not able to see this XG screen, but they can go back. So, yeah, blue has a checker on the bar.
Yes.
Looks like redouble take, I think.
Well, I did redouble and he did take, and I always hope that we do the right thing.
Yeah, it turns out to be a
Ah,
44
nice, good
double
call,
and a
Jake.
59 take.
Everybody
Very
did it
strong
right.
position. Yep.
It might be if I'm 8 away, take a point away from my score.
Yeah,
make me
so that
3.
makes a difference.
That's going to be a pass because it's perfect efficiency. It's
Yeah.
a clear pass.
So,
That was
so
a good
tell
one.
us about the score, because you had 7 points. So if you win a doubled gammon or a redoubled gammon on a 4 cube, that gives you 8 points. So that's 1 extra.
Right, it's
Oh,
overage of 1 point. But I felt like, 7 out of 8 is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
But it's a little inefficient, but I thought like he has his ace point made. It's hard for him to prime me in. I don't have any bad numbers, it appears. I have some jokers, so I rolled a 6-2, which is a joker, but he's got the anchor and he's got more points on his board, so I kind of thought he probably would take, and it would be a take, but,
The other thing about
Did
this,
he roll double 4s then at some point?
No, he
Because-
came in with a 4, and then he came in with a 4, and
Oh,
then
okay.
I was
Oh,
bringing him up to
yeah.
6.
the other thing about this is, like, it shows 18% gammon. So say you don't win a gammon, you win a single game, you're at the 3-away score, whereas the other way you would have been at a more efficient 4-away score.
You mean
Winning
altering the
4
score?
No, you were 7 away. If you had won 4 points a single game,
Mm-hmm.
you would have been at 3 away. But if you had 8 away
Oh, right.
and you won 4, you would be at 4 away,
Yeah.
which is a more efficient score to be at in general.
Yeah, but he's going to have a drop if I'm 8 away.
Right.
So-
And that's part of the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good, so good.
And then I won the first match. I got to play the winner of Neil
Oh, so you did win
Kazaross.
the match.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
Neil
I-
and,
somehow
uh,
it you sounded like you were doom-dooming.
No, I don't know.
So
I have to
maybe
play the
we'll
winner of-
stream that one, and what we'll do is see what time that will start. In the meanwhile, if we have a little ways to go, I might play an exhibition match for the viewers, like a 3-point match. Any final comments, Steve or Jake?
I'll just comment that I also had an 8 cube in my match.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on the wrong side of it.
Oh, okay.
What was that against?
I was against Dorn Bishop.
Dorn Bishop's a good
Bishop.
player.
It was at 1-1, and we had an 8 cube, and he gammoned me on 8.
I think
so.
I can explain his win. He's Dorn again.
He's Dorn again. All right. So good luck to both. So you're out of that one, and there's no rebuys.
No. not for the.
Do they give you a
Nationals.
time, start time, or just whenever they finish that
Well,
one?
you know, with Greg, it could be over in
Okay.
10 minutes.
We'll
so
go
I have to
take a
check
look
it
and
out.
we'll be back on the stream. Square up the board. I'll try to fix the board. It looks okay now, but I'll try to fix it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me see what's going on.
Oh, I'll be here if.
Thank you. If you want, sit up at the front desk, please.
Okay.
Jake, I'm going to play Jon Vietor.
Okay. All right, is the mic on?
I'm sorry?
Is the mic on, or do I need
Yeah,
to turn
everything's
something on?
on.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Jake Jacobs. I'm here at the Los Angeles Open, and we're about to see a match between Alex and Jon Vietor. It'll be a 3-point match coming up very soon. If you're watching this online, why aren't you here? Candace does a marvelous tournament. It's well run by Pat Gibson, legendary tournament director, and Frank Talbot, legendary player and soon to be legendary tournament director. And I have the disorienting experience here of seeing myself on camera as I was a couple of minutes ago. I guess I was being recorded as I sat here, and so I'm looking at myself reading a book. All right, now they are getting started. We've got Jon making the opening move, a 2-1, slotting, 2-1 in response, also slotting. 5-3, he'll just cover from the 13. 4-3, Well, of course, he's got a cover. So he's got the builders down. And there goes one of them. Back to the bar. Double fours. Not bad. He'll make his 4-point and make his 9-point. And Alex has wandered off. I think maybe he's coming in here to, oh no, they were missing a doubling cube. That was the problem. Okay, 4-2, points on his head. Fan, and is he going to double this? He is. But is this a take? They both got their best 3-point boards, but Alex has got 2 extra men back, 1 on the bar. I think it's still a take. His front structure is just too good to pass this up. 3-2, great shot. Whoa, yes, no, yes. I would have at least thought about the hit if I were Alex there. It's probably right to have made the anchor, but certainly he could have considered hitting on the 11. Great shot for Jon. He runs past all the outfield coverage. I don't know. I think I might have made the 2-point there, leaving that fly shot. Be a good time for a 3-5. Oh my. Key shot. And now it'll probably, oh my goodness. He got it. He got the shot. Suddenly, it's a new ball game here. Eight men off. I certainly would have thought a little more about redoubling this. I mean, Jon doesn't have use of a redouble in a 3-point match. So I think not only was it a double, but I wonder if it was even a take. Oh, and that was double ones. I was seeing 1-2 on the glare, but that was a heck of a shot. I think in with the 3, and no, he could have given himself double 6s to hit. Yeah, correctly slotting the bar. Yeah, I would bring it in. He's got outfield coverage. Oh dear. And now all we can ask ourselves is, what would have happened if Alex had redoubled at the point I thought he should have redoubled? Would Jon have taken? We'll never know the answer to that question, but I think at this point, yeah, it looks like you can still do it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he can't. Yeah. Well, we're short and sweet, folks. It was a 3-point match. Jon emerges victorious. Should I switch seats, give you this one?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So,
Okay, mostly a well-played match, but I do have two
take?
things to, well, the take, I think it was probably a take, although at a three-away, it's a tough
Right.
one, but you did have such good
and a
structure. You had an
3-point
anchor.
board and an anchor, yeah.
Now, the two, is that the match playing again, or what is?
No, this is the delay. So we saw it on this, and this is the one that delay.
Yeah, okay, so it's just coming up
Yeah,
on
you
there
could
now.
see it there, yeah.
Okay, so one of the ones that I had a question about was when you came in and made the anchor with the 3-2,
Yeah.
you could have hit. And
I have?
I would have, yeah,
Oh,
I would
yeah.
have come in with the 3 for sure. Well, the
could've
3, there's no question
Oh,
about
no,
that.
this was not the 3-2. Here.
Yeah, so
Oh, I
there's.
could have hit that. I didn't even see it.
You could have hit,
Yeah, I didn't
and
even see it.
I think you should have at
Yeah,
least been
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
I didn't look at it.
Yeah, and then the other one that after you hit him, he had 7 checkers off, I believe, but he had
6, yeah.
2 on the 4, 1 on the deuce, and you had a 5-point board. I probably
Here.
at this score I would have sent it over because
Maybe,
he
yeah.
can't redouble.
Like around here.
He might have even dropped.
Here.
Yeah,
There was 6 off, yeah.
right. I would have sent it over.
Yeah. And this one, did you find that this has good visibility, this board? And the colors and everything?
Yeah, there was only one number that I didn't see properly, and that was he
When
rolled
they
the
come
ace-ace right, coming up here,
Okay.
and I thought it was a 1-2.
Oh, yeah, right there.
I looked at that and I was going, well, what's he thinking about? He just covers the, it's a forced move, and then I realized it was double ones.
Yeah, yeah, you get some of that over there. So we tried to improve it. We tried roughing up the dice. That does it. Double one again. Okay, so anyway, that was fun. We got to play. Let me see what we're gonna have on the next round. Of course, you're welcome to join on the commentary. We might have Steve Sax against Neil Kazaross.
Okay,
That would be
sounds
a good matchup. Or we'll see. Maybe we'll do some interviews. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. If you'd like to see anything in particular, We're happy to hear from you and hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you to our sponsors, FTH. So, gammonstuff.com. So we switched to the sponsors board because now it's available. Thank you to John Pirner and Gammon Stuff, FTH, distributor of FTH boards. They make outstanding boards. I'm sure you've played on the FTH boards, Jake.
I
you don't know.
don't pay a whole lot of attention, but I probably have.
But these are really beautiful boards. The craftsmanship is outstanding. They're lightweight, easy to travel. The checkers just glide really nicely and smoothly over the felt. Beautiful checkers. Everything fits really nicely. I'll have to see if I can find the cube. There were no dice nor a cube with this, so I'll ask Julius. Anyway, we'll be back shortly. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah. What time are they starting?
I don't know. I'll go see. I guess it depends on when the match is finished.
Were there? I didn't pay attention. Were there 8 or 16 in the?
I don't know, but you can probably see it on your phone. You like looking at it on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Let me click on it. I'll show it to you here. There we go. There we go.
Oh, it looks like not 32, are there?
This is 8/8/8/24.
Okay.
All right, so
That's a good turnout.
yeah, it's a good turnout. Okay, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Go back to. Oh, anti-glare spray. Vin suggested that. I don't have any of that, and I don't know. Dice Man USA. That's Carl. He likes this board for the stream. So good. I see a little bit of a glare there. Do you see that on the checker?
Yeah.
I don't know what we could do. All right. We'll be back shortly. for a second round matchup. I'm working on it.
Okay, I thought you said Steve and Neil, or?
No, Neil didn't win. So it was somebody else who doesn't want to be on the string.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like we're going to have Todd Krosner
Okay.
against the winner of Bob Wachtel and Chris Trencher.
Should be a good match.
Yeah.
And how was the Wachtel Trencher match looking?
It's close to the end, I believe.
Either one of them winning at the moment?
I believe so. I don't remember though. Let me go check. I think it's like 3 away, 1 away.
Mm. Okay.
Wachtel and Todd Krosner. I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. All right, we're about to start the second round of the Masters. We have Todd Krosner playing the white checkers, Bob Wachtel playing the black. 11-point match here at the Los Angeles Open. Three one for Bob.
Just starting?
Just started.
Okay, very good. So 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 followed by 5-1.
All right, I'm back. Thank you for joining me, Jake Jacobs. It looks like things are pretty easy to see on the screen. We have Bob Wachtel playing the black checkers at the top, Todd Krosner the white checkers at the bottom. 11-point match. So now 2-1. There is a little bit of a glare. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything on the upper left quadrant. 2-1 for Todd.
No,
Gotta
for Bob.
Oh, for Bob, yeah. He's got to split something, right? There.
Yeah, I mean, he could bring in a builder and, decide he's going for blitz, but this has to be
Oh,
white.
but there's a white checker there in the outfield. That one, there's a
Yeah.
glare, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's a five.
he needs the coverage for that, so.
Yeah, this is one of the issues, unfortunately, with this. There's the glare on the upper die. I believe it's a 5-4. Otherwise, it may be a 5-2.
Yeah, so 5
there's-
down and then hits.
Oh, so it's a 5-4. Double one comes in and hits. All right. Todd dances. No,
Oh.
5-3. Good. Comes in and hits.
Shot off the bar. That's
Yeah, that's a
a
good.
number that staves off the cube.
Yes. Double 4. So that one's forced. And now
Yeah,
what?
Now
Make-
he can switch points. He can hit loose.
Oh, I don't think he's
or
going to
he
do
can
that.
come
Yeah,
down
you've got to
and,
make an outfield presence with a 9-point, right?
Yeah, I like this play, but he does have those other two options. He definitely wants to keep the man back on the 24. He should not play 24-20.
Right. So he's
So
looking
he's
at some of the
thinking about, you know, as I say, he could switch points, and then probably, yeah, I like this.
I think I'd hit loose before I switch points.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. So when they're using a baffle box, it doesn't really necessitate cups. Although one person said it makes it more random. Have you heard that?
Random is random, but in LA, and I don't know if Bob was someone who subscribed to this or not, but in LA, many of the players have a belief that once
Yeah.
upon a time there were people who could manipulate the dice.
There were with the older baffle boxes, but not this style. There were the true baffles. Oh wow, he's on the bar? He's not on the bar.
He's not on the bar.
It's better when you're not on the bar. So what? He could possibly point on head. He can hit loose and make the 3-point. He can make the bar point and the 3-point. He can make the bar point and come out. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, I think if he points and fan, he still probably doesn't have a cube. I would make the 3-point here.
Yeah, I think the problem with making the ace point on head is you have that gap.
Oh, interesting.
He's looking.
Okay.
He's looking at this. To kind of keep the goalkeeper back and have a nice presence in the outfield.
Well, actually, let's see what the pip count is. So it's 42. 127 for black, and 83, 107.
So with this option, there are 16 fanning numbers, and there are 16 dancing numbers, so that's 32 bad numbers. You like that calculation?
He is up 24 pips here, so
Yeah. All right, 5-3. He can't escape. So that's a black checker on black's 11 points.
no, that's a white checker.
Oh, it's a white checker. That's
Right.
right. Okay, sorry, there's a glare. So there's okay. So that gives him options. So maybe the 3 down and the 5 down as well.
That's probably, well, yeah.
Like this, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You
All right,
wouldn't wanna
now
step
Bob
up
is
here.
doubling. See, that's a tight fit in there.
Yep, he's got the race, he's got the board, and with the outfield coverage, I think that gives him a solid cube there. And Todd passes this probably right.
Let's see how many people we have watching. 44 viewers watching now. Everybody please smash the like button. We are at the 47th Los Angeles Open, sponsored by Gammon Stuff, makers of the FTH board. I'm here with my good friend Jake Jacobs. Thank you to Candace, Mayeron, and Patrick Gibson for organizing this and running the tournament. 6-3 for Todd, down 1-0 splits. 6-4, he's going to hit and split. Double 6 from the bar.
He wanted a 6, but not
Yeah,
two of them.
yeah. I had a friend he used to say, shake your dice, you're rolling too many doubles. So when he would roll double 6 from the bar, I'd tell him the same thing, shake your dice. I think it's a little early. I mean, he does have the advantage, but there's a long way to go. All right, 4-3. So, anchor or make a point? Make the 4-point.
Yeah.
Certainly don't make the 3-point here. I know it does strip the 8-point. All right, 4-3. So the 3 is forced, and the 4 is not good. Now Bob's looking. 4-3 again. He's going to hit an anchor.
All right,
All
there's
right,
a double.
6-4. Okay.
There's a double and pass.
So, can he even take it?
Is it a pass? Yeah, it's a pass.
No. All right. So, 2-0 for Bob. Let's see if I can put this up on my XG. Hello, welcome.
Who won the first one?
Which first one? Was that the Steve Sax one?
Chip Woolsey was playing?
Yeah, Steve Sax.
Steve Sax one.
Okay, so I've got this board up here. How's that?
Looks good.
All right. So, they're taking a break. I was just looking at the position. One time I played a prop from this position, Jake.
They, you're talking about that starting position?
Yeah. Have you seen this position before?
That was the old Mike Spavotny. People would come to him and, ask him for, propositions favoring them. And,
Yeah.
he'd say, I tell you what, let's play this proposition.
Uh-huh.
And he'd set up the starting position.
All right. So now double one for Todd. Point on head is right.
Yeah.
So he's going to make the 5 point. He's considering hitting loose, but that's an error.
I would play 21 and 22.
The triple split. Comes down. Could get some outfield presence. Bill Roberti in his new book called that triple split the McGreal split. All right, so that's a good roll for the race. Able to break the anchor. Todd cannot anchor here. So Bob's probably inching up to a double. I don't think he'll have it quite yet. So he's going to play the 5 there, and it's a matter of whether he's going to split the back checkers. But you kind of have to be careful. A lot of checkers in the zone, yeah.
I think I would have split the back checkers,
Really?
nonetheless. Yeah, because you really want to get that 4 point, which means that you're going to have one man come off anyway.
Yeah, and he does have a stronger board. Okay, so now he rolls a double 6. Would have been easier to play when he's on the bar.
Well, now he's happy he didn't split the back checkers.
Yeah. 4-2. What a fortuitous roll. He's able to point on head. Make the 9 point here. This unstacks, makes another point, and puts him on the bar. 6-2 from the bar. That's a Ray Fogerlin. The 2 is forced, and the 6 is awkward. Probably have to play on his side. What are we looking at in terms of the race?
Well, I think I would just come down like he's doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
he's got the bar
4-2.
point, so.
Now 4-2. He'll make his 9 point. Four two for Todd. So for the viewers that are not familiar with it, they're using a baffle box. So the way you know whose turn it is by looking at the clock on the right-hand side. So right now it's Bob's turn. The clock is running on the top, and the light is illuminated. All right. So he is doubling.
I think it's 120, 138, so 18
Okay.
pips. I think it's a pretty clear take.
Yeah. Okay, 6-5. That's awkward. That's going to leave something, right?
That will leave something. So he can slot his 5 point, clearing the 11. He can hit loose, but that leaves
Sixes
twos
from the
plus
bar.
sixes.
Yeah.
Or he can clear his 9 point and just leave an ace shot.
The nice thing about clearing the 11 point is it's a point you would prefer to clear as opposed to the 9 point. However, it would stack the 6 point.
Right, and leaving really one effective builder. So I think I'd probably clear the 9 point here, but
If he hits loose, there are going to be some gammon. So one of the things I think about is, say he doesn't hit loose, how do 6s and 4s play? So like, because if he's on the bar, if he hits loose, 6s and 4, double 6, double 4, and 6-4 are terrible. Can you swing those? So if he doesn't hit loose, how do the 6s and 4s play? I guess they play okay.
yeah, well, if he comes in on 3 or 4, the 6s will play just fine.
Right,
And
right.
the 4s, you know, he can hit. So-
Right. It would only be those 4 specific numbers. All right, 5-4 doesn't hit. Bob Glass used to say, "How's the misses?" 4-2.
So he'll make the point.
Point on head. Okay, I see that. All right, now Todd's looking for a 3. He's got the rack on his side. Double 3. Look
double
at this
threes.
guy. 1, and he can make a point. Is he going to make the 2? He's not going to. He can't move anything on the other side. He doesn't want to clear the 18, so he can make the 2 point.
He could clear the 18, but I don't think he should.
Yeah. Yeah. 4-point board. Hello from Minnesota and Miami.
All right, now what?
All right,
Now
5-2.
what? Yep.
He dance. Okay, here's the redouble.
Nice redouble. And
There's
let's
a
see,
long way to go
36,
here, Jake.
119 for white, and 109. Is that right? Yeah, 109. So white's down 10 pips, but still like this double.
Wow, this is a pass. Is this the correct position?
That is the correct position. It's a pass.
No, this is not the correct. This is the.
Nope.
It's close. Still a big pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, with 4 men on the outside, which are 6 men
Yeah.
on the outside,
And
there's
they're all
a lot
stripped,
of potential
yeah.
gammons. Yeah.
Right. 31% gammons for white. Hopefully they can't hear us because they're on the other side of this wall.
Ah, yeah. Ignore that.
You commenting live?
Yeah, that's a live feed. So he does pass. Good pass by Bob. So now it's 2-2. 9 away, 9 away. I tell people the away score is more important than the absolute score. Would you agree, Jake?
Yeah, well, all
And
away
why?
scores that are equal, right?
Right. They're tied, yeah. But you really need to know like how far you are away from the goal of winning the match.
Yes.
Yeah. Irrelevant of how many you've won already.
I suppose the argument can be made that, you know, psychologically it's a little different
Yeah.
starting, you know,
But-
0-0 in a 9-point match or being, you know, at, say, 6-6 in a 15-point match.
Yeah, but the way you should look at it is all that's water under the bridge. So double 5 is going to come down.
I would, from my side, I would look at it as water under the bridge, but I might look at what my opponent is thinking and then take that into account.
Oh, yeah. What was that one? Bridge under troubled water? Bridge over troubled water? What was this song?
Well, I think it's Under the Bridge by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
There's that one. but
Depending
it's-
on how you're rolling.
Wasn't there Bridge over troubled
Yeah,
waters?
Bridge Over Troubled Waters is Simon and Garfunkel.
Simon and Garfunkel. What do you say? You know Ceci Pedroza.
I do.
I sing her Cecilia.
Yeah, see, you remember. Yeah, well, that was Paul Simon. That wasn't Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, that was not Simon and Garfunkel? I thought it was.
Yeah, he was solo by then.
Oh.
Cecilia? That was Simon Garfunkel.
No, that was just Paul Simon. I'm pretty sure.
No, I
Oh,
got
man.
it on their album.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
They were still together with Cecilia.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking that was, contemporaneous with me and Julio down by the schoolyard and Kodachrome. And
Simon and Garfunkel. There you go. Celia. One time my son played that song for her on the piano. She liked it. All right, so now it's a 5-2 for Bob. Little awkward because what's he going to do with that checker on the 14 point?
yeah, this is really an ugly roll. I think you could just play 13 to 6.
I'll be right back. I'm going to have him make an announcement.
Okay. Kind of admire that play. The result might be sad, but I'd like the play. It looked pretty. Making a pretty looking play is often the right play. Certainly it had the biggest upside to it if it worked. I think you just lift the blot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live streaming. If you do not have a match and would like to watch the streaming, it is in room C, right on the side.
Okay, I assume he's probably going to come out to the 14 and in with the 5. Although there's something to be said with coming in with the 6 and out with the 5. It duplicates 3s in a funny sort of way and keeps connection with the back checkers. So maybe that's better.
Hello, welcome.
All right, so the 4 is 13 to 9, and then he can either hit or he could make the point. And I like hitting like this. I would just come down to the 11. Duplicates 1s, does give him a 5-6 off the bar. I don't like that. Although, big swing by not leaving the blot at this point. I still think I would have brought it down, but it worked out better for him. Is that 6-2?
6-4.
6-4, yeah, okay. All right, I think he's got to double this. Now he's looking at making the 8-point, but I would have just brought it in here because I'd still be thinking about doubling.
It's too risky.
I don't think he's too good. If he doesn't cover, or even if he does cover and Bob comes in with a 2,
There you go.
oh, thank you very much. Okay, now Todd needs 8 points, and it's sort of a funny score because that means that, in certain circumstances, he could have very, very powerful cubes.
Right.
That power of being 8 away is
Yeah.
underrated, I think, by people. Ooh, and he just slotted with that 4-1. I don't think that was right.
No, you split after a 5-3. That was an opening 5-3. Or was something else going on?
Right, was that, yeah, and then he rolled a 4-1 and
Yeah.
slotted. I think he was supposed to split there.
Okay. When do the jokes come in, guys? Vin R tuned in for the jokes. Have you seen Vin R? He has a nice YouTube channel and he reviews a lot of the boards, accessories, baffle boxes.
I can't say I have.
He's got some good ones. Vin, are you coming to this tournament? I think Vin lives in Orange County.
Yeah, he'd like to make the 9-point here, but then he's got to leave the blot. So I think he's just going to do this, make the deuce.
Yeah. That's productive. Makes a point, cleans up a blot. Now 5-4 anchors and then slots to
Slots
3.
the 3-point.
Very good. 5-1. 5-2 makes the 3-point, slots the 4-point. So there's 2 and probably 8 to 6. All right, and so now 5-4. This one's a little awkward.
Yeah, he can make his 2-point again.
Yeah, might have to against this board.
Yeah, I mean, probably his other play would be 7-3 and then hit on the ace.
Right.
But against that board, I'm not, well, but God, if he
I mean, it
stacks up
kinda-
on the deuce, I think I'm swinging around to saying, yeah, go for it. Let's play 7-3, 6-1.
He does want to get rid of that goalkeeper.
I think if you stack up on the deuce, it's losing slowly, whereas the other way, you're going to lose quickly if you're hit back. If you're not hit back, suddenly things are looking rosy. There we go. Well, there we went.
Well, it looks like it's clear. It's right to make the stack the 2-point.
Well,
Nice play
it
by
might be
Bob.
right, but it hurts my eyes.
It hurts your eyes. That's what Malcolm Davis used to say.
Double sixes.
You knew Malcolm Davis, right?
I sure did.
Okay.
Yeah, Malcolm Davis was ahead of his time. He He was buying the the technology early, playing with programs like Jellyfish,
Yeah.
in beta versions, and so he knew a lot about match cubes before most people did.
Right. Speaking of match cubes, later on this weekend, Michi is here. Michihito Kageyama. He's going to give a seminar on doubling in a 5-point match. I will be live streaming that. Vin is coming tomorrow. Okay, so he'll be able to see us live. I'm going to be live streaming the seminar on my YouTube channel. The only reason for that is because it'll be in this room. And
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I've known Michi for 25 years.
Really?
Oh yeah, and in I think the second year that I went to the Japan Open, I commented that there was one player in Japan that was already world class, and that was Michi.
I think I read you wrote about that somewhere one time, right?
Yeah, I probably referred to it since then too. But I said that there's one player in Japan who's definitely a world class player, and
Yeah.
his name is Michi. I said, but I met a kid named Mochi that if he keeps on working on his game, he might get to be a really good player.
Yeah. Did I tell you what happened with Michi last night for dinner?
You went to a Japanese restaurant and it was closed.
The restaurant was named Michi's Japanese Cuisine.
And why were they closed on a Wednesday night?
It was closed for business. Apparently, I don't know. The whole restaurant was closed altogether, not just that night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, okay, now what's going on here? How close is this now? 61, 60,
Well, he's certainly way up in the race.
91?
It's 109 for White.
So, looks like 18 pips. No? Okay, so that was quite a good roll for him. Double two.
Yeah,
So
I think I would have doubled that with the race lead.
yeah, might have been a double there. And now, just bring 2 to the 12 point.
I think I'd be inclined to play 9 to 5, like that. If he
Nine.
fans, you're going to be doubling it. If he doesn't fan,
Okay. So this is planning for cube action. So you want to decrease the volatility. That leaves only a double 4.
yeah, I mean, but even if he comes in with a 1 or a 4, you're in pretty good shape. But okay,
I mean,
think,
you would have been in better shape with the extra builders. I guess they're the same number of builders anyway. So 3-2. Now he's gonna double.
Yeah, I don't think you're too good here. So you've got a double, and it's a clear pass. Anyway, something interesting. I went to Jeopardy yesterday, thanks to
Oh, yeah, I saw
Candace
that.
Mayeron.
That was fun, right?
She was awesome. She had tickets, and 10 of us wanted. Michi was supposed to go, but
Yeah.
I guess he wanted to get his hair cut and go out to a Japanese restaurant with you. But
I'll tell you about the haircut later.
yeah, so we had a great time and got to meet Ken Jennings. And,
Yes.
shake hands with him, get pictures with him. Yeah, it was terrific. But one of the things that I thought was really, really interesting was that they had the 5 writers are all there monitoring in case there's a dispute.
Right.
And so there were a bank of them sitting there with their monitors in front of us, and one of the writers, as 3 of our group were players from Japan, and as they were coming back from meeting Ken Jennings, this guy started talking to them in fluent Japanese.
Oh, very good. Do you know any words in Japanese?
Yeah, I know some. And one of the things, I wouldn't be that useful in a Japanese restaurant, because I realize when you're studying languages, everybody learns how to order in restaurants. But the thing is that your food vocabulary is actually enormous, because you've got to talk about the different dishes,
Right.
the ways they're prepared. I mean, it turns out that it's not so simple. Directions, directing cabs. You can impress your friends and your
Oh,
neighbors.
really?
Yeah, because you really, you left, right, straight, and I mean now if you know the route, and so yeah,
I
I used
see.
to, get in cabs. Like there was a certain restaurant that Kenji would always take us to, and a couple of times we'd have more than one cab load of people, so I'd take one cab, and could direct the driver, and the restaurant was buried in a neighborhood, so getting there was non-trivial. But I knew the route, and so I could say left and right and
That's
straight
right.
and stop, and it sounds like you really know what you're doing.
If I'm not mistaken, did you used to drive a cab?
I did for 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Chicago. Well, it was Des Plaines, which is
Oh, near
just north of
Chicago.
O'Hare Airport, so just
Okay.
outside Chicago. And most of the time I wasn't driving. I was the night manager.
Oh, I see.
I was like the Louis De Palma of the community cab company.
So I've learned quite a bit of Japanese. I can say sushi, sashimi, pizza. Yeah, so I can get by.
Yeah, you'd manage just fine.
And I think
First time I went to Japan in 1987, seemed like nobody spoke English.
Yeah.
But now, you find that Japanese people in a big city like Tokyo know a lot more English than you'd think. They might be apologetic and claim they don't know any English, but you can communicate. On the other hand, when I was living there,
I got a match in a couple
you got
minutes.
it? Okay. Hello.
when I was living there, I had to go. There's a place called Don Quixote,
Oh.
7-story shopping mall with everything. I remember being in line to buy a power strip and noticing they had a rubber chicken and thinking, my daughter needs a rubber chicken. Every kid needs a rubber chicken.
Who's playing here?
It's Bob Wachtel is playing the black checkers at the top, and Todd Krosner the white checkers
Who?
at Todd Krosner.
Uh-huh.
But Jake is in the middle of telling an important story, and you interrupted.
I don't know about important, but anyway, I had
All
to get.
Jake's stories are important. I know that.
They're very interesting. They're always interesting.
I had to get powdered soap for a dishwasher. And have you ever tried to pantomime powdered soap for a dishwasher?
No.
You look crazy.
It's not easy. And the thing about Don Quixote is, I went in there the first time, and I took like 10 minutes to pantomime powdered soap for dishwasher. Oh my!
It's like
we've got a
11
queue.
pips, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see, 94 and
It's just those crossovers on the bar point. All those checkers on white's bar point are very inefficiently placed.
I counted 107 to 94, so that'd be 13 pips.
Yeah, something like
So
that.
that'd be a pass. Yeah, I mean the distribution and the race combined. Anyway, so I
yeah.
pantomime and I get the soap. So now a couple months go by, and I don't remember. This place is so big and confusing, so I have to pantomime it all over again. So I really make a point of memorizing where to find the dishwasher soap, and then I come in there the next time. And this is the thing about Don Quixote: every 6 months they rearrange the whole
Oh
store.
God! I used to go when I was in school, like to Walmart, like once a month for shopping, and I knew where everything was, and I'd run everywhere and just like take care of things quickly. Anyway, we've got a backgammon match here. He's playing for him.
Yeah, well, I think he was about to make the 4-point with 6-2 and
Oh
forgot
yeah,
that he had
yeah,
to
yeah.
come in.
He had a checker on the bar. Okay. So now, dude, I think he'll make the 20-point, and I think you can make the 2-point on head. That just kind of puts him on the bar, gains the tempo.
I would blitz. I would make the 4 and the 2 here. But he says
The
no.
problem
You're right.
is then you're kind of stranded, and then the issue with this one is like it looks good, but then you have a really awkward distribution, inflexible, because you have those there, and then you could do this too.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
doesn't look bad to me. I
No,
mean,
this
he's,
is good 'cause you
he's
make
got
the
2
three-
blots to clean up, and he could come in with like a 3-6, but
Is this the position?
Yeah, I mean, 9 times
Let's
you win here, and the rest of the time you're not so bad. Oh, unless your opponent
Oh
rolls
wow,
double
look, it looks
ones,
like
and then
13-9 and 24-20 was right. Okay. So Alex Farzan is glad we got a good microphone. I didn't get this microphone, but Candace got it. Apparently, this is a nice professional one. Looks like there's a second one here. All right, 6-5. So now, I would have looked at that.
I would have too.
Now he might have lost his market. For our viewers, Jake, what is a market losing sequence? Because we have a lot of novice viewers.
A market losing sequence is one where if the rolls are such that the other player can cash, then he's lost his market. Having a market is being able to double and your opponent still having a take. So if the rolls are such that your opponent will not be able to take, you've lost that market.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. You don't mind losing your market if you're losing it pretty efficiently.
Yes.
But you don't want to blow through.
Right. I think they should reset the position. There you go. It's a new rule they have in this tournament. You have to start from this position. That's right. 4-4. All right. So they're waiting for the jokes. I'm going to have to come up with some jokes here.
Yeah, and lately the jokes I've heard are probably not appropriate ones for internet.
Oh yeah, I guess we can't say all the same jokes anymore, but when I was in training, I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico for a year, and I had a girlfriend at the time. There wasn't a lot of backgammon, but I would play poker at the casino. And one time she told me, "You like poker more than you like me." I said, "That's not true. I like backgammon more than I like you." Which was true.
Well, okay, now it's not exactly a joke, but my wife the other day, this is a true story. So the other day, I saw her in the morning. She said, last night I was talking to my family, and she does video calls with them in Thailand. And she said her sister was saying to her mother, look at Ta's legs. And she said, does she have polio? And meaning that Ta's legs were really, really skinny looking.
Yeah.
And Ta
He
said,
danced. Now is it too good? 2 on the
too
bar.
good? No, it's not.
Two on the bar. White has 2 checkers on the bar. Black has a 3-point board. 10 checkers in the zone. Yeah, apparently it's too good for
Okay.
black and too bad for white.
All right, well,
All right, now it's certainly too good.
yeah.
All right, double 4. Now he can switch. So here he's blitzing. He doesn't care. He's going to bring 1 up and 1 down. So what happened with the polio legs?
Oh, so she says, look at my wrists. Look how skinny my wrists are. And, they are pretty skinny. And I said, that's okay, honey. Just show them your tummy.
Oh, wow, double 6. 1. Guess he's got to hit the other one. He doesn't want him to anchor.
Right.
2, 3, and then trying to figure out what's the next one. You've got to look at what kinds of doubles work.
Well, if he does anything else. No, I think he's
probably
miscounted how many
played
hands,
the 8.
doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah, that's the final one.
Oh, well, 1, 2.
Okay,
oh,
so-
yeah, 3, 4, yeah.
4, 3. Okay, so he comes in.
I think
Now
he's still
he's
too good.
Still too good. 5, 3. So the 5 is forced, and he'll probably hit loose with a 3.
Yep.
Yeah, when you're going for the blitz and you have such a commanding position, you go all out. 2, 1. Okay. I had a girlfriend one time, she broke up with me. She said I was spending too much time with my wife. It's good. I can tell these jokes to the crowd here. My wife doesn't like my jokes. Look at that. He closed them out. Uh-oh. Prime.
He can handle it.
Okay.
Can't handle it a second time.
4-2. Okay. My wife doesn't like it when I introduce her to my... Uh-oh. It's
He
handleable.
can handle it.
She doesn't like it when I introduce her to my friends as my first wife.
He might,
There, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, safe.
Yeah,
No, it's
I
just
mean,
double
he
one,
was thinking about clearing
double
the 6
two.
point. And
Oh, that's cocked. 6-1. So the 6 is forced and probably to the 13. Okay. Double 2. That's a good roll. 1. You can play to the 5 point.
Yep.
Doesn't want that odd checker. Okay, he's pre-clearing. Okay. You know, the thing about this score is backgammon is actually valuable. It gets you to the 4-way, so he might have been okay going for it. That's a 5-3.
Nice.
Pick and pass.
Yeah. Anybody know what the backgammon chances are in this position?
Well, now there are 4 checkers on the bar.
Right.
They're stacked.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's pretty decent.
I think we should have some sort of benchmark, but I'm afraid I don't.
And, you know, in a match, they have something called gammon value, but there's also something else called backgammon value. So backgammons are valuable here because they get them to the valuable 4-way score. Ah. Vin's talking about Vin is talking about market loser. I say everyone's a loser in my book.
Well, as long as everyone isn't a market in your book.
Yeah.
That was a great backgammon saving
Oh,
number.
yeah, yeah. Okay, he's got to play safe. Now the gammon is gin. 4-1. And he's not going to be able to save it, so he's going to get 6 points. No, it's the other person that gets the points.
Okay.
He's scoring it for himself.
Oh, that was clever.
He scored it wrong. Let me go tell him.
Oh, and they're taking a break, so that by the time they get back, they'll have forgotten that they misscored it. No, Bob just pointed it out, I think. Yeah, Bob is saying, hey, no. Oh. Yeah, he did goof. Okay. Nope. No, they got it. All right, so they're on break with Bob Wachtel leading 6-4 or 5 away, 7 away in an 11-point match. Second round of the Masters. This is the Los Angeles Open 2024.
Oh,
pleasure to meet you. Thank you
Yeah.
for saying hello.
Nice,
Appreciate it.
nice channel.
Thank you very much.
I'm the one that left the comment about Steve Sax' great advice that you should only play XG for half of your training because she just doesn't take in the human factor.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, all the advice I've ever gotten, no one's ever said that.
Yeah,
It's so right.
I'm gonna go get something from upstairs.
Are you doing the commentary, Jake, on this?
I am with
Alex?
Alex.
Yeah. We met in December. I'm Stan Winston.
Sure, Stan,
Neil
how are ya?
introduced us.
you're eating a nice juicy hamburger at the bar when I met you. I was with my wife at that.
Yeah, and I noticed they changed the juicy hamburger from the bacon cheddar burger that they had. They've now got a brie burger
Oh, wow.
with jelly and
No, it's a little too fancy for me.
yeah, and
Just a
arugula,
little
which I
bit,
don't
yeah.
like arugula.
Right. Right.
Too leafy. So I'll have to ask him one of these nights. I wasn't tempted the other night to order. Well, I was mildly tempted to order a burger, and I looked at it and I said, do I want to eat a burger with jelly on it?
Yeah.
No. So I should ask them one of these nights if they'll still make a just a good, honest cheddar burger with, or even a burger with
I'm
brie,
sure
but
they'll- I'm
hold
sure
the,
they
all
can
the rest
do
of
it.
the stuff.
They got bacon, they got cheddar cheese, you know? Shouldn't get so fancy. Did
Well,
you play
you
in the
ever see-
Masters too?
I did, and I was the first one to lose.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know you were here, because this is what happened. I played doubles with Joe Russell in December.
Mm-hmm.
And I spoke to him a couple of months ago, and he was gonna play with me tonight. I got a text from him at 3:20 a.m. He's got a torn rotator cuff.
Oh,
He was up all night tossing and turning. He couldn't make the 1 p.m. start time for the Masters, and he wants to play the Masters. Obviously, it's a lot more money. So with like 12 or 14 hours notice, he bailed. And he said he'd help me find someone else, but everybody was already taken. I didn't see you. I would have beelined it to you. Do you already have a doubles partner?
I don't, normally play doubles.
I know, but you
because,
played with Carol last time.
Yeah, I've known her for
I know.
more than 40 years.
I know
so
that.
I just.
I know that.
But ordinarily I
I
don't
know
play
that.
because.
So you know who was
in the
left?
old days I used to.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. And Neil doesn't play at all because Neil doesn't play doubles anymore. He won't do it. But I got Al Hodis. He's a strong player.
He is. He is.
Yeah.
Actually, before I ever met Al, I heard from my brother that Al Hodis was this extremely strong player because he said Dean Mensch. Dean Mensch was a good friend of ours, and Dean, was convinced that he was, the greatest player
Right.
in the world.
Right.
But back in the 1970s, Dean would try whenever he'd play, a player that he didn't know, and he assumed that he was a lot better, so he would try
Right.
to steer into back games.
Right.
Which isn't a good strategy,
No,
but at
it's
the
a
time,
last resort.
Dean thought it was a great strategy.
Yeah.
So he goes to a tournament in Indy, and here comes this guy that's wearing farmer overalls.
Yeah.
And so Dean is like, oh boy, here I've got, the farm boy from Indiana.
You're right.
And so he starts playing this guy, and he's, leaving all these plots, and 60 points later, he's shaking his head, wondering where his money
Where the
went.
hell he went, yeah.
And the farm boy was Al Hodis, who, as you know, is
Yeah.
from New York City. And
He used to play at the Mayfair with like Paul McGrill and all
Sure.
those other guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he was
but
farming
stopped
on
playing for a
57th
while.
Street.
Yeah, I know everybody's history. He stopped playing for a while and then got back into it about like 16, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
he was originally a chess player, I think.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Because Bob Wachtel was telling me that he played chess when Bob played chess.
Oh, and God, that's back, before.
Yeah, but all you guys played chess.
That's before
too.
Capablanca and all
Bill,
that.
Roberti, all you guys.
I
started
didn't.
in chess.
I
Oh,
was-
you didn't
No,
start
no,
chess?
I wasn't a chess player.
Oh.
No, my dad taught me when I was 6 years old, and I taught my brother who was 4, and then after a couple games, my brother beat me, and then I just said,
Yeah.
all right, I quit.
Yeah.
So my brother plays chess, or he did, but he was never, he got to about 1800,
Wow.
I think. No, maybe not that high. He played okay for, a non-chess player.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Well, it's good to see you
Yeah.
again. I'm sorry you got knocked out so early, but this is a crazy game.
Well, I lost a 16 game, so, yeah.
No, I mean, the dice can go against you, or there's so many variables, But that's what makes it the cruelest game, I did a lot of preparation. I hope it pays off. You just don't know. I play advanced. I don't play with it.
Yeah, but you'll probably learn a lot playing with Al, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's specifically why I wanted somebody much stronger to play with. I wouldn't sponsor somebody I wasn't going to learn something from. I don't need somebody that's
We're back on.
two PR points better than me. No, I want somebody that's really been through the mill and knows how to play. Match scores and everything.
Yeah. Okay, so 4-5 in response to 4-1. And
You're supposed to just split here.
yeah,
For money, at least. But now we're at 6-4.
right.
that
So now
is-
he splits, but now what does he do with the 5? Does he hit?
No, you just come down. I mean, for money, let's see.
Who is
I think
Todd
that was in
playing?
there.
I can't make out who
It's
that is.
Bob
it's
Wachtel.
Bob Wachtel.
Oh, that's Bob with the hat over his eyes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is he only using one chair?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was split and come down or hit loose on the ace point with the 5-4. So let's put
Double
this-
2s.
See, my friend Ed Corey's watching. Hello to Ed.
I think I would go ahead and make the 4-point here, not
So
the 20.
he's played half of it so far.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it does look awkward when you do that kind of play and strip the 6-point. All right, so now he's going to make the 4-point. The other way he would have made his 5-point. Probably. 6-3, nice way to fill in that 5-point. All right, 5-2. He's going to come down and you hit loose here or not. If you don't, then there's not really a good 2. That kind of stacks things up. But he has the inferior board.
He's up with a 6 stack.
There's a lot of glare. It's hard to tell checkers.
I know. I was trying to see. Let me go ask Julius, if there are other checkers. Let me go ask. Thank you for suggesting that. Okay. Other people mentioned that too.
Ooh, good double
Yeah,
5.
that was a big number. All right, so 116 and 138, so 22 pips.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, 120, 122. 16 pips.
Apparently the cube is snug in that board. He had trouble getting it out.
Now, with a 16 pip lead and 3 landing places for his midpoint, I think that
Yeah,
this is
usually.
probably a pass here, even with the lead in the score.
Right, usually with the, from Connecticut, Ed Corey and Marianne Meese, hello. Yeah, usually with like about a 12% lead in the race, you can double, but here he also has extra landing spots. So the idea is you lose your market when you clear the midpoint here, and there are many numbers. That's a black checker on the 9-point?
Yeah.
I see the glare. So, like.
Oh, no, the man on the 9-point, no, it's a white checker.
Oh, that's a white checker. Oh, so he's shooting at a blot too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So.
Yeah, well, shooting at the blot is kind of a mixed.
Yeah.
Right,
you know,
because you don't want to necessarily send them back, but like, if you're white, would you want that blot to be hit or not? You know, in a sense, you might get a goalkeeper, but if not,
But if not, you're just farther behind in the race.
yeah, if that weren't there, yeah, I don't like that. I recently did a video on 20. He's trying to give himself a point again.
Yeah.
On 20-point holding games, And generally, in a 20-point holding game, when you're playing against a 20-point holding game, if you're threatening to clear the midpoint, that's when you want to think about doubling. So if you have 4 or fewer checkers, you can clear it with a double. And if you have your own bar point, that's a big advantage, because if you have 2 on the midpoint, now 6-5 clears it too.
Yep.
So you usually want about a 12% lead in the race. Yeah, we're trying to get different checkers, but they're looking for it.
That's gonna matter, but I'll, take a look. These 2 bald heads.
Yeah. So yeah, against a 20-point holding game, you want a 12% lead in the race, and 4 or fewer checkers on the midpoint to start thinking about.
Stick wrote a book on that.
Yeah. This is kind of like
Although,
a summary.
I think from what he said, he didn't really write it. Somebody, I mean, he sort of wrote it, but somebody else compiled it, and
Yeah.
He
and
did the
didn't.
rollouts, he did the position, someone else wrote it.
Yeah, and I don't think they really consulted him before they did it. I think.
Oh yeah, they suggested to move the table to improve the glare. It's a good suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion. It was actually worse, and I've already moved the table almost kind of as far back as possible. You can see on the player cam to the right.
Moving the table turned out to be a glaring error.
Oh, Jake was waiting.
All right.
Oh, we've got somebody who was waiting for jokes out there, and maybe a feeble effort, but it was an effort.
Looking forward to seeing you and Butch in Novi. Who is Butch?
Butch Meese?
Oh,
Marianne's-
probably talking about Marianne Meese.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, it's 7 away, 4 away. Usually at like scores like 8 away, 4 away, the trailer doubles pretty aggressively because if the leader redoubles, it's an automatic reship for the match. So those are the kinds of things you want to think about at these types of scores. This is not 8 away, 4 away, but it's 7 away, 4 away, so it's pretty close. 4-3, that's a good roll. Yeah, leader's trying to get to like a non-gammonish position. Maybe he can come out to the 15 and then to the 6 with this 6-5. You see
Looks
that?
like that's what he's doing.
Move the table slightly.
I tried, so you see where they are on the plate. I moved it a little bit, and it's already kind of far, but I can try moving it more.
Yeah, there's that spot also that will help light the board.
Right.
That's caused by the lights here.
Yeah.
So if we can move it either direction, I think it would help.
Okay, so after this match, we'll try to move the table.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Coming to say hello to this old man.
Hi, how are you?
Living better. When I was here in December, I got COVID and pneumonia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I have not recovered. But I was doing okay until 2 days ago. I took a flying trip.
Oh, boy.
Broke a rib.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
no.
So I decided I deserve a trophy for just showing up.
Oh, Vin likes the jokes. I don't even know his joke because we were talking about some other stuff.
Okay. So I'm making the rounds, saying hello to all my old friends. You know Amy, don't you, from Chicago?
Sure, Amy Trudeau.
Yeah.
Oops, now that was a powerful role for
That was a good
Todd.
roll. Okay, so
And
now,
I think now
you
he's
think
going
about
to
you
think about
it.
a cube here. Even
Oh,
with
there,
3 men
there.
back. Yeah.
Oh, you.
He did.
Good move. Yeah, we're doing the commentary.
We're doing the commentary. You're
Sorry.
welcome to join us.
Yeah, your ribs are now famous.
My ribs,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Come to L.A. for the best ribs in the
That's
state.
right. That's right. So now with the 6-3, I guess you hit loose and come down. Oh, Frank Talbot is here. Welcome, Frank. Frank is one of the tournament directors.
Yeah, you could make the
Yeah,
bar point,
good.
but that's not the right strategy here. So I agree. I would come down with the 6 and just attack.
Yeah, you really want to win a double gammon here. That's I was speaking with messaging with Wilcox Snellings about gammon value Here, the gammon value is high on a 2 cube for the trailer. All right, 2-1, 8-7, and then to the 20.
Nice shot.
6-3. He's able to escape. That gets him good outfield control. Looking for a double 5 or a 6-4 or something small. Well, not that small. He could come out and play 6-5, but I don't think you need to do that. You could just play 8-5.
Yeah, I would play 8-5 here.
So I mean, I would play 6-5 and then look for a 2. Ooh, like that. That's a maybe an overplay. That's a 5-1. All right, now Bob is happy he's holding a cube here. But
The
now,
5-1 was not such a good roll if he hadn't.
right.
slotted.
So now it's a 5-4. So he's going to hit loose.
Yep.
So here's the thing. Bob doesn't have a lot of recube vig because if he redoubles to 4, it's an auto reshift to 8 for the match. So he lacks a lot of value in terms of owning the cube. Usually in a money game, you always have value in owning the cube because you can redouble. Oh, taping print paper. Okay, thank you for the suggestion, Ed, Corey. I'm going to try moving the table a little bit after this match. See what we can do.
Do you make the 9-point here? I think you do.
Nice blocking point. Looking for a 6-2 or a 6-4. Nope, at least you roll a double. 2, 3. No. 7-6. No. I think I would have played 7-6 in the last one.
I think I would have too.
Yeah, just spread things out.
Is that 2-1 or 4-1? What is that? 2-1, 4-1?
I don't know. I only see the 1. Well, 2-1 I'd probably
Yeah,
just
2-1.
make the
2-1 I'd
midpoint.
make the midpoint and
Yeah.
play over, but
So that's either a 6-1 or a 5-1. Yeah, it's
Must have been a 5-1.
5-1, yeah. All right, double 2.
double
Okay,
two is-
so he can
it
make
almost
that.
it almost hits, except it doesn't
know.
hit. But
Double
Oh,
6.
my.
Okay, some good, some bad. So make the 3 and the 2 and play to the 4. Hey, Art Benjamin, welcome. You know, if you
I
scoot
think
in
you.
this way, you'll be on the camera.
I think you clear the 10-point. I don't think you make the 2-point here.
Let me see if I can adjust things a little bit so the camera can pick up all of us.
I mean, he's trying to get home at this point, so making the 2, is not mission critical to his game plan. So yeah, just clear the 10-point.
You can scoot in a little bit here. My friend Art Benjamin is here. I have 2 of the fastest pip counters in the world.
I'm slow these days. I'm out of practice.
I'm slower when I'm tired.
I'm slower when I can't tell the color of the checkers.
I know.
Yeah,
there's
there's
a
that.
glare.
Like
were
on that
talking about
on that 7-point, are those black checkers or white checkers?
Yeah, those are white.
Those are white.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna. People have mentioned that, and I appreciate the feedback. We're gonna work on
Actually,
correcting
speaking
the glare.
of pip counts, all right, so it's
white has 100
34, 43, 85 for brown.
Black, yeah.
Let's see, 39, 43, 77 at this point.
41, 18, 120, 110.
So I count in clusters.
Clusters. So 40 there, and that's 25.
That's
Yeah, so it's 106.
106.
That's beautiful. Yeah, you did that really. Did that well.
Practice.
You know? And
Oh,
and
hello.
the cluster, the 8-9 cluster out there, very common. It's
34.
It's 34. It's
Yeah.
one to know. In the same way that you know 2 7s and 2 8s is 30, so.
And that's 43 and 34. 77, right?
That's right. Well done. And when you did the 25, did you do it 13 plus 12, or did you know the fact that when you have
Either way,
opposing-
it's 25, and if you have 2,
Meantime,
it's 50.
Should he have been thinking about the redouble there, even at this score?
Oh, we were too busy counting pips.
Yeah, I mean,
We
he
were
had,
thinking
he had
about
those 4
important
men to
things.
clear, and,
So yeah, let's actually apply those pips and see what we've got here.
Oh,
right?
we've got to get Bill and Tara to tell
right,
the
so it would have been
anti-clip.
either 2 away, 7 away, if he passes.
Okay, so at this score, yeah, this is one where the match equity table actually plays into it, right? In
Yeah.
other words, if he sends the 4 cube, they're playing for the match.
Yeah, it's an
It's
automatic.
2 away, 7 away.
Yeah.
And that's 84%
Okay, so
for
now
the winner. It's
he's trying to play for the
16%
match.
for the trailer. So the trailer has to ask, are they 16% to take? And if there's any reasonable racing equity here, that would probably be true.
Well, there's almost no racing. I mean, there's a few percent. It's very hard once you get down under about 10% to start really whittling it down from there. But
Right. So what? White has, am I counting this right? 98, 46, 7, 58, 98,
98, 67. That's right here on
67.
the
Okay, yeah. So a 30 pip lead is you're
he's
under 5%.
probably got the under 5%, sure.
Um,
So
that.
now 6-1, 6-2, and 6-4 are all awkward.
So black has 6 numbers that leave a shot. Am I right? 6 1, 6
Correct.
2, and 6
Yeah.
4. All right, and has any combination of 3, 5, and 6. That's 9 numbers. Let's throw in double 1 and double 2. That's 11 numbers that escape.
Yep.
And of those 6 numbers, you only hit a third of them.
Right.
So that means that of those 17 crucial things, you win 2 of those 17.
Yep.
Immediately.
Right? And well, that's sort of overall. The other ones are just repeaters.
Right. So you've got like,
And-
11 or
so-
12%, and then it's repeaters, but it's actually going to be a little bit worse.
So
Looks
I would
like it was a comfortable take.
Well,
Yeah.
what we're getting at is for contact, we're at 12%.
Yeah.
And racing, we're at 5%.
Yeah.
And you add that, you
And you
get
get a comfortable take.
17%. And the take point here is 16%.
Okay, but he passed. So
Right.
So take point on a redouble.
16 should be about 16%, right?
Oh, live cube, yeah. 60. I guess, yeah, because it's technically live. He's going to redouble.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't
Well,
redoubled
yeah,
yet.
he
He hasn't redoubled
that's
yet,
called
so
live,
it's
right.
technically
But
live.
it's going to be, that's right. It would
It
only
will
be
ultimately.
dead if it was the very last
It's
roll.
different on a last roll position. You could double more aggressively.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah. In fact, sometimes the leader is more aggressive on those
Correct.
last roll situations, redoubles.
sure, because he'd have a perfectly efficient cash. I mean, perfectly efficient four cube.
The 4 points that the leader gets is sometimes more valuable than the 4 pips that the trailer gets.
Right, right. So we saw this position in Money Game on the XG screen. Player 1 has 2 on the 2 point, and the player 2 has 1 on the 2 and 1 on the 3. And what's the cube action for the white?
Are we talking for money?
Money Game, yeah.
Well,
It's a double.
Well, yeah.
What is it a take?
I believe it is. So
It's a small pass.
is it? So white wins 26 times. That's 10 times that it's black's roll. Okay.
Yeah, but then it's 25 minus 11 instead of 26 minus 10 like this.
So there's
yeah.
20. White has 26 winners. That gives black.
In the
10.
meantime, you think
Oh,
he's
yeah.
passing here? I think this
Oh,
is.
here we are.
I think this
Oh, so
is
now it's 2
probably
away.
a pass.
You can take pretty liberally here.
So wait. Well, it must be white
Correct. You
doubling
can see
black,
whose
right?
clock is
Yeah,
right.
it's white doubling black, and Bob is passing.
Yeah. I could. My rule at this score would be, if it's a double for money, a proper initial double for money, then it's a pass at the score. And any score where gammonish position where
Right.
the trailer needs twice as many.
Yeah, and
points
that
as
looked
the
like a reasonable,
You-
close money double.
You would call that a reasonable money double.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's a pass.
Yep.
No math required, no match equities.
Well, you have to
required.
understand the gammons, though. There are gammons involved.
But
so.
no, but it's.
Well, that is-
it's the
right, that was the
gammons
point,
that
it's the
leads
gammons
to the
that made it a-
rule.
a
That's right.
pass.
It's a gammonish position. And
Yeah,
that
I see,
adjective
I
is
see, right,
important.
right.
If it's a
Non-
non-gammonish
then it's
position.
different, that's
No, in fact, right. In fact, it could even be a
In-
tougher take if we were just a straight race or a holding game or something.
All right. So now at the two-way score, you're going to be very reluctant to double. Ideally, you want an undoubled gammon for the match. 4-1 again, so now he's going to split. Okay. Four two. What to do? Can you afford to do something like come out to the bar, the 18 point?
I like this play. 13-9-7-5.
Oh. Poltergeist in the room. All right, so we know he's got a 2, but we don't know what he's got with the 2.
Hello, Paris. You want to
Yeah.
come say hello and promote your club on the stream?
Oh, do I? All right, sure.
Come on in here. Come on in here.
Where do I go?
Right, stand right here, please.
Here, I'll pull up a chair.
I don't know if we can fit you in.
Here, I'll sit. Maybe if I sit behind you.
Yeah. So we're watching here, but behind us we have my good friend Paris Paul with the silver. I was wearing that shirt yesterday.
Oh yeah, did
The
you?
Silver Lake Backgammon Club.
Hell yeah,
tell
let's
tell
go.
us about that, please.
We're the Silver Lake Backgammon Club and Provisions. Let's see.
What are the provisions?
Oh, whatever.
You'll see yourself here. There's a delay.
The provisions are friendship,
Yeah.
fun having, competition, and camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're out on the east side of LA. We do casual meetups. We are all about bringing the community together, fostering a love of the game of backgammon. We've got a lot of beginners. We've got some intermediates. A few people that are heavy hitters. A couple signing up for this tournament.
That's
And,
great.
yeah, mostly in the intermediate division.
And you get a lot of players at the you get a big turnout.
Yeah, we get a pretty big turnout. You know, everyone here who's got some serious skill sets that really know the game, has studied the game their whole lives. Take all these players, and then take their grandkids and take their sisters and their brothers
Right.
and their friends and nieces and nephews who've been watching over their shoulder. All these guys, do a pip count and cube and recube and look at the backgammon boards that are sitting on the shelves, and they dust them off, and if they got curiosity, they grab that board and they come to my club. That's who we've got.
Now, at your club, do you use the doubling cube?
Sure. Yeah.
Some
yeah.
of them do.
Yeah,
They do.
yeah. Some people know how to cube. Some people, we do chouettes from time to time. But I definitely say it's a much more casual atmosphere.
Social. Oh, well, that's what
Yeah.
I was wondering, because
Yeah.
I would think that maybe in a social club, like you wouldn't have the doubling cube, or you wouldn't even care about gammons or something. But you are playing the game with things like, all the bells and whistles.
Yeah, yeah. I'd say, we have a wide variety of people that come to our events and what they expect. I'd say the vast majority are really coming, to learn more about the game. They're coming to make friends and build community. All too often, it's a little too easy to, despite we live in a large city, to be super isolated, and it's tough to meet, cute single girls and cute single guys these days. And backgammon is just a really easy way to break the ice. It's a low barrier to entry to get to know someone. It's a very social game.
About how many people come each week?
let's take last night for example. We did maybe 2 days of promotion, an event in a bar slash club on the east side of LA called the Airliner, which is a great spot. They do great cocktails. It's sort of a Tokyo listening bar. It's kind of an intimate space with a nice patio. We had about I'd say about 60 people come to that one.
Do you change your location regularly?
Yeah.
It's
I like to highlight and feature some of my favorite establishments on the east side of Los Angeles, whether they're eateries or watering holes, or even just parks and breweries, places where families can come. I want it not just to be a club that's about drinking, but again, a club that's about building community.
That's so great.
Yeah.
That's really great. So
Thank
it's a
you.
different model than a lot of local clubs where they might choose like one location
For sure.
and
For
play
sure.
there every week. Here you're almost advertising your group as an incentive for
The social club, yeah.
the establishment
That's
to bring
exa-
you in.
that's
It's like-
exactly right.
It's not
Yeah.
just them helping you, you're helping them.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. A lot of
Could have hit there.
my
Yeah,
my
he's
background
certainly
is
thinking
in food
about
and
it.
wine.
And I think,
So I've been working in restaurants for a long time in Los Angeles, and we're seeing the economy hit the service industry really hard these days. A lot of our favorite restaurants are closing down, with a lot of new ones opening as well. And it's important to me to support them, like
That's
the
great.
amount of the value that they present to our society in Los Angeles. I think
that was clearly correct.
is really
Yeah.
high. And I like to show that support back. They provide spaces like those third spaces where people can get together and play backgammon. I like to support small businesses and do that.
That's great.
Yeah.
And are you about half and half as far as guys and girls?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got
Perfect mix.
It really is definitely a perfect representation of what a family could look like.
Yeah.
You said there are a lot of you can find a lot of single women, cute single women, but most of the backgammon players I know would settle for women.
Yeah, right. No, we've got all sorts of.
They have to be neither cute nor single.
I like to think that all my members are kind of good looking.
There you go. And after a few more drinks,
After a few more drinks,
they're all
everyone gets
great
even better
That's
looking.
right.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of beautiful people, a lot of talented folk that have all different backgrounds. A lot of people in entertainment. Some people that are kind of poker backgrounds and chess backgrounds. We've done collaborations with the LA Chess Club.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we should do some of that because I do the Los Angeles Club. It's a similar thing.
Yeah.
And, I like to promote your events too on our Instagram, and I think that's always a good thing.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I've been trying to get some of my members to come out here. Truthfully, there's when people come and they see the baffle boxes and they see the
get
queue.
intimidated.
Yeah, it's kind of intimidating. You know what I mean? This is
The expensive sets, the nice boards.
Exactly. This is not just backgammon. Contrary to probably what many people believe, this ain't checkers. You know what I mean? This is a
Yeah.
very complicated game. There's a lot of statistics. There's a lot of probability.
Right.
And there's a lot of culture and a lot of respect for the rules around it as well. And for many people, that's a barrier to entry. So I may know them, but I don't assert them as hard in my club. But I'm happy to teach them. And I think as the knowledge base grows, the interest in the game will start to grow as well, and people will get less intimidated. I've gotten to know Alex over the a few months here as we've been going to each other's club meets, and there's nothing intimidating about it. It's just it's a game that you got to work on like anything else, whether it's golf or whether it's chess or anything else that you want to get passionate about and learn. There's resources out there.
Have you
Quite
been
like this one, like this tournament?
Have you been on the Gammon Village website? Have you been to Gammon Village?
Yeah, sure.
Have you been to Gammon City?
Yeah.
It's like Bob is on
Jake,
his way
has
to...
White moved any checkers yet?
No, it's been
I
interesting
think,
game
I
going
think
on
he's
here.
got to give himself fours to
Oh,
cover.
like that?
That's interesting.
Oh, wow.
I think I would have kept the point slotted.
Yeah.
I think there's just so much time left in this game that you can't. I think he should be giving himself fours, which he did, because he's got
no.
fives and sixes that hit outside. But
The fours come out too, though.
They do, but he's got time to roll the fours and fives to come out. I think It's just that he's diversifying his good numbers, the 5s and 6s.
I might have left the I might have just play in.
I think
Like,
I
give
do want to
yourself
move
threes.
the back checker forward so he's got decent 5s down the road.
Well, he has good 5s to hit 18 to 13.
Down the road.
Oh, down the
just
road,
as
yeah.
You don't want to have 5s that can bust your board. 6s won't bust your board.
At Black's bar point, is that a white checker or is that a block?
That is a
Yeah.
white checker.
That's
yeah.
a white checker. Okay.
I'm going to work on that. I'm gonna fix that glare.
That was my first question, too.
Yeah.
So I would play 9 to 6 to give it 4 away, and then 24, 23. That would be my play.
There you go.
That's a good
I like
play,
Art's
too.
play, but, okay, well,
Now
good
he's
thing
got-
he covered the 2.
He knew
Right.
something. 4s, 5s, and 6s.
All right, 6 is going to hit.
6 has to hit.
Now look what happens with the 3.
Well, now you could go.
I think it's a 6 point
I would
because
go
you
to
don't
the
want to
6 point.
duplicate your own 4s.
I agree. With 3 on the bar, he can start thinking about
consider lifting.
lifting 5
Like
and
that.
2. Because now they're,
Yeah.
how many rolls will it take to get all 3 checkers off
Right.
onto the bar? It's about 9.
Well, my opponents, it's about
Is that a 4-2?
2.
Yeah, that's right. But it's it takes on average 3 rolls for each checker to come.
It always
in.
looks like
With
double
one point
twos
to
to
come
me.
in.
With 1 point to come
I
in.
see.
Because the probability is 11 out of 36.
Right,
The
right, right,
actual
right.
That's a
average
double
number
two.
is
I agree.
36
Oh,
over
no,
11
that's not right.
Right.
Why
That's
would
not
you
to
right.
get the first 5.
Right.
You don't want to put a spare past the gap.
And it's almost that number times 3. It's a little less than that because of
Yeah, there you go.
the chance of rolling double 5s, which you
Mhm.
got them all in.
Mhm.
But because it's going to take about 8 or 9 rolls to get them all in, you've got plenty of time to
3-1.
yeah,
Okay,
to
pick
bring
and
them
pass
out,
now.
pick and pass.
You know what? I'm gonna try a little live stream. Do you mind?
Oh yeah, do your Instagram live.
Yeah, sure. I'll do one.
You do an Instagram. I do the YouTube live. Sometimes the Instagram live.
Nice. Of course, that's nice unless his next roll is a 6-3 or a 6-4 or a 6-5, right? Well, 6-4 is okay.
Oh.
4-5 is not a bad number.
What's that again?
Does Bob have 2 L's at the end of his name?
No.
Yeah. That's right.
And now with 4 men on the bar, he could actually win the match this game.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
Wow.
From a closeout, you get backgammon to 20% of the time
Oh,
with
okay.
4 checkers.
Okay,
closeout.
we were looking for that number earlier.
Is that a
and this
6-4?
came
He,
up,
he
and-
comes in with 6-4.
With 3 checkers, it's about 5%. 4, it's 20. 5 checkers, it's 40%.
Okay.
Do we have any cube action? Oh,
Yeah, it's already
yeah,
turned.
Oh, yeah.
So he can win 6 points this
Oh,
game.
wow.
He should pick and pass. No.
Oh, no,
Oh,
no,
no.
no.
He doesn't want to leave that odd.
Oh, no. No.
So the backgammon
He could
value
get
is
hit.
very high
Yes.
here.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, he could get hit and still come around and win. No, you've got to go for the backgammon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you guys go ahead and continue.
Okay.
All right. Well, there goes the
I
backgammon.
mean, how many rolls would have opened up a blot there? Not many. Had he had an odd number on the 4 point, maybe, right?
Right, when it wasn't going to be a 3-2 situation, was it? It was going to be a 2-3 situation?
With 2-3, so yeah,
So-
he would
so
have
that's-
3 bad numbers right away.
And those numbers are double-edged swords because
Sure, you
on
get
the
a lot
one
of men
hand,
off.
they, they leave a shot, but when they're missed, your backgammons go up, and
Yep.
and even when you get hit, you've gotten more you've taken 4 checkers off. So
Right.
Your losing chances are pretty darn small. You just got to cross his quadrants each time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Not enough.
Wow, there must have been a serious turnaround for white.
Hmm? No, white was almost the favorite. White doubled.
What was?
You mean in terms
Did
of
we
the
examine
score?
the? Yeah, did we examine the take?
Trying to remember. Yeah, wait a moment. When did he double this one?
I don't know that we saw it. I remember.
I saw it. I'm trying to remember now when he doubled, but certainly seemed like a pretty good take at the time.
Yeah. Wow. Even match.
So in high level competition, whoever is goes second in this game almost automatically doubles.
Right.
Right. So, you know.
So Bob is thinking, man, maybe I can fool him.
In the pre-Crawford game, huh?
Well, because it's two away.
Right.
And the reason is almost game theory. Suppose you know that I'm going to double, like, at my earliest opportunity.
Right.
That means this game is going to end on its 2Q. You would hate, as the person rolling the dice,
You have to make that decision.
to somehow roll something that was so great
Mm-hmm.
that you...
Like double threes, double fives here,
Right?
you know.
I can't believe the cube is still in the middle here.
Hmm.
Because somebody...
Well, Bob was the underdog and was deciding to, play around.
A little bit. If Bob realized, and I'm sure he did, because Bob is one of the best players I know, is that he just didn't see any sequence where his roll followed by Todd's roll resulted in a pass.
Right.
The take point here is like 32%. So what Bob is saying is, am I threatening to get above 68% here? And since he saw the threat, he doubled.
Hmm.
Well, it was Todd that, saw it, because Todd was obviously...
Oh, who was the one that sent the cube? Was it Todd?
It was
or-
Todd,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, then it was Todd. All right.
How many games do we have live streaming right now? Just this one?
Just the one. And now, Bob is a guy who tends to, stack in those positions, but because it's double match point, effectively, obviously he chose not to.
Mm.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, whoops. So the question is, should Bob be hitting 6-1? A lot of people worry about getting hit back. Say I get hit back 11 times out of 36.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, if you don't hit on the ace point, then white has like 9 numbers that make the 7 point. I almost thought this one, well, this is a great number for white also, right? White just makes the 2 point on top of black. A point on head move. Almost always a great thing because you accomplish so many good things at once. You hit your opponent, you make a new point, you put him on the bar. What's not to love? And the only thing that could be better would be like making a a prime, but white can't do that because 13-7 is not a legal play here. But somehow, Todd is wondering, does he have enough of a racing lead that he just wants to turn this into a straight race? Maybe, but you know, you can do a whole lot of racing when your opponent's on the bar. Jakes, I was surprised at that last play. I would have gone 8-2. He rolled double threes, and he could have just gone 8-2, but instead decided to run. And,
Yeah, I had to miss it. I had some idiot called me, and I canceled the number. They called back, and then
You
and
assumed
then
that it
hung
might
up, and then I
actually-
called and got a recording twice.
oh god. Huh. Well, white is in good shape now. Uh-huh.
Awkward.
Awkward, but but as awkward numbers go,
Yeah.
I'll take it. That's more awkward.
It is.
Let's go like that. Well, you gotta leave a shot, but I don't think it's right to break your 5' to do it, so.
Yeah, I would
you gotta
play
go
13 to 6.
Just,
Duplicates threes.
actually, a case could have been made for 13-7, 13-12, because it's
Duplicating the
twos.
two. Right, right.
You know,
A little bit, yeah.
on the other hand, you do like to have a spare on the 6 point. So, so I don't know, I would have thought about that.
All right, now he can run out and leave 6s and 4s here. 46, 61.
You sort of have to do it eventually.
Yeah.
I think some will.
Oh, and he got away with it.
Yeah.
And so he's got 100 and 88, 88, 101. So the race was just about even.
All right, well, Bob certainly has evened up this game. Todd's got, what,
Uh-oh.
88?
Whoop,
Uh-oh,
whoop.
there goes Bob. Bob's got about, looks like
68.
68
Yeah.
to about 80.
So suddenly Brown is a big, big favorite.
He keeps getting better.
Yeah. Are they playing the tournament or just commentating?
I would
Five
not
in and
create the
4
gap.
off.
Yes, I go 8-3 and 4 off. No.
It looks prettier, but it's not right.
Maybe he's thinking that the 5s aren't as damaging because he only has 1 checker on the ace. But still, I don't like gaps.
Oh, you're working on a book on end games.
I am.
When's the end date?
Oh, it's a couple years from now.
No.
Well, that about does it, folks.
Doubles. He
Wrong
rolled
s-
a double.
Wrong side.
At least it was a double.
I kind of like that. Gives him decent double sixes and
And
double
double
fives.
fives.
And he's got slightly better chances now that he can roll another ace.
Hmm.
Might put him in the best position with the double five. That's it, folks.
That's it.
Somebody had to win.
Well,
Both are
a
strong
well-played
players.
match. Yeah, Bob Wachtel pulls it out at the end with a well-played 6-2 and a timely 6-6 follow-up.
Yeah. One used skill and the other used luck. And that's backgammon.
Yeah. So, Art, you were just talking about the book that you're working on. Now might be a good time to tell people a little bit about it.
Well, the book that I think that that will be of most interest to this community down the road is one or two books. One would be sort of a book based on the column that I write in the Backgammon Primetime Magazine, the Math Overboard column.
Mm-hmm.
But it's possible I could do a book exclusively devoted to racing, the end game in backgammon, to which I think it's essentially been solved in a way that a serious player can apply over the board. I do it. Happy to say that a lot of strong players are talking to me about it, learning how to do it themselves. It's based on EPC, the effective pip count, and there are some remarkably simple tools for estimating the EPC and remarkable simple rules for applying the EPC to the position at hand for doubling decisions. So ultimately, my goal, like so many we've been talking to here, is to grow the game. We just want more people to like backgammon.
Mm-hmm.
And so another book.
So you're going to throw a little bit of sex in, right?
No, 6. It's going to be a lot of 6s and 5s and 4s. No, at some point I'd like to write a book that might be called Mathematics and Backgammon. That would be not initially aimed at the backgammon community, but more of the math community, as a way of trying to attract more
mathematicians to come in.
People who like math to
Now,
join the game. Hey, we have Bob Wachtel here.
I don't know. Hey, Bob, come on in.
Congratulations! That was quite
Exciting.
you pulled that one out remarkably.
Was it really horrible when I hit him on the midpoint with a 3-1?
I thought that was right.
Yeah, I got.
We
gammon.
didn't look it up, but I
mean,
thought that was
just
right.
got gammon like
Yeah.
nothing then.
You almost got backgammon.
Yeah, he could have tried for the backgammon.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
we
we
think,
were all saying no.
Yeah.
With
He
five
just hit-
checkers, on the bar, the backgammon's at 40%. So you gotta, even if you're worried about rolling double 6s, 5s, or 4s, that's actually not something to worry about.
No,
You're
no.
not going to lose this game. You almost make that play even if you know that the next roll is going to be
Mhm,
double
mhm,
6, 5, or 4,
mhm.
because now your backgammons go way up. And I thought that he should have been attacking you with the double 3s earlier, when he could have gone 8-2 twice. He did that.
Yeah,
He did that subsequently.
Yeah.
But I think the first time
Absolutely.
it was like, wow,
Yeah,
you gotta
absolutely, yeah.
you gotta attack here. I mean, that's good. That's good for the race and everything else. So partly as a result of that, you were able to squirm out of there and make it a race. So, but well done. Congratulations.
Were there some cube errors? earlier?
No, we weren't using XG, and I wasn't here for most of it, so it was mostly Alex and Jake's.
Yeah, I didn't, no, let me think. Seems like, I think he may have been a little late on something at one point.
Oh, yeah, and he passed a bunch of cubes, too.
Yeah,
when I
yeah, he
doubled-
passed something that he should
When
have
I
taken.
doubled him for the match, that was the take, I think?
He doubled you for the match.
I doubled him for
You're
the
not talking
match.
about 2-away, 2-away. You're talking.
No, I'm.
No, we're talking. Oh,
Oh.
that one was a take.
Yeah.
That was a take.
I
We-
thought so,
And,
yeah.
and that one we did have XG on. We
Yeah,
didn't take
Was it
one-
right,
Right,
for
he
me?
passed that.
Should I have doubled him before that? When I had my 8 point and my 9 point.
I'm doubting it because he was about 17%.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
thinking that at the time, that maybe you were supposed to double that, or at least you should be thinking more about it. And then after you cleared the 8 point, then I was thinking, well, maybe not, because, you could get to this position, or you could, still have the 8 points. I decided that you probably weren't supposed to double then.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought if I have 2 points to clear, he has to take. But maybe if I clear 1 point, he doesn't have enough to take.
It seems like you have an efficient double then. I mean,
Well,
you
but
need
once
to
we
have-
decided that he did have a take, once you cleared the 1 point, then, I decided that maybe it wasn't a double when you had the 2 points to clear.
That's
That was my thinking, kind of after the fact.
That's what that was my thinking, but I didn't know. Maybe.
Well, but no, we do know now that after you cleared that point,
Yeah.
that he had a take.
Yeah.
that
So
he
now
was-
that we
he
know
was
that, I think we know that,
17-point-some
yeah.
percent. And actually that was
Well-
our estimate. We estimated that he had about a 12% chance of hitting you, and about 5% racing chances, and he needed to be 16%. So
Yeah.
it's of course very easy to say this ex post facto and
Right.
after you've seen the analysis, but that was our.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were saying it before
we
seeing,
saw it.
yeah.
But was it right for me to clear the 8 point? I had a 5-2. I could have made my ace point and just kept those 2 points out there.
I
So
don't
I
remember
think,
discussing it.
again, assuming that you got to a double after clearing the 8 point, and
No, but
assuming
maybe
that,
it
and
was a double
assume-
pass before that.
Well, that's true. I mean, I'm
That's what
I'm just
you
thinking
didn't look
that
at that.
we didn't look at that, but I'm thinking that if it wasn't a double the first time, then you were right to clear it. So yeah, this is all contingent on certain assumptions, but
Yeah, it's not. I don't want to use the word clear too many times, but it's not clear to me that clearing that point
yeah,
is a positive.
yeah.
I'm not, because I'm clearing the wrong point. I'm not clearing I was hoping I could clear the back point and then I would double him and I could double him out. But maybe I'd lose my market that way. So, I don't know.
Anyway, congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Was it just the two of you here?
No, Alex was here.
Mostly
Okay.
Alex. I came in towards the end.
And is it all this has nothing to do with the game, any of this? It's
No,
people
he's
talking.
working. We've had a bad glare problem,
Oh, right.
and a lot of times, it was sometimes hard to see checkers, and it was also hard to see the dice. So he's working on that now.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
talked at
there
one
was
point
glare,
about
so some
roughing
black
up the
checkers
dice
looked
to make them easier to see, and I was thinking, that doesn't sound like you're supposed to be.
Well,
If you rough up the dice, you're probably taking away some of the precision.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's that's what do they like? When they want to load dice, don't they file one edge down or something like that? Or isn't that one of the techniques they use, like just to make one edge a little lighter than the rest?
Yeah, it'll have an effect.
Yeah.
And Art's going, wait a minute, people do that to dice? By the way, now, when you were talking about your book, I think everybody out there knows that Art is a mathematician. And
He's a mathematician.
a mathematician. And there was a fella named Lewis Carroll who wrote a book called Alice in Wonderland that was a big bestseller, much beloved, and he got to meet Queen Victoria. And she was a big fan of the book, and she said that she certainly hoped that he would dedicate his next book to her, and he obliged, and it happened that under his other name, Charles Dodgson, he was a mathematician, and his next book was called, I don't know, something like...
Theory of Determinants,
right.
or something like that.
and quit.
He did.
He dedicated it to her, and
Yeah.
then she didn't read it.
That's it.
The ungrateful bitch.
Okay, now Alex is about to tell you that you've earned a slice of pizza for it.
Let me see what's going on. Just carry on.
Yeah.
Do you want to put some of the black checkers out there so we can see if they are glaring?
I think
The
Alex.
white ones were the ones that were causing glare, but I'll put
Oh,
some black ones.
okay.
But the dice are more visible now.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, I wonder, it seems like when there are checkers, though, next to the dice, sometimes that causes the glare.
Yeah, these are all technical problems that I think should have been worked out about 47 years ago. And there are people who stream all the time too, who
I think
Kind
you
of
wanted to
reminds
go
me
with
of
this board because you
teaching
like
in
this
the
board.
classroom where I've used chalkboards.
Yeah.
And chalk and slate technology has been
Right.
around for hundreds of years,
Right.
and it can be as crappy now as it was decades ago. I think they would have had that worked out by now.
Were you one of the ones who squeak on the chalk though?
Not intentionally.
I mean, that's supposed to be one of the most
Grating.
Yeah, like if you do it with your nails, right?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be one of the worst sensations.
Now, when you were a kid, I think you're just young enough that maybe you've never experienced this, but Bob, did you ever see teachers throwing erasers at students?
No.
That was within their realm.
It was
Yeah.
definitely within their realm, yeah. I mean, can't really hurt a kid with an eraser.
Well, but now with, they had these hall pass pads that were about yay big and, about yay thick. And that was, a little more solid. And one time I started falling asleep, teacher sitting up on a stool, and I started falling asleep, and whap, right between the eyes, woke me up. The good thing was that he had hit the kid in front of me right between the eyes. He was aiming for me, but he hit Tom Billick, and, the noise woke me up.
The noise woke you up.
Oh, there you go. Two birds with one stone. Right?
Like, basically everybody was sleeping in the whole class, right?
That's right.
Yeah, like,
That's right.
You
Yeah,
could just throw an
you
eraser
only
anywhere and you'd hit somebody
You
who was
only
sleeping.
assumed it was only you that was sleeping. Right?
Well, that's true.
Teacher might have had perfect aim.
These belong to anybody?
Yours? Oh, I was going to say yours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll take it. Ah! You woke me up.
There you go.
Bob, we might stream your next match.
God forbid. God forbid.
Wait, he just he's against Alex.
Oh, I'm playing you?
No, other Alex. Alex Toth.
Who is Alex Toad? I don't know him.
Good player.
Oh, let's see who else is.
Alternatively, it would be Alan Tisch against the winner of David Wynn and Jack Edelson.
Or, well, keep scrolling. There's more.
That's it.
No, keep going the other way. Like,
Oh,
okay, so there's Dorn
Steve
and
Dorn,
Steve.
which are underway now.
Oh, okay.
That would actually be good. And since they're not being streamed now, we probably can't add them.
Yeah, well, both Steve's match first round and Dorn's match first round had 8 cubes.
Wow.
Steve won. He was 7 away. 4 away against. No, it wasn't even. What about 7 away, 9 away? Something. Anyway, he won an 8 cube when he was 7 away against Kit, and Dorn at 10 away, won a Gammon 8 game against me.
Mm-hmm.
And how about you? You didn't play in this.
No, I'm leaving town tomorrow night. So
That's right.
all I can do is play doubles, and if I win, then my partner has to play on without me. So, but at least I'll get to play doubles tonight. I love playing doubles. Now, interestingly, we've got 24 players in this jackpot, and then there's an evening jackpot that'll have about, I don't know, it's like 12 players. Now,
Is that only have 12, not 16?
maybe not. I don't think they're going to get to 16. Okay, let's even say they got to like 14 or so. You know, now 2 of the players in that round, say you had 14 players, would get buys, right? And they could play until they had like 1 or 2 players. But the question is, the people in this bigger bracket did not have the option of getting a buy. So how do you compensate the people who had the early bracket? And there's a way of doing that. You create a side pool, not side pool, but a portion of the total pool goes to the winners of this bracket. Let's say we come out with 3 finalists here, and maybe 1 finalist in the other bracket. You could, the question is, does one side owe the other side? Did one side have an easier draw than the other if it comes down to, say, 4 people? And then there are formulas, and Patrick Gibson and I have derived these
Nice.
that will decide what the fair amount is, so that you don't have to stress over the fact that one bracket had it easier than another. It's most obvious when you have a bracket of 16 and a bracket of 13, and the people in the bracket of 16 could rightfully complain that they didn't have the ability to get buys, where those people in the 13 did have an easier draw, and that's valid.
I remember I was in a Vegas final in the Super Jackpot one year. There were 24 players, and I forget if it was a $2,000 or $3,000 entry. So it was big money involved. And the final 3 were me, Knack, and Mike Corbett. So it's the final 3, and and I think the total prize pool after the rake worked out to I think it was $66,000.
Right.
So must have been $3,000 entry, and so there was $36,000, $18,000, and $12,000 was the way they were talking.
Splitting first, second, and third.
Right, and no, that can't be. Hey, whatever it was, maybe it must have been 24 and 18 and 12. So that must have been.
So split in.
So it must have been like a $60,000. No, $2,500. Anyway, whatever it was, So we had come up with we came up with a solution that was 100% equitable, but it was also 100% variance, and whatever we had come up with, we looked at each other, and at first it was like, well, that's 100% fair, and then all 3 of us looked at each other and said, nah, that's not.
I mean, almost anything is fair from the standpoint of you can say, we roll the dice, somebody gets a buy, and all of you had an equal chance of getting that buy, and so that's fair in the sense.
Yeah.
But it's not fair ex post facto. Is after this person who has the buy, that person with the buy definitely is in a better position. On the other hand, if you say whoever doesn't get the buy, we give a certain amount of payout to those people now.
Well, what we wound up doing
distribute
was
the
the
prize
person
money.
who won the buy paid $3,000 to each of the other 2.
And now by something of that nature, now everybody has the same expected value. The person who gets the buy has the same expected value as the 2 people who don't. That's how you want to do it. If you're going to have, you can do it one of 2 ways. Either the buyer pays the non-buyers, or the tournament pays the non-buyers, and it's a different formula depending on what you do. And either way, you can make it fair in that all three players will have the same expected value. Then the two non-buyers have to play each other, and the loser is
Yeah.
in bad shape, but that's.
Yeah, well,
But there are
it
ways to
turned
do
out,
it.
I think it still worked out that, that Mike wound up, even though he got to buy, I think he did wind up with less money than either of us because, he paid each of us $3,000. And then, Mac and I, we got to 18-14 Crawford, 19-point match. And, I was leading, and I'm looking around, like, where's Wilcox, where's Howard Ring? And, because I wanted to hedge. And,
You wanted to buy insurance.
I wanted to buy insurance, so I went to the bathroom, and because nobody was around, everybody had left the playing room, and I went to the bathroom, and Nat came in, and I said, you're about the only guy that I would, consider. I said, I was looking around for one of the other guys to try to get 5-1, and I said, so how about 5,000 versus 1,000, and Nat didn't know the match equities, and I told him the match equity, but he didn't want to do it. So we played, and it got to double match point.
Now you do the equities.
Right, and now, actually, no, it was, technically, it was 18-17, so I did have a free drop, but then again, it was Knack. So now we wanted to do the 5,000 even money. And so I did the 5,000, and we got to a position where, let me see here. Okay, he's got a 5-point board with an open 4-point, and he's got a man on his 10-point and 3 on my ace and 1 on the roof. You got that?
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So I have the 6 prime, and my spares are all back, and so multiple rolls where he keeps fanning, and I wind up rolling awkward, from what should be a nice position. So I had rolled a 6-5 to get to. My spares are like 1 on the 3 and the others on the 2, and I still have the bar point to clear. And he comes in with a 1-3, and I roll a 5-4, clear my bar point with 5-4, and he runs with a 6-5, and now I roll 6-5. He rolls 5-4, I fan. He rolls double 3s and closes me out.
Some games you never forget, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I got the 5,000 hedge. So I got, I think it was $12,000 for 3rd place, plus 3,000 from Mike, plus 5,000 from Knack, and and then Mike in the meantime wound up losing to Knack in the final. So.
Yep.
He left tonight, but he's gonna come back tomorrow or Saturday.
Okay.
I will introduce you.
So he regularly runs event.
Yeah.
In MMA.
Yeah. Same time like Remy. A lot of people young.
How many people?
Well, Jake, it's been a pleasure chatting with you. I'll
Yeah.
come back later.
Wednesday.
Okay.
So we have another training.
There's another one in Venice who does the same thing.
In Venice.
In Venice?
Yes,
Is he a gondolier?
Venice,
They
back
do
in-
have those.
Oh, not Italy.
No, here in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Like Venice Beach.
Yeah.
Oh, Art?
No.
Are you busy now?
No.
I have a couple of questions.
Let's talk.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of pizza.
That's one of the things I can say in Japanese.
When I I got laid off from a computer job back in the spring of 1973.
Was that yours?
The water?
Yeah.
No.
It was probably mine.
So I went back to school, and I needed some part-time work. So I went to work for Jake's Pizza. No relation, but that was the name, Jake's Pizza. That was a chain in Chicago area.
That would be a good matchup.
Yeah,
Let me see if they've started.
I think they have.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bob Wachtel and Alex Todd.
Okay.
Coming up, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right there.
All right.
I don't know if it's live or what. Hey, I have permission to be here, Jay.
Yeah, no.
Alex said so.
No doubt at all.
So what's the deal? Are we starting up soon?
We're waiting for a match between Bob Wachtel and Alex Toth.
Is this on YouTube or something?
Okay, yeah, Alex
yeah.
Is this live?
Alex just beat me. So
Okay.
he's a strong player. It ought to be a real good match. Bob's the favorite, but whatever.
But this is on
But
YouTube?
it's good.
Yeah, it's YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's YouTube. Yeah, it's streamed to you. So I'm gonna run and go to the bathroom and maybe I can find.
Okay. I'll be here.
Jesus
I'm
or
sedentary.
something like that. Yeah.
I'm Jake.
Who's it?
Jake.
Jake, I'm Stu. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Stu. Where are you from?
Sacramento.
Oh.
Is this it?
Are you in government there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just found the
Uh-huh.
link. This is my first tournament, so I'm taking it all in.
Mm-hmm. How did you find out about it?
How did I find out about it? Well, so back in January, I randomly stumbled across a old backgammon post on Facebook for the Sacramento Backgammon Club. And I said, hey, that looks cool. And then they said, oh, we meet once a month. And so I went to the tournament, and I had never played a cube in my life. And then I did okay. You know, I won like 2 matches, and then I lost to Mona. Naza was the one who took me out of that first tournament. And she said, you're pretty good. Like, here's, she gave me some pointers. And after that, I was like, they told me about USBGF. I said, that's great, cool. I'm going to sign on. And then I was hooked. And then, of course, the computer review and showing me what I could do better. And I'm a student, I can study that stuff, and I love it. And,
What do you study? You're a student.
Oh no, I'm not like a college student, but like I'm a student of the game.
Okay.
Any game theory, I love studying the game. So I've been a chess player and a poker player my whole life, and so backgammon I played casually as a family game, and it was always pretty good intuitively, but I wanted to like really sharpen my skills, and so the online stuff was great for that. And so I just took on all the online tournaments. I'm in every single one of them now on the OTS. I love it. So I get to play these guys like, Roberto Litzenberger and all those guys. And
Well, welcome to backgammon.
Yeah, I love it. And so I'm learning a lot. And I'm just trying to like really sharpen it. And of course, this is my first tournament. I said I'm going to try it out. I paid the flight. I live in Sacramento, so this was an easy trip. But I have a busy
You
life.
flew down, not driving down.
Yeah, I'm not driving. I flew.
Here you go.
But I got
Oh,
2
thank you.
small children, full-time job, a lot of work to do, a lot of work to catch up on. So doing this is a big sort of treat to myself in a way to have fun with it.
But how long, Sacramento's only about 200 miles, isn't it? Or
It's about an 8-hour drive from Sacramento.
8-hour drive?
Yeah, between 8 and 7, depending on traffic.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not that
I
close.
had no idea it was that far. Because
Yeah,
I
so-
thought I had driven up, years ago I took my family up to, whatchamacallit, Yosemite.
Yeah.
And,
Yosemite's 4 hours from Sacramento.
Oh, okay, that
That's
probably
far.
explains,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, because certainly Yosemite wasn't, I think it was more like 4 hours from LA, as I remember.
Yeah. That's right. What's your history with backgammon?
Oh, I was in a bar one night and trying to talk to the bartender, and it was busy. And so there was a guy. This was back when a lot of bars had backgammon boards, and 1979, yeah. And so there was this guy. His name was Ray. I found out down at the end of the bar. He apparently was a regular there, and he was importuning his friends. Hey, play some backgammon, hey, play some and they were all, no. We're at a bar having fun, and nobody wanted to play backgammon. Finally, one of them looked around, looked at me, and said, why don't you ask him? He looks like a backgammon player. And so, Ray looked at me, and I said, well, I don't know how to play, but, if you want to show me how it's done, I'll, sure, I'll play with you. So we played a couple games, and he said, why don't we play for drinks? Well, I figured, I don't mind buying the guy a drink or two, and, I knew that he wasn't a good player, because I'd seen good players.
I'll be able to see.
And it was near closing, and it turned out I won 3 Heinekens, which I collected one, and then, it was closing time. So the next week I was back
Social
there,
cleaning
and
among
you know,
primates.
again he showed up late. He wanted to play again,
So
and
they're
I
just
didn't even remember how to set up the
wandering
board.
around,
But we
ready to
played
start
again,
or something?
and then
Should
he
be
said, "You want to
starting
play for
shortly.
drinks?"
Yeah.
And I won 4 Heineken.
Okay.
And I thought, okay, now I know that this guy's going to want to keep playing, and I know that even though he's not a good player, he knows more than I do, and so I happened to know what the best book on the game was, and I knew where to find a
In
copy.
color.
Yeah, nice.
So I went to my buddy John, and I said, "You have that book by that guy Magriel," and I said, "Can I borrow that?" And so I got McGrill's book, and I read it twice that week. And so the next Friday, went in, and this time he wanted to play for dollars. And I beat him for, I don't know, $12 or something, and then the owner of the bar, who was a Greek guy and, you know, knew how to play, said, "Okay, you and I'll play," and he won back his money for him. So I went back and I told John, who was, you know, a good player, about this, and John started, he was my relief man at work, and so he started bringing the board up to work, and when it was slow, we'd play, and the next week we went in there, and then around closing time, George locked the bar, and I played Ray for dollars, and John played George for 5s, and somewhere around daylight, Ray quit me forever, and George quit John forever, and but by now I was hooked on.
That's good. That's fun. That's your hook.
Yeah, and then there used to be, we were going to a bar on Sunday nights called Butch McGuire's, and they had backgammon tournaments in the early mid '70s. But you know, the crowd had moved on, so we went to them. By now it's maybe September, so I've been playing about 2.5 months, and John and I went to him and said we'd like to start the backgammon tournament up again. And the bar donated cups, mugs, so it was no entry fee, and anybody who wanted to come in and and play, and on these terrible boards that had beer spilled on them for years, and they
little tiny dice, right?
no, these were okay size. Well, yeah,
It's like the beer puddle.
yeah, but yeah. So then a few months after that, they opened a backgammon club in Chicago.
Yeah.
And
Much better.
started started playing there.
Yeah,
and,
move on to Italy on that.
Just got more and more
Live.
involved.
The guy who
Looks
taught
much
me how to
better.
play was Greek.
Good, thank you.
So
Yeah.
When I was younger.
But Dan,
Yeah.
if you actually go there in that area, it's a little bit dark.
Spend like a month or two in Greece. And I
Did
was
you
like
move
in
the
this
spot
sleepy
by
little
chance?
village, there's no
I
TV.
took that off,
early,
and I moved the
early
table
80s.
further.
And as a little kid,
I
he
don't
taught
think
me
the
how to
spot
play
was the
tabla.
problem. I think it was
You know,
these
tabla?
lights
Yeah.
that were a problem.
I
So
moved
he taught me how
it.
to play tabla, and that was what
But
I
there's a
called it my
spot
whole
back
life.
there also that you
And,
could
only
move, so
a little
there's
later
plenty
on
of
did I
that.
realize it was called backgammon.
Oh,
It was
would that be
tabla
helpful?
first, and then I
Probably,
play all
when
these
we
old
try,
guys
just to
who
see.
were-
Yeah, it's you.
If I can reach
I
it.
put
There
it
was
on the
great
table.
matches where I played
You
someone
stand
in
on
the
a chair.
80s, and I was like 9, and we were playing together, and sometimes I'd frustrate them, and they'd get pissed off, but it was a lot of fun, because they were drinking like Uzo
Oh.
and Cipro, which is like, moonshine, and so they're just wasted. I'm a little kid, they're like blowing smoke in my face and stuff, and that was like memories of my childhood, was just playing these like really just eccentric old Greek fishermen in little tavernas off of the Greek coast and stuff.
Cool.
So they taught me how to like swear in Greek and stuff, fun stuff.
Yeah, I know a choice expression or two.
Yeah. Like they go, "Elam."
I misu.
All right,
I
looks
shouldn't
like
say it live.
we're getting ready to start. So this is the third round Masters jackpot between Bob Wachtel and Alex Toth. So there are 6 players in this round. So 2, 4, 6. So what they do is they give someone an anti-buy, or one person gets a buy.
Well, Art was talking. He didn't go into the formula, but I guess that they probably won't have 16 players tonight. So people will
there's
get a
gonna be a
chance
late
for
one.
buys.
Oh, I
so,
see, buybacks. Okay.
And so anyway, he said that he'd worked out an equitable formula for dealing with that, which would involve compensation to the players that played this afternoon, and didn't have buys. But how that will all work, we'll only know after we know how many people played.
Okay, so very good. We've got Bob Wachtel playing the black checkers at the top. Alex Toth playing the white checkers at the bottom. Thank you to the viewers. I see their feedback. They say it looks a little better. I moved the table so there's less of a glare. It's my pleasure to be joined by my two good friends, Jake Jacobs to my right and Marty Storer to my left. Two legends. For those that follow Backgammon, they need no introduction. It's always very insightful to hear their commentary. So welcome and thank you for joining.
So I got a grudge against both Bob and Alex because Bob beat me in the Backgammon Masters Warring Body tournament yesterday, and
Oh, yeah?
Alex beat me in the second round of the Masters just now. So they're both fine players.
So now 6-2 for white. You're going to bring one down with the 6.
So let's see.
He could
I'm
step up with the
confused.
2.
So
and-
we're talking to the live screen now, or
Yeah,
what are we
that's
doing?
what
Okay.
we're looking at.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So that's the 6.
So we had a 6-2. So
I think I would step up to the 22 so you can both see daylight.
He
and-
could actually play 24 to 16 as well to help
Right.
freeze the builders on the 10 point.
Yeah, maybe.
I
Looks brighter.
was
Yeah.
thinking about that.
Try one more here.
Thank you, Dan.
And
Thank you.
so,
So he doubled from here.
so Bob doubled this one, yeah. So,
Okay. This is an 11-point match.
So that was a reasonable double, of course.
So 4-1. I mean, it might be reasonable to cover and split the triple split in the back. Well, there are a lot in the zone, but you have a 3-point board.
Yeah.
Or you
it's-
could
it's
just make
not-
the
it's
7.
not- It's not too bad to triple split. He's
Or
thinking. He's
big
thinking,
split.
He's thinking of up to the 20 and 8 to 7 probably. I'm not so sure.
Yeah,
about that.
I don't know because that's like putting the checker where exactly where he wants to put it, where he wants the next point he wants to make, right?
Right, but he retains the anchors.
Right,
He can
right.
run- He can run away if he's lucky enough to roll 4 or 6. And he might have a tough choice as to whether to make the 20, give up the 23 and make the 20. But he says, "Oh, I can't move from the 20, so I'll just." He could have made the 3-point, but he likes the structure better. When in doubt, make a nice structure.
So now
And
it's
meanwhile, it looks like shot time in the city.
Yeah, feeding time at the shot zoo.
I think I just bring 2 down,
2
duplicate
down?
4s.
Yeah.
I think so too, because
Minimal shots.
It's fewer shots, etc. It improves nicely if you're missed, and then if you're hit with a 6-1, then you've got some targets on your side of the board. So I believe Bob's going to find it. I mean, besides hitting, he might be looking at slot the 3 and 1 point. So I doubt he's going to. I think he's going to say he's probably thinking, well, if I break the midpoint and then get hit, I'm not controlling the outfield. But you know, he's this backgammon full of tough problems.
You think hitting is reasonable?
I do not. I would not.
Yeah. Guess your next goal as black is to clear the midpoint, and he can do that now.
Yeah, you can. Right. It's like and you have put another builder on your 8 point. You know, I mean, you put
Right.
you put a spare on your 8 point, which
Right.
is valuable. That's why it improves so much better if you're missed. You know, you've got all these builders. You know, you have, 5 active builders for the 5 point, and you have maybe a few more numbers to make your 3.
Yeah, I'm really a little surprised he's taking this long on it because while there are various plays, it does seem like you can quickly look at them and think, well, that can't be better.
Well, looking at the player cam, he might have fallen asleep. No, he's awake. He's awake. He moved.
Yeah, he's probably just taking his time making sure.
All right, 6-3. So that's not cocked.
I think he's got to get out of there with 6.
Yeah, I call that an avalanche of checkers, even though they're black. They're just like waiting to pound on the 5 point, right?
A swarm of.
Yeah, I mean,
Swarm of
he could make the
assassins.
5 point, leaving the straggler on the 2, but
Oh,
I
you-
don't
Oh,
think that's
yeah.
the right idea.
No.
I would say, all right, you know, the thing is that that black has got a gap on the 3 point.
Right.
So even if he makes the 5 immediately, which not all the numbers do, is, you know, it's a bunch of sixes,
Sixes and one.
make the 3, which is good. The 3 point might even be better to make than the 5 point at this moment. Like that.
Like that. So that's gonna make.
But there, you know, the 3 point is a worse gap, would have been a worse gap than the 5 point. for
Right,
black.
the higher the gap, the easier it is to bring things home,
Yes.
usually.
That's right. And if you have a gap right in front of the low anchor, that's usually a big
More
weakness.
problematic. Okay, so now double 4. You don't need to make a prime here. Like that. Trying to save gammons, or does he want to make the 3 point?
He could make the 9 and just go to the 6. That's still, or he could do this. He could say, all right, I'm gonna have a board, and then I'll make my prime later.
Speaking of making one's prime, so Bob has the
there's a-
6 prime.
Yep. And Alan says, all right, I'm gonna compromise between making a board and saving the gammon. It's probably not much of a difference either way in that strategy. So I think 7 to 3 minimizes blot numbers versus, or does it? Is that legal?
No, he just played 2 3s.
Oh, and now Alan didn't see it. I mean, I think he would have preferred to play, to have a check around the 6 point, because that would be an additional spin of
Yeah.
5. Now he says, all right, I'm going to not break my prime. I'm going to pay off to 6-5 blot number, but I'm not letting him out of there. And now I'm not going to pay off to anything. I'm simply going to break through the 8 point. So if he gets out with a 6, which he'd be forced to do, then he's attackable. And he's got more landing spots for the 7 point check. And he's thinking about it. But I think
Yeah, he could hold the prime one more time, but I certainly wouldn't do that, stripping
Yeah, I
myself
mean,
down.
he can hold the prime one more time.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
but he doesn't give him a 6 out this way. And if he rolls a 6 of his own, he's going to have to start dumping. Now he would have been gone, and under the gun of 5 builders. A 6-1 is the blot number. That's about it. 6-5 is trouble, slight trouble. And 6s don't play, right?
Yeah.
For Alan. Oh, for Alex, not Alex. Alex Toth, yeah. So, and now there's a blot, right? So.
Something like a shot
Sometimes
rang out.
sometimes, yes, there's a shot, yeah, direct shot. So he's okay, do I leave 2 more shots and.
Of course, he would have been leaving a shot the other way.
Not sure, no, he
No,
would.
it's 6-5, 6-5.
He would have actually, you mean he had a 6-5 after he came out?
This is, I'm saying if, right, he would have come out.
I mean,
so,
yeah, right, would have, could have, the 6-2 would have forced him to go, and I don't know if he rolled 6-5 next or not, but there were some block numbers, 6-5, 6-5 and 6-6 were block numbers the other way, but, and he might have been just trying to save blot numbers.
All right, so do you leave the 2 extra numbers here, or do you cover the ace point? I think you cover the ace.
I think you cover the ace because he has to weaken if he misses the shot like this. And so you can leave fewer hitting numbers because if you're missed, he's got to weaken his position. And now he can just play safe. And Bob probably thought, why leave 2 extra numbers in a position like that where Alex Toth might have to leave.
All right, so now there's some numbers. 3-1 is one of the numbers.
2 of them.
One of the good numbers. 4-2, okay.
I'll admit the obvious.
Small number of gammons. got to play to the ace point, yeah. Because he
Yep.
rolls a double 6,
Yep. Or
5, yeah.
Or 5. Oh, he says, I'm gonna go for those.
Go for the
A
gammon.
few extra gammons, because White's board is so weak. Comparatively weak, for a backward 4-point board, he says I can, the risk is not so great.
So when we're talking about match play, and you're an expert obviously on match play, Marty, you have to play pretty differently sometimes when you're playing a match versus a money game. And Michi is going to give a seminar on doubling in a 5-point match. And of course, it's the same idea as doubling in a longer match. You have to think about different things when you're doubling.
Yeah, because the scores near the end of the match, in particular, require different treatment. Because if you win 2 points and get to the Crawford game, that's an important factor, right? It's not just every point is the same as any other point, almost like a very early in a long match.
Right.
So a 5-point match, 5-point matches occur at the end of 11-point matches. We'll have the final 6 points of and et cetera. So people have written about the 5-point match. Kit Woolsey wrote an article long ago, and he wrote a book called How to Play Tournament Backgammon. He dealt with different match scores, and also Nick Glazier wrote a book called Understanding Match,
Adjusting to Match
Adjusting to Match Play versus Money Games.
And Dirk?
Yep. Dirk Schiemann from Germany wrote a book. He's coming out with a.
It's out.
It is out.
I proofread it, yeah.
And what is the name of the book again?
The topic is hitting, and it's called To Hit or Not to Hit.
Okay.
But his first book was The Theory of Backgammon, where he discusses that. Yeah, it's very good. Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you to Dan Minardi. But yeah, sometimes it's a beaver for money, but a pass in a match.
Yeah. Because in some match scores, owning the cube has no value.
Right.
If you have 2 points to go and you have a 2 cube, you can't. It doesn't matter. You can't win by doubling. Game goes to the end.
That's called a dead cube, or killing the cubes, and you kill the gammons.
Yeah. Such is the. Yeah. So Michi will discuss things like that in his book, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I would like to see when Michi comes out with it and all this stuff. He's going to give a seminar on the.
I was talking to him about it last night, and he says he still has a lot of work to do on the book, but he's written one already in Japanese like 20 years ago. But he's kind of.
Oh, he's written several books.
Yeah, well, he's written but this one was in Japanese, so yeah, he signed. I don't know if you heard the story. Last time I was here, I was driving home and I saw this restaurant called Michi's Japanese Kitchen. So I told him I'm going to take him there. So we took a taxi there last night. We got there and it was closed for business. And so we took a picture, drove back, and had dinner at the hotel.
Yeah. So now this is interesting.
He's watching the match.
Bob is considering doubling the 2 based on the strength of his. Broken 5-point prime, but with 2 checkers back, and not a lot of spares to improve that 2-point prime, and with Alex Toth's back checker putting direct pressure on the stripped 8 and 7 points. Bob Wachtel says, despite a few jokers, I have a few good parlays.
Yeah, it was only 4-pip difference. So
it's a close race, and Alex owns his own 5-point, which is a big asset against two back checkers. So now this is a poor 4-2. Bob just watched 2 builders from his midpoint rather than make his 4-point and leave
a direct shot right
out.
So he's going to make the 10-point and then I think just drop behind.
Yeah, he could. There's a very pure aggressive player might slot
Slotting,
4-point, but then that's a little scary. And Alan says, I don't even need the 10-point. I'm just going to play safe. Alex, I keep because. And Bob says, I'm not going to double this either.
So you stay on the anchor.
Perhaps.
The 5 and the 8, maybe.
You could. Now, this might be a good opportunity to slot the 4 point, because then you might have a powerful cube if you are missed.
Uh-huh,
Duplicated
yeah.
twos.
Yeah.
But it's risky as well. You do not want to be hit. But if you sort of play safe, 9 to 8 is reasonable. It's less risky immediately.
If he does slot the 4 point, the 2s and 5s that are good on one side are not good on the other side.
Yeah, so Bob just assesses the risk is too
Yeah.
much, right? And there was a duplication of 2s to make the to make the 4 pointer to hit. So this is not a bad position for Bob at all. He might make the 4 point naturally, or he might attack and then escape. And now he's going to be sending a cube unless Alex does something really strong. I believe he's going to double.
Does he have enough to take?
No
It
matter
doesn't
how
look like it.
No matter how he plays. So it's, yeah, well, Bob's going to give him that problem.
He doesn't even pick up the dice.
Well, Kit Woolsey said, yeah, I mean, it doesn't, yeah, I mean, some people pick it up and some people sometimes pick it up, and Bob is looking
So
at
he's
the
got
score
4s and
sheet.
6s to come out.
Right.
Right.
And he can handle 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1.
Even 5-5, you know.
Yeah.
You can point on head and make an escape later. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough position. And I'd be inclined to pass.
Oh, there's a baffle box shadow. Yeah.
Be inclined to pass, but wasn't 100% in my mind. Still not 100% in my so-called mind. Okay, opening 3-1 for Bob. Now Bob's ahead of Alex 3-0 to 11. And now Bob is going to be inclined to split. Usually right to, if you go, you make a point, opponent makes a point, and then you roll something, you're usually inclined to split rather than build. There are exceptions, but you know, this is the sort of the standard thing. And this is not a foregone conclusion with that 4-2. I would have been a little bit hesitant to do it, but I might still be right. Now, this is the kind of thing supposedly good players like me should memorize, but clearly I haven't done it. So now, right or wrong.
Good 5s from the bar.
Right or wrong.
That's pretty good 5.
Alex paid the price of his aggressive 4-2. And now Bob is going to hit. And
Double
now Bob's
5.
Bob's
Okay.
going to spin this cube, I believe, even though he's got a match lead. There's still plenty of points to go, and he's even away a score, 8 points.
8 away, that's a good score to.
8 away is good. So I would just double this and see if he wants to take it. He might take it. He's got a but he's got a sort of undeveloped position up front is the trouble. So he's going to go through some pain. I mean, yes, he might make a double anchor. He might get hit loose and hit back and be in the game, but it's still pretty scary. You know?
Looks like it's a comfortable take. 68% wins,
Yep.
28% gammons.
Yeah,
that's
but
the thing. A double gammon at 8
and-
away is good.
And the score,
Yeah.
the score is still going to bias bias of Alex to taking, and Alex is not afraid.
Look, he did take. He
I
took.
know he's not afraid to take it. He showed that against me. And now Bob says, now I'm going to just attack. And
Okay, that was a big roll.
he's very happy that he took the cube. And now Bob says, well,
Anchor
shall
on the
I,
17.
with only 8 in the attack zone, shall I hit loose? He says, no, I'm going to make the 17 anchor, and at least I have a lead in the race.
So now he's going to make that 21, and then 24 to 22.
Not sure what the deuce. Not sure.
I mean, he can actually
He can
consider.
come down to the 11.
He can consider making the 5 point.
He can even he consider making the 5 point because he's because
So far behind. Anyway.
Bob has only 8 checkers aiming his inner board
Right.
directly, but because Alex owns the cube, he might be thinking, oh, I can sit on my cube ownership and I don't have to make big plays at all if I don't want to. But it was a serious consideration whether to make that 5 point.
All right, this is a little awkward.
It's rather awkward. So he says, I'm not going to stack on the 3 point. I'm just going to keep all my checkers on the 8 point in play for making the bar and putting spares on the 5 and 6. And that's what I would have done as well.
So 3-2, you come out?
I do
At
believe,
least
but there's
there.
a couple of ways to do so. Now, I think I would just come
All the way.
23, 21.
Oh, okay.
But there was a good argument for
Another double
Oh
flush.
dear.
Okay, so that's
He must not have played it right last time.
so he's moving a lot of freight. I will say that.
He can't even feed.
A herd of snowflakes.
Right. He can't fit 4 checkers in his little hands.
And he says, well, do I want
It's
to?
an avalanche of snowflakes.
Right, there we go.
They're black snowflakes.
That's
A blizzard of snowflakes.
A blizzard.
That's because of all the coal dust in the air back in Industrial Revolution England time.
I see.
The butterflies and the natural selection business, right? They evolved to be black because they would be camouflaging the birds with all the
I
coal
see.
dust.
The black butterflies.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. That's right. So now Bob says, shall I
Well, it's
preserve
gonna be
some
like
spares?
that. Yeah.
Or shall I not? Now this is it's good to preserve spares in a position like this. So I think I would opt for this ugly looking play of making the 1 point, realizing that it's really, really ugly to put 6 on the 3 point and have stripped 6, 8, and 5, 6, and 8 points.
Jake, which play would hurt Malcolm Davis's eyes more?
Probably stacking the 6. So
Stacking the 3?
I mean, yeah, stacking 6 men on the 3.
Yeah.
But an interesting question now is what happens with the cube? Should he have been thinking at this point? Sometimes, when things get ugly enough, and this is pretty ugly, given the score, I don't think he's got a cube yet, but I think he's got to think already.
Yeah, so he might have been thinking very quickly, or I don't know what, inaccurately, because I don't think I would have doubled, because I would think of market loser variations are rather few, because Bob's got a stronger inner board.
No, he
He's
could-
got some flexibility with the spares on his 8, which might be key, and he can move his back checker.
Yeah. Now he's got plays here. He could make the ace. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I like this, although he also could have just brought a builder around.
What
I
was
think
it,
this is best.
6-5?
Correct.
6-5.
6-5.
So he played 18-13, and he brought out from the.
So
Yeah,
now
I
it's
think this
6-3
was the
is-
best of the.
Now do you start thinking about a key? In these politically correct times, do we have a different term for ugly?
Yes, cosmetically challenged.
Cosmetically challenged. Very good.
I think you just play 15 to 10 here, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not breaking the 21 anchor. So 15 to 10 suggests itself. That's what I can't see a reason not to do that.
Again with a 6-3.
Yeah.
6-3.
So,
He wants to tickle him, but unfortunately 6-3 doesn't reach.
Tickle him, yeah.
yeah, no, I mean,
Now what?
He makes the. I still don't double because the building power is lacking, and Black is ahead of the race, and there's a lot of game left. A market loser might be like 5-1, making a 5 point, and I don't know, 5
Right.
5-4 or something.
There's also like at 11 away, 8 away.
But it's not that big a market loss.
Yeah,
probably,
11
so.
away, 8 away is a little bit different. Say the score was 16 away, 8 away. Now you can double pretty aggressively because you double to 4. It's going to be very hard for him to redouble back to 8 because then you redouble to 16 automatically. But this is not the case.
Not yet. No, we might see it later.
There's the 5-4.
So this
the
is
5
so he
is
could
forced.
he could
Oh.
try like 24-20, pick up the dice, but I think maybe
It's
maybe
completely forced.
maybe he would be called on that. Yeah, it's forced. 17
But
days.
he's thinking about it.
So he wants to make sure it's really forced.
So there's 4s, 3s, 5s.
2s.
Yeah, now is
Twos.
No,
this,
two is not
this,
threes, yeah.
Twos,
is
not
this a
threes.
pass, right? Now, I'm not so sure it is. Is it a double and is it a pass, you know, because there's a lot going on. So he's gonna throw it to 4 and see what Bob wants to do, because it's a little bit scary. So it's a reasonable decision to redouble. I mean, he could lose his market quickly. And Bob just says, oh no, I'm not gonna get Gammon for 8, or, you know, but I'm not sure what the robot's gonna say. I wouldn't be
Very
surprised
big
either
pass.
way. Oh, it's a huge pass, right? So Bob knew
But
that.
it's not too good.
No, it wasn't on the 11. It was on the 10. These 2 checkers are on the 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still probably.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be big, but
Oh,
not,
but it's not
not
as-
as big. Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's less. So this is a market loss, but not massive, right? But it's pretty big. But I bet beforehand it was not a double.
All right, here you don't hit. You make the 8. You make the 7 and 5.
Yes.
With the 3-1, you would hit.
With a double 1 after a 4-1 slot, you would hit as well. Sort of a
4-1, you would hit.
Well, if my opponent opened with a 4-1 and went 13-9, 6-5, and I rolled double 1, it's standard to hit.
Oh, really?
Hit on the 20 because you're versus the case after 2-1 slot, your opponent has got 6s returning back at you if you hit, instead of 4s
Right,
returning
right.
back at you. And with the checker on the builder on the 9 point instead of the 11 point, there are more good numbers for the player slotted, so you have more incentive to destroy
Look at
the
that.
slot. That's a very short answer, I know. So where are we?
Okay, he can make the bar, he can make the 4 point, and I think you make the bar here.
I'm not at all sure of that. When in doubt, I make the 4 because you still have a lot of builders for the
Right.
7.
Yeah.
You would have
Yeah.
fewer builders for the 4 the other way, and you would have a nice
Distribution to
if
make
you're
the next
hit
one.
immediately. Bob has only got 2 points made at his board, and he doesn't have his 8 point made yet.
I
This is a
think
better
I s-
structure, but I think I would have gone for the 4 point.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that-
I've changed my mind on that.
Yeah, I think I do this for Bob.
It's hard. Yeah, me too. It's hard to improve from here for white.
All right, now he's going to bring one down and probably split the back checkers.
Yep. Yeah, no question. Yeah, you can't just sit back and be afraid of being attacked on the low points like that. So this is Bob's 6-1. Now he probably should
Run the front.
go to the 15 point rather
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
16-8, because there's a big duplication of threes. in
Threes,
both-
right?
there's
On
three-
both sides of the board.
Both sides of the board to advance a back checker, the 21 point, and also to make the 4 point and also the hit.
Yeah. So
Instead
now,
of 4s, he's got 4s and 3, he's got 4s,
3s and 2s, yeah.
4s, so you can make the point, and that was a what, a 5-4, okay?
It was a
so-
5-4.
Yeah, so that was a sort of a duplication.
Now 5-1. Come down with the 5.
Now I'm inclined to go 7-6, but, because I wanna keep out of the way of, so you go 10-9, you give them an extra 2 numbers to hit. Okay, if you go 24-23, eat the free. If you move your back checker up to put pressure on the white stripped 8 point, then you risk being attacked there. You don't have to go into 3 builders. And if you stay back and you play 7-6, minimizing shots, you might lose out on something like a 4-2, making the 4 point. You're not at the edge of the prime, but you're gaining on everything else.
Besides, this just looks better.
Yeah, well, you have an extra active builder, and now Alex is gonna advance both back checkers, I think, just for lack of anything else. If he plays 1 up to the 22 point, then where's his 3? He does not want to play something like 13-10, although it's a possibility. Certainly doesn't want to play 6-3. So I guess for me, the choice is between 13, 10, 23, 22, and moving both back checkers up. Saying, okay, if you attack me on one point, I could make the other point, or maybe I could have an indirect return shot at something you pointed on me with. So it's a tough choice for me. I'm starting to think maybe breaking the midpoint is reasonable, but I'm not sure what Alex is going to do.
I would move the back checkers up, but
I'm fine with either play, but that's not to say that they're equal. I mean, one might be way better than the other. And I'm not going to mess with the screen and try to look at the XG in the background of the laptop here.
Is it possible to break in the 8 points?
And he could, yeah, that's right. Chris Trencher says, can you play 8 to 5, 23, 22? And yeah, maybe. I was thinking 13, 10, 23, 22 is another possibility. But the thing is now,
I almost said only beginners would consider breaking the 8 point, but
No.
I'm not saying it's right. I just certainly don't think it's crazy, though.
No, it's not. Nothing. I mean, so that's why I
nice shot.
I wish he had 10. He had 10 returns over there. But Bob sort of very quickly said, "Oh, I'll pay off to the 10 because he has 9 to stay on the bar." And now the cube is still in the middle.
So we sit down for a
I do not think Alex
we've got Chris Trencher joining us.
Hi, everybody.
And while I was just giving him shtick a second ago, he's certainly no beginner.
Oh.
Depends on the position. But yeah, that 3-1 was a very interesting play. I think I would have made Alex's play precisely to capitalize on the scenario, the variation that we saw in very similar ones. Where you can
which
the 3-1 where if you're pointed on the 4 or the 3, you've got a choice of making the other anchor, and when he in that situation, when he broke the strip 7 to make one of them, then you've got some returns. This is basically the best this position.
Standard maneuver.
Yeah, this is pretty much the best this position could have evolved over the last 2 rolls since then for Alex.
Yeah, Alex is
Okay,
really
now this
happy
is not
with
a
this.
easy play either. This 3-1.
No, I'm inclined to do this, to hit it, keep the back checkers diversified and gain a tempo, and maybe he'll fan like that, and then I've gained a lot.
Great
And
shot.
there's a 6.
Cover in advance is best cause of numbers here.
And there's the 2. And there's all 3s. Oh my God. That's what he did to me. He beat me just the same way. Lucky. Oh, sorry. No, just I'm just making all that up.
I had a friend in school. He had this voice that he would use to make impressions, and no matter who he was impersonating, it would be the same voice. Now.
I wasn't impersonating anybody but my id. Yeah, that was could have considered doubling from the roof there. 13 great numbers and a bunch of 1s that were playable. Bad if you
It's
fan.
tough to do it though, because
It's-
if you fan, you're looking at with another blot outside. You're looking at Gammon and 3 cubes for the match, and it was one of those.
I mean, so you still would have had to cover the 3-point. You only had 25 numbers to cover 3-point, whatever. But
Does it feel it's too good?
But it might be too good now.
This is clearly too good for White.
Yeah, I should run, I believe. He said, well, but does he pay off? I don't think he pays off. He just plays safely, and now he's.
You're not going to win enough gammons here to give
No,
yourself any direct paths of losing control of the position.
Exactly, and this is still too good, I believe.
Yeah.
No matter what.
What's the worst?
Bob
Does he have anything?
Bob
that
does,
6-5 leaves
the,
a shot.
The worst that
Six-
could happen is he regains his market by a little bit. So,
5, 3, 5, 2, 5.
but meanwhile, you know, Bob's got to find a 6, and all of them are destructive. He's played a 2, and he has a 6 to go, and he says, "Sure, when will I get doubled out? With what probability will I get doubled out?"
The only white number that force leaves a shot is 6-5, and 4-2 would leave a few fly shots. Other than that, he can play quietly.
Yeah.
So
3-1.
I think I would just do this actually, because it's really hard for Bob to find constructive alternatives. And I probably
make
just
it
has to,
23, no?
the guys will come out. Well,
it's gonna
unfortunately,
come
the five stinks, so he's just gonna put a spare into play 2-1 and come out and hope he gets doubled out, maybe. Although I'm not even sure the right decision, but I would still play on, because
if you do miss the blot, you'll bring the spare inside, and then even if he rolls a 6, it'll be a big pass at that point.
Yeah, it's not like he's regaining his market very much. He could, the only way he could do it maybe is if he hits loose and then gets hit back. Maybe, and even then it would be tough, and if he regains it, it's not much. But now Alice says I'm gonna cash. Chris and I disagree with that. But
Yeah, I would play on here. I was going through the numbers, and you know, there's just not.
I think that's a small error, not a big deal. Just not enough gammons with him anchored up there.
Okay, there's now 3 apiece. What's the match equity for that score? And Bob's going to slot. And Alex is going to split. You can't just try to play catch up and bring in builder, and it's too risky to slot your 4-point in return for, you might make your 4-point if you get missed, but in the meantime you might get hit covered. If you're going to slot anything in response to that 2-1 slot your 5-point. And you want,
So you're going to play 11-5 to start with, and then the question is the last one. And I like bringing it down here because you've got the early momentum, and you're pretty much only exposing that guy to 6-2 incrementally.
What he's looking at, I think, is making the 4 and hitting twice.
He could do that.
Making the 4 and hitting twice is definitely play. Splitting is fine though, because you're giving a few good numbers that wouldn't be good otherwise, but you have a better board, and the builder on the 11-point, okay, it's nice, but it still is against split back checkers, so your priming power of the short run is a little bit compromised by that fact, even though you're not leaving, you're leaving few numbers, and 6-4 would be duplicated, with Bob's double 2 before. And now a deuce, I'm going to run all the way, I guess, And now I think it's just going to head and come to the 16-point. Minimize shots.
I would come out to the bar, try and make it.
No, not really. I want to. I do not want to.
6-4.
I knew he'd roll 6-4. No, so it's all right. This is such an easy take that I'm not going to double. I'm going to make the 5-point, and Bob's going to fan, and then I wish I would have doubled. No, just kidding. So you got to come in on the 3-4. He can't, he's got to fight the priming equity of Alex by keeping his back checkers split. He's only got 9 in the zone because the checker on the 11 does not count. It's not bearing on an unmade inner board point directly, not within 6. So Alex says, all right, I'm going to double you anyway because I've got a big edge here. And Bob says, well, I know enough that I can play this. I usually going to make the bar point rather than hit loose, I think. All those numbers that hit back are a huge swing. bar point makes a 5 twin primes have a lot of lasting value. And Alex likes to prime. He successfully primed me in many a position in the last match we played. So I'm predicting he goes with his inclination to prime and makes his bar point.
Where is Alex from? I don't know him.
Seattle, I asked him.
Okay.
Yeah, he's relatively young. You can look at him and see him. He's, you know. So Alex did make the bar point, and Bob could only respond with a 5-3, which was not a hitting 4, an escaping 6, or an anchoring 2. And now Alex has got a tough choice. He could play safe and sit on his racing lead.
I would play
129. A big racing lead over.
I would play safe.
I would also play safe because
you only really have 5s to cover. In addition to the 3s, you're giving him 1-4, 2-4, and 2-2.
Yeah, and
2-2's
right,
pretty much a joker.
And against that, Bob Wachtel's position has been awkward. You know, you can't just assume he's going to do something great. He doesn't have that many great numbers. A 2x is not, you know, let's say, like anchoring 2-6 leaves a direct shot, for example, or anchoring 2-5 doesn't improve your position much. This is a really good number for Bob because he brings a builder and anchors. And now, what's the choice here? No, so he could have played 24, 23 to put pressure on the 8-point builders of Bob. So that after a roll like this 6-4, he would have had a direct shot from the 23 point. He could also just step all the way up to the 21 point, which would have said, okay, do your worst. You're not a favorite to point on me.
And then would have gotten pointed on.
I would have probably chosen to step up to the 23 point over the board and go 13 to 11. But these are tough little technical plays. Sometimes they can matter quite a bit.
There's a lot of variations where Alex doesn't get out. Bob rolls a 6x next time, or even just a soft 6.
So you're saying maybe 13-11 for
No, I would play this play because there's a lot of if Alex doesn't get out here, there's a lot of variations where Bob rolls a 6x or just a soft 6. He slots the bar, and if Alex doesn't hit him on the following roll, Bob will possibly have a recube. Just because at that point he would have sufficient threat to counter prime and with better timing.
Yeah, so you're saying it was probably too risky to leave.
To bring two down.
Seven shots at the outfield. Yeah. And, you know, and also Bob is sitting on a 22 anchor game. It's not great, but it's by no means a losing proposition. You can win this game for the 22 anchor. And what is the race? 77, 97 for white, and it's obviously hugely bad. 93, 104, 112, or 113. 41, 47, 49, 57, 68, and 44, 112. Yeah. So it's a racing lead, but it's not like the worst racing deficit I wrote a race deficit for Bob Wachtel. So he could, you know, this play doesn't matter all that much.
I wouldn't leave a shot here. I would play 5-2 or 4-1.
Whose is this? This is Alex's 2-1.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave a shot.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Bob's 2-1.
I would just play 4-1.
I would just play 4-1. Yeah, me too. 5-2 is reasonable. 4-1, so it says, all right, I want to plan my board in case I get hit with an indirect shot next turn. Yeah.
Well, also you want the board made because if Bob gets closer, as figures to happen here, you break the 10 point, put 2 more builders on the top, and then you're in a position to point on him if he goes.
Yeah, so
now he's stuck to play 10-6 and leave one fly shot, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, with the blot on the ace point as a return, I think I agree with that. Because you pay off the 17-1 shot, 6-1 roll, but in return you've got a really nice spare position of spares, and that's important, bearing in, if you put your spares in an awkward position, you sometimes suffer, not only in the fact you might leave shots later, but you might have an awkward bear end, and even if you don't get hit later, you'll bear off more slowly. Danny Klein called that holding game equity of the third kind. You can win some extra races. So you gotta play safe. Yeah. No hitting allowed. Even if he hits and gets missed, he's got a bunch of high numbers, or he'd have to leave the big rook shot again. Yeah. No thought. He's trying to assess his racing chances and all that stuff. What if he rolls double boxcars now? Or even single boxcars? He would be unhappy if that variation occurred, or double 5 or something. But any 3 is more likely something to lose the race. Oh gosh. So where did Alex go?
Where did Alex go? Don't know.
He was eating pizza before. Maybe, I don't know what he did. Maybe he's playing a match or something. And Bob says, so when in battle position like this, just stay.
Yeah, of course. Another 4.
More hold the game equity, the third kind. I guess you're going to have to play safe again.
Are you breaking the 6-1 here? I don't think so. Maybe. Is the race gone close enough?
I'm inclined.
Breaking the 6 points.
To break the 6 point.
Breaking the 6 points, the clearly better racing play.
That's what I was thinking.
And White's lead is not so great now.
Right. So I don't like this actually. I like break this one a little better. Because now it's just a little bit wasteful for the race. It's safer, but it's not. Some of the safety comes at the price of dumping more checkers low.
It's 72 to 53. Robbie's got the 3 guys there.
Well, yeah, right. And now Bob says, "All right, I will keep my board." And he says, "I'll roll 6-5," and this would have been similar, right? Yeah. In this variation. And now Bob says, "I'm going to probably just break I'm going to break this, and I'm going to lead next time, and go for the race if I have to." And meanwhile...
Well, that's Joe Russell. He's trying to interrupt them.
Okay. Why is he...
He's successfully interrupting them. He didn't just try, he did it.
That's good.
Oh, he's probably just saying, I don't know, what capacity was that Joe Russell interrupting those players in the middle of their match? It was probably perfectly legitimate. And now here we go. He says, shall I take a checker off or shall I not? And I would be highly inclined to take a checker off.
I would, yeah.
Because that checker's starting to get more and more valuable. And Bob says, well, ha ha ha.
I don't have to go.
Shall I play 4-3 for the race, which would be a little bit better than 3-2? And he says, yes, I am. And now he says, I'm so happy I got that checker off before. And Bob says, oh, darn, I gotta go.
Marty reads their minds.
It's one of the talents that I think I have, which I really don't have. And Alex Todd is almost certainly going to win this game now. Oh no, 3 checkers off! Oh, the fans are howling for blood. Checkers off.
Not wasting yet.
So does Alex have 5 left on the board, or 6, or 7? 5. Okay, 5 or 6 is the same. Yes, Bob, you can still.
Bob needs to roll boxes next time, and then another, and then.
Yeah, he's got to get 4 off.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think Bob showed good technique in the end game there. Breaking his board and waiting around and all that stuff.
So, Chris, didn't I see that you won the Masters or something along those lines in Chicago?
I won the Faster Masters, which is an event unique to Rory's tournament in Chicago, where instead of it being 2 points or 2 minutes per point and a 12-second delay, it's 1 minute per point and a 10-second delay. And we wound up having a field of 16, which I was fortunate to get through, and then beat Jerry Tansey, who's obviously a fantastic player in the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here I thought a Faster Master was one where you weren't allowed to eat all day and then play the entire tournament without food.
Oh.
So this is interesting. I think Bob Wachtel's last play, played 5-1 and anchored on the 23 point, simply because he didn't have a good alternative. He didn't want to come out to the 18 point. Well, Alex Talbot would have the initiative to attack. And the 23 anchor is good defense. And he didn't have to, he didn't have to tactically compromise his position. And, Alex's plays are not all that easy sometimes. That was 6-1 was interesting, and I think he played it right in turn. And Bob said, he says, I like that 4 point better than stripping my midpoint and leaving a lot of return shots, and maybe Alex will anchor with a 5 or a 3-2, but if not, I'm in good shape. Helped by my defensive 23 anchor.
So here we're playing 13-10 twice to start, and then we either need to make the bar or bring up the 2 back checkers, which would duplicate 3s. 3s would also be one of the numbers that allows Bob to advance, but it
What
would...
about 3 men into the 5 point and 18 to 15?
Well, that's a possibility. We tend to like to make another point versus upgrading a point, but getting off of for Alex to get off of Bob's bar is certainly attractive.
I knew that Alex would make the bar point because he likes priming so much.
Okay.
But I wasn't.
Oh,
my!
Wow, this is a super joker.
Is that any good? I don't know. Just make the 2 and hit the second checker.
Well, we're going to hit the second checker for sure, and then it's either going to be 18, 13, 20, 15, or
one
point.
No, it's 1. Yeah, he came in with 1, and he had 3 left.
Yeah, I think
so. This is the only way to.
This is what I would do.
Only real way to hit 2. And now I think it's time to double.
I agree. I would double. And
not to say it's a hopeless take by any means, especially with Alex leading by 2 points. But again, Alex is even away. So it's not the worst idea to double it, and he wins more gammons. And Bob Wachtel yet has only a 3 point board, although it has some improvement possibilities. So
this is not an automatic pass for Bob.
No,
not at all. Because if Alex doesn't roll, Alex has got a bunch of numbers where he hits loose on either the 5 or the 4, and that is going to give Bob 2 very nice returns, which is anchoring up wherever he wasn't hit or hitting the blot loose. And Alex has also got those 2 blots on Bob's side of the board.
Exactly.
This is not.
Like, what do you play here, for example?
I think you hit 3 at safety too.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
The
2 is critical because that keeps
safety in what respect? Lift the blotter?
No, 2018.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because now you are much more resilient when you get hit back. If
exactly.
Bob were to roll a 5 here, that would certainly help his cause a lot. But his turnarounds aren't nearly as quick with.
But now if I'm to double hit his tighter play, he's thinking about it.
I think this is too big. I'm just playing 2018 because. That gets me off of the worst variations.
Oh, he says to double hit his tiger play, and if I get hit, 3 on the bar though is attractive, right?
I don't think I would have done this. I'm not
it's
saying it's wrong.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I could have found this.
It wasn't wrong. Oh, this is an interesting.
Oh
position.
my!
Oh, wow.
Then the old 6-5 trap. So he can
This
really.
is the chapter that Michi has left out of his book.
It's gonna be in my book.
So what are you doing now? I think you're playing either 20-9. Or 20 to 14 and 18 to 13 to play with 1 less blot, but
yeah, you can do this too, and you can keep your keep the 20 points slotted in case you hit back. You can anchor there. This isn't bad. This is a reasonable choice.
Yeah, not bad.
Smorgasbord. Again, a fan. Oh. What happens now? He makes both points.
Now Alex makes both points. It is,
unless
there's an axe in here, is going to sleepwalk home.
Yeah, that was really that was a really interesting double tiger play by Alex.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I give Alex credit for having the balls to do that. I don't think I would have done it. I'm not sure it's right, but
I'm not sure either way.
I just instinctively my thought is maybe I'm just too negative, but I instinctively worry first about what can go wrong in a situation like that, and where I've got the lead and there's this many blots, and it seemed like the making the safetying up on defense with the 2018 was too good to pass up.
Right. No, I think I agree with this 5-2 on Alex's part. You don't want to be too afraid of a double ace or something. Now you can say, all right, I'll get off the double ace. I'll make the 7-point, bring another checker to the zone, and go 13-10. Or you say, I don't care about. I'll still not pay off the ones, and I'll play 11-4 for another builder for the ace point. This is. I totally do not know the answer. But now I think I know the answer, which is 10-5, 15-14. Because a double 3 makes the ace point anyway. Now I'm going to play. I'm not going to switch points from the 2-point. I am going to. I think I would do exactly this.
Chris, are you in a late start?
I am.
I'm
You just
exactly.
announced the
Oh,
draw.
I should have gotten a text, and I did. Okay.
Who do you play?
Ken Mame.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, you know.
All right, I'm gonna.
This is an interesting ace. Now, he could leave a blot on the 8-point, so that 6-1 doesn't leave a shot, but here 6-6 leaves a double shot. This is the trouble. So it's a little bit. 6-5 is a nice. Well, I would have made the 1 point in any case. But
All
now
right.
he's
All right. Thank you for having me. I think.
Thank you, Chris.
This is the type of position where 2 commentators is probably sufficient.
Yeah, so it's not.
He's 6 away, right?
Yeah, 6 away. So I think he's playing correctly, not
6
to
points.
take a few little extra chances for backgammon.
6 points. 6 points would be valuable at 6 away.
Yeah, the backgammon value is not 0 for sure. I had a position like this where I was playing for the backgammon more than not in this match, in this Masters tournament, but I didn't get the backgammon. Neither did I leave a shot and lose. But now I think it's a little too late to.
Oh no!
You don't want to.
I think I just take off 2 from the 2-point. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could play for backgammon. This is sort of the saner compromise, as it were. But you know, you have to look at what your backgammon value actually is, and then try to compute the probability you get hit and the probability to win or lose after getting hit, and then that's the proper decision-making process. But are you going to do that successfully over the board? Maybe. Or in my case, maybe not. So, yeah, it's almost certain that it's just a gammon. Oh no, now 4 crossovers, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Do not fail to make 4 crossovers. It's not bad to maintain a 1 for a crossover. Now, I don't know about that one. Question is, how long a run are you playing for with 2-1? You could have gotten a double deuce immediate big gainer, but in return for a little extra, a few fewer chances. Now he's got to roll 2-1 for Bob to have any chance at all. Gammon. So
9-3.
So now it's 2 away, 6 away.
2 away, 8 away.
Oh, it's 2 away, 8 away. That's right. He was 6 away, so now he's 2 away.
Yeah.
So 2 away, 8 away. What are you thinking as the leader and the trailer in terms of your cube strategy, checker play, how aggressive you want to be?
As the trailer, I'm looking for
Any whiff of a gammon.
A decent position and elevated gammon chances, and I'm going to double. Because doubling to 2 kills the opponent's redouble equity. It's a dead 2 cube, and the value of a gammon for the opponent becomes 0, as compared to a normal game. I'm not going to double this one as white.
Not yet, right?
No, and I am going to think hard about my 3. I'm probably going to play 13 to 10. Hoping for a bigger swing in my favor.
How eager are you to double as black now?
I'm not eager at all because if I win, I get if I win an undoubled gammon, I win the match.
Well, you've got it backwards. Black is trailing.
Black is trailing. Oh, black is trailing.
Yeah.
Okay. My mother always said I was a backward boy. So
Let me go fix
now
that.
what do I do? Now I'm totally off out of my reckoning. So yeah. So as the leader, I'm playing either 11-8 or 23-20. I might play 11-8 like a wimpy. And Bob
sort of doubled that.
I would have just doubled. I mean, you could win a few extra gammons, right? And that's all you need. And this is the best 6-2. And gee, I wish he was in for 2, and now I'm going to cash my 1 rather than play on, which is a reasonable decision because you might just get an anchor and say, ha ha ha, I have an anchor and good winning chances. So you know, checker's dumped low. And but Will, Bob also ended up thinking, how likely is Alex to make an error with the cube? And I think an error would be to take.
Yeah.
And Bob's a KG veteran who thinks about such things. But I still, even if you think you understand that your opponent has a propensity to make a certain error, which I certainly wouldn't about Alex. I only played him once in my life. But you risk, by trying to optimize against a given point, you're risking a huge, when you're wrong, you're handing away just gobs of match equity. And so I would have, like you said, Jake, I would have just doubled that thing because I don't want to lose my market. I would love to have him in for 2 in a position where I won by doubling out. I liked Alex's split with a 4 instead of a 3 against the opponent being on the bar.
We had to hit with a 3. So.
Oh, he hit with a 3.
Right.
Oh, okay. I only saw he was.
I still like this.
I thought he could. He had a choice of splitting to the other place too. So yeah, it would have been if things were otherwise, it would have been otherwise. Now Bob is really happy to have that 4-point prime, and he's also really happy to be sitting with a cube decision. And I think he should just do this. Right. And Bob's obviously going to double him and see if he wants to take. And can he take this cubeless at the score? Maybe. It's a little bit scary. There's no recube equity at all.
Bob does have 10 men in the zone.
Got 10 in the zone, so he does. 2 of them tied up on the 5, 2 of them on the bar point. It's a good double. I don't know what I do in practice. I tend to pass too much in situations like this. What Alex is going to do, I don't know. Alex tends to take things, and usually he's, when in doubt.
Okay, and he did take it.
And he's a good player, and he's not afraid to. He's not afraid to get hit loose with a 6-3.
I've taken worse cubes than that.
Yeah. I've taken. Yeah, I've done lots of worse things than that might have been bad. I've done.
That's not legal.
You know, he's thinking about it. He hasn't made a move yet. He's thinking about where he's going to put it. He says, am I going to save the gammon more often? Versus win the game more often with a play like Barter 42. We get gammon a little more often. If you can't get gammon if you lose, and he says, all right, I like this play actually that he made. Again, these are tough positions to play, and I will generally make a few mistakes over the course of the game like this. And Bob is happy he's in this game for the 2Q. Alex says, all right, I'm just going to slot my bar point and not leave blots on my board. Maybe Bob will roll a double 3 and I'll hit him and wish I had this position. There's no 6-1 out of the cup. This is all right. Now I'm going to slot the 3-point instead of slot the 2-point and keep the bar slotted. And Bob says I'm going to make a 6-point try. Safety everything. And Alex says I'm going to keep the. Oh no, he says I'm gonna give up the midpoint for a better structure. You could have made Bob pay off a little bit to 5-1 or 6-1 or 4-1 by breaking a point or leaving a blot. But he said he assessed the value of those variations. Result the midpoint is low.
We could have played the 4-1 by playing 6-1, but he wouldn't have been happy.
No. But he would have. Yeah. So he would have had left a blot, and then. But what if he's even hit him? It's not even clear that it's. He could be hit and counter primed, and whatever. But he might also stay on the bar forever, and then White's board breaks. Counter priming is risky because you might. If your opponent comes in right away, then maybe it works out. If your opponent stays on the bar, then your board breaks and you're in a world of hurt. So probably Alex assessed all that very quickly, quicker than I tried to. He probably made the right play. And now you just play 6-4. I think he's playing okay. And what if he rolls what if he rolls something and then I hit him next and I also have like a 6 something. Instead of just killing a number and keeping the board longer, probably he was Mr. Optimist, and now he's going to be Mr. Keep the board.
So he killed his 5s and 4s, and you had a word for partially killing them, maiming them, right?
Maiming was a Danny Kleinman term.
I see. You know Danny Kleinman.
Sure. I do indeed.
Okay. My wife doesn't appreciate my jokes either.
I remember seeing an art exhibit, a kinesthetic art piece called The Beanery, and it looked like a 1930s era beanery, kind of a divey sort of, diner cum bar, and they had a jukebox in it, and it was sort of fogged over, but if you look really closely, you could make out some of the titles. And I remember that one of the supposed records inside the jukebox, the 2 songs on the record were "Spread Your Thighs" and "Don't Maim Me," and the group was the Kraft Ebbings.
Oh God. Shall we explain this to the larger audience? I don't know. I'm not up for it. Maim Me Eisenhower, the first lady of our great land. Yeah, so a few rolls ago, Bob Wachtel said to himself, I am going to keep an odd number of checkers on my highest points so that I will not have a bad 6-5 to leave a double shot. And Bob made the decision quickly, but I would have thought about it. Now he's paying for it a little bit because of the ultimate, in the sequence that happened. But unfortunately, I'm not able to recall the exact position, and even if I were, the audience would be mad at me if I talked about it, because they say, just talk about the position at hand. Yabberer. So the position at hand, Bob is the favorite, but there are
Nine.
to wit.
There's a number.
9. That's what Herb Groland used to say. He'd say if somebody rolled a 5, 4, 6, 3, he'd say 9. No, instead of 9, which is German for 9. And so, when in doubt, stay back. But Alex says to himself, Bob doesn't have any checkers off now, does he? Shall I still stay back? When in doubt, stay back. You might get hit with a 6-4, not even a 6-4. He didn't waste any pips on his own side. And now he could say, well, I think when in doubt, stay back again.
Oh.
That was cause for doubt.
What do they say? When in doubt, figure it out.
Yeah, now when in doubt, in positions like this, I rip off checkers, but this might be
pointing and taking 2 off.
This is, well, you could do this and say I might gammon him a little more often this way. But
Yeah, I think I would have ripped off 4 checkers there because, he doesn't get to stay with too much.
It's the standard maneuver, I believe, in such a position, but it's what I do. It's standard in my mind. But in that particular position, the question is, how many extra gammons do you win? How many extra races do you win? It doesn't seem like you won extra races at all by Bob's play. You won maybe a few extra gammons. And, down 9 to 8 is a lot better than down 9 to 6. What's the exact gammon value you got me? I can't compute it quickly enough or remember it.
Gammon value at what score?
At, the gammon value of with a 2 cube active where you're risking, you're risking a certain amount of points to, if you lose the game, you lose the match. If you win 2 points, you're at 2 away, 5 away. So you're at 26%.
Gammon value on a 2 cube.
Gammon value on a 2 cube at.
So it's 7
at
away.
7 away to 2 away.
Oh, okay. This is only 5 away.
Okay, so I could try to compute it, but my brain is too.
That's
You can pull up XG. So the gammon value on a 2 cube.
7 away, 2 away.
Yeah.
2 cube gammon value is 0.562.
Okay, so a little better than money. I still would have played 4 checkers off at that gammon value.
I created this whole thing, this whole presentation.
Uh-huh.
Gammons to this stuff.
Yeah, so so I'm thinking, and Jacobs too, thought that in the last game, Bob Wachtel would have done better to take 4 off as 1 point instead of making a 5-point board and putting Alstoff on the bar and risking, some ways to be hit, but theoretically having a few more racing chances that we don't really have. Anyway, back to reality.
So 2-way, 5-way, the dead cube take point is very low, 17.5%.
And only gammon was
for the leader, right?
Yeah.
Dead cube like last.
I wonder
roll.
whether this might have been a double tiger here.
What's the roll? 5-1.
5-1. He's played the 5 already.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're saying Alex has the double tiger.
Yeah, the 10 checkers in the
choice.
zone, reasonable. Put them on right place.
Well, he'd only have 9 in the
it's
zone
there.
if.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now. Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying,
with one checker
I'm not
back
going
now.
He said, "I'm not even going to hit loose. It's reasonable. Everything's reasonable." And he's got 1 checker back. He said, "I don't want to risk my racing lead. I don't want to have play double tiger and get doubled. Even if it was
I'm
a
just,
take.
I was thinking that because he had such a great result from that double tiger earlier, that, you know, it may, sometimes you think, well, it works. It just works.
Yeah, well, it's like my wife's uncle was a missionary, and they had a straitened budget. You know, they didn't have a lot of
Until
money.
the cannibals ate him, he was very successful.
Well, yeah, he was right, but I could tell you more stories. But this uncle of my wife's he was really good at accounting, so he'd do the books, and he also did inspirational work with the volunteers who worked for the organization. And they would have a lot of casseroles, right? And so my wife's uncle Steve said to all the people who had to eat the same casserole, he says, just remember, if it's good once, it's good twice. Just like that double-headed.
Did you ever read the poem I wrote called "Double Tiger is Best Here"?
Yeah.
You read it? Did you see that, Marty?
I must have seen it.
It was.
I don't remember it.
So I play my father, and he plays an opening 4-3-2 up, and then I rolled a 2-1.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Right.
So I wrote this poem called "Double Tiger is Best Here," and it goes as follows. And it's kind of like a parody of some of the people that say things. Do not listen to the geese nor their little goslings. Though they walk on 2 feet, they haven't an inkling. For they swim with the swans and lay eggs like wild chickens. Like horses they yawn and they play with the pigeons. Like lemmings they follow a silly bot. They think that it's strong, but really it's not. We all know the dice it uses are rigged. If you do not see that, you're likely a twig.
Now explain that. What is a twig in that context? It rhymes.
Someone as smart as a twig.
It rhymes. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Is that a thing? Is that an expression in the real world?
No, I
Or
just
you
couldn't
make
find
it up?
something else
Okay.
that rhymed with that.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right.
So
you
yeah.
did admit it. Okay,
Yeah.
So
some people believe they're as good as me as we swim together under the sea, although they may think that it's only a wish because I ride the shark and they are the fish. Now the answer is clear as the day is long. Don't purr like a kitten, like a tiger, be strong. Double tiger is best here, although you may wonder. Anything else is simply a blunder. The hyenas will laugh and give you a look until they miss their money you took. Don't be a sheep, make plays by yourself. Only a donkey, play anything else. And I memorized it too.
I see.
You can
I hear.
How do we get elf into there?
Elf? Well, I have
Elf
another.
rhymes with, oh, you got more?
Self.
Self?
Well, I have the
Elf?
Backgammon Zoo with all sorts of animals.
Okay,
No,
so 8 pips.
no is an alien, but genderless.
When I first read those books, I was very familiar with no because it's my wife's favorite word.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's 114, 122, so he doesn't have a double.
75 and 114 and 65, 85, 90, 142, yeah. Yeah, no double for 8 pips ahead.
This is Backgammon.
Alex being 8 pips ahead. No, it's an automatic redouble, by God, no. I don't think so. I don't think so anyway, because, you know, you could incur the automatic redouble.
Yeah.
If you had a slightly better winning chance, right?
So as the leader at 2-way, 5-way, you can consider doubling in these types of no contact or almost no contact positions.
Right.
That's what you were saying?
Yeah, but it was he didn't have enough advantage.
Exactly, because you know, if with the automatic redouble for Bob, you take a 2 and redouble to 4, and if he wins, he's at Crawford.
Yeah.
2-way, 1-way, right? Even that, but that's only 68%ish winning chances. So
right.
So it's not like you're afraid. So what is this? 50.
104, 109.
109. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 104, 109. So 5 pips ahead. I'm still not going to double this, and I am going to do that. Break the midpoint for flexibility. And I'm still not going to double because I just lost a raw pip. So what's the actual cubeless take point for Bob.
5-way, 2-way, like on the last roll, it's high.
Well, cubeless. Not the last roll, just cubeless. No, to take this. No, not Bob. I mean, I'm sorry. I meant Alex. There we go again. There we go again.
17.5%.
17.5. So you.
Okay, so I think he's just moved into the pass category. I believe it's 87.99 now.
87.99 is raw. Yeah, it's. I would be doubling this for sure.
Yeah, and I mean,
And,
I
and
don't
Alex,
think that
Alex knows it, and I think Bob is gonna
Pass.
understand the issues, and I don't think it's 17.5 either here for Bob. At 12 pips behind at that count. I think it's more like, yeah, it might be a little close, but I wouldn't be taking it. And I think Bob's a slight favorite going into any game against Alex to begin with. And now here is Alex Eshaghian with the
Is that right? That's right.
yeah, so it is
No,
a
big
big pass. It's 12.
80%.
No, okay. No, but then you said it was a 17.5% take point. That's no
That's a
double.
last roll.
No,
That's a last roll position.
but there's no redoubling. Oh, so he could lose his market later. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, lose his market later, but so
Double. This is.
So
a
it
little
does.
weird.
So right. So, but with a 20% winning chance, you're not going to if it's not the last roll.
Okay, so I was wrong. It's not a double yet.
No, it's a double. It's a
It's
pass.
a double pass.
Double pass.
It's a double
Okay,
pass.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, because he has apparently he's got 20% cubeless winning chances. But that's not enough. And that's what I thought. I would just be thinking like, okay, if I take how many, what's my winning percentage required to take, because that, last roll or not, right? It's like if I pass, I'm at 17 something percent, right? And if I take and win, I'm at if I take and win, I'm only at 68%. So yeah. So that's coming out to more than 17.5. It's probably like 21 or something. Anyway, so Bob got it right. I would have passed too, regardless of my particular arithmetic in my head at the time, because I think I memorized things long ago, and I forgot that I memorized them. I vaguely remember what they were sometimes. So yeah, so now we are at
Crawford. 5 away.
5 away. Crawford 5 away is what, like 11, 12% or something?
Crawford 4 away.
5 away.
5 away.
Oh, 5 away 16, of course. That's right. Yeah, that's right. 16. Keep forgetting and relearning match equity tables. I've been doing it for a few years now. So, yeah, I used to have a match equity completely memorized. Good old days.
I
But
know.
no more. Forget it.
I've memorized all the match equities when the scores are tied.
Yeah, that's the main diagonal of the matrix, right? You have some multiple of 10 and then 50 all the way down.
Will you take the red cube or the blue cube?
Was that one of the questions on Jeopardy? You enjoyed the Jeopardy yesterday.
It was nice, yeah.
Anyway, all right. So now, where are we? Who's got the 4-1? Is it Bob?
White is.
White has got the whole 4-1.
I don't know if it's the whole 4-1.
He's got the whole 4-1.
Okay.
So he could play, say, 13-8. He could
There.
get 2.
So it's interesting because it's a DMP like score. In other words, winning a gammon for Bob is not much better than winning a single point.
Gammon
But
losses do not
But
count.
right, gammon wins are not.
Wait a minute.
no.
Is that legal?
It's
Yeah, it was
legal.
legal, but it was terrible.
Oh, he missed. He's nervous. He's nervous. In a late round of the Masters, he's nervous against the great Bob Wachtel. And I don't say that sarcastically about Bob. He's a fantastic player. But of course, Alex Toth could have gone 7-2 hit, 2-1, and then that was much better equity than he's got here. So he's got to probably incur, 13-8 or something, hoping to creep out of that board, later. We could have had 2 on the bar with a good chance to attack, a good chance to escape in this place. So it's like a huge level blender, and if you're playing at a backgammon rewarding body tournament, like I just lost him yesterday, you would have taken a big hit on your computer evaluated performance. Of course, many of us have been playing a long time.
Jeff Erdman is asking about the manufacturer of the board. So this is FTH Backgammon boards. They're the sponsor. So thank you for that. They make beautiful boards. As Ed Corey mentioned, Fazil Terlamez in Germany makes them. He's of Turkish descent, and these are beautiful boards. I think you played on this board, right, Marty?
I played on probably this very board. I've got one myself, but it's a different color scheme and all that stuff.
You showed it to me.
Yeah, it's. I've got the 2-inch checker model. I think that might be what they're using here, but I'm not.
No, this
maybe
is
not.
the regular.
This is the 1 3/4 inch
Correct.
checker size. Yeah, this is easier to play on in a match like this.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Short guys like me don't have to reach as far across the board.
And Bob Wachtel.
He's a little. His height is a little less than mine. I'm not very tall.
Vertically challenged, is that the word?
Yeah, and vertically, my mental growth was stunted long ago. My physical
But
growth was.
you're not intellectually challenged at all.
Yeah,
not
it's
at all.
debatable. We're getting. When you get older,
How
you
tall is
forget
Alex?
stuff.
Is he?
He's
How
pretty
tall
tall.
is he?
He's,
Yeah.
he's
Pretty tall. So I guess you
He's
could
over
say that
6
this
feet.
match, the long and the short of it.
The long and the short of
Yeah,
it, that's
so
right.
yeah, so Bob is sitting on 2 chairs, and I joked when I started to play with Alex, like if you sit on 2 chairs against me, that'll be unfair because I'll just be intimidated.
Well,
because I have to look up so far at him normally.
There was a player from New York years ago who was 6'7", and he stacked up Marty Manning,
No,
something.
Jim, not Marty Manning. Jim, I think perhaps.
Well, anyway, he was,
I know.
He was 6'7",
Yeah.
and he stacked up 3 chairs against me. So he was, he was like the Statue of Liberty sitting across there.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he was steamy, and he would flap his elbows when he got upset. He would go like, "Whoa!" And I mean, the guy was a giant. And so I was just rolling the lights out, and he got to this position where he had closed me out. I was up, I think 11-1 to 13, but he had closed me out, 1 checker on the bar. And he rolled this funky double ones, bringing his last checker in where he had to break his board. And I mean, now even though he breaks his board, I'm still on the bar, so it's not like he's lost. But he went, "Arr!" and he grabbed the dice and he threw them. This was in the Riviera, and and they went sailing across the room. And Mike Maxiculi was coming down the aisle, and the dice go whizzing by him, and he stops. And he looks, and Marty gets up, and he
he probably wasn't even Marty. Yeah, come to think of it, Marty sounds right. Yeah.
And he, I'm not sure the last name though, because I knew a Marty Manning.
No, there was a Manning. There was a Manning who was very tall, and I So I'm sure
Yeah.
that there was a man who was
Well,
very tall.
so he goes stomping, and you could see Max is raising an eyebrow, and you can see his eyes as he watches. I mean, it's like his whole head looking at this guy going by him, and so the guy goes over and gets the dice, and he comes back, and by the time he's walked all the way over to the far side of the room, it was a big room, and then comes back, and he calmed down a bit, and he sat down, and he took a few deep breaths, and he set the dice very carefully, put them back on 1-1, and he looked at them, took one more deep breath, and then went, ah! And he grabbed the dice and threw them again.
If it's good once, it's good twice.
Yeah. Well,
anyway, and then, so he leaves me, the 6-2 joker off the bar, and I rolled it and then won the match. It was only appropriate.
Yeah. Well, doesn't Victor Ashkenazi sit on 2 chairs, and he's really tall?
Sometimes, I don't know. Victor, I mean, I don't. So I know I play him so often that I don't. He can do whatever he wants. I know how tall he is, and he's just like looking at the backgammon board.
Yeah.
And he and I are just like trying to play the best we can play and all that stuff. Oh, now the evil Bob Wachtel.
Look at that.
Hits a shot. And now he's got.
Look at this.
Now it's
backgammon.
It's backgammon go. It's backgammon go for Bob Wachtel.
6-1.
So as a backgammon go player, I'm going to play 11-4.
You want to? Oh.
I'm going to play 11-4.
That would have somewhat duplicated your 4s and 5s. Or no?
So what?
No.
I'd give myself a 3.
3, yeah.
And I'd give myself a shot to close out 4 checkers and win a backgammon. I did that against poor Ken Goulding like a while back. I want those 4 checkers and I want to win a backgammon. But Bob is I don't know. Bob might be exactly right in playing this way. But I'm just a greedy.
Oh, he picked it up as if it was going to come in.
No, he rolls
Opa!
Oh my God! You better come out. Better come out. Risk that backgammon. Yeah, which he will do. Sixes don't grow on trees.
Oh my!
See, this is exactly what he did to me every time. Sorry, just
makes the 2-point.
Yeah, you can make the 2-point and then think about the rest of it.
And then make the 13 and the 7.
I'm inclined to do exactly that.
Oh.
Make the 13. No, I'm inclined to make the 7 and look at the last one. The thing I think I'm inclined actually to leave him to pay off of the 6 shots because the potential gain is so big, and getting gammoned is no worse really than losing 1 point. Hardly any worse. So I'd pay off to the
7
6.
shots.
7, double 5s, yeah. But the double 5 was inevitable, sort of to pay off to anyway. Whereas the 5-4, 5-3, 5-2 were not. So now he can say, now I really will only pay off to. I'll pay off to 6 shots outside again. But he's also saying, well, I might be too scared to pay off.
Maybe he should still pay off to it because...
It seems like if it's good once, it's good twice in this position.
Ah.
And now he says, all right. Now I have more chances to make my 5
Could have
point.
had 2 hits.
Doesn't matter much. But question is, will he roll
all
the
right.
6, the evil? Yeah, so he could have preserved a safety level 6, but he would have messed up his position of builders. So he played right this way. He could have not brought a checker in or something. But now he's just going to play for the old win. He's going to get it, no doubt. Well, no doubt.
I would say white's a favorite in this position.
Yeah, so just minimize needed shots, right?
Yeah. Hans agrees with me.
Yep, and now he says, all right. So this is going to take a super miracle for poor Bob Wachtel. Well, it'll be vicarious revenge against Bob for probably beating me in BMAB as well as probably outplaying me.
Wrong person rolled it.
So, and now
there's a possibility.
Uncooperative Bob Wachtel stays on the bar, and now poor.
I've seen things happen.
The poor Alex Toth, and
now he's gonna have to win in the race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He says, not even I.
All right.
The equity chaser will try for a race.
Equity chaser.
Interesting. Nice match. Nice match.
Thank you. Thank you. We're
We
gonna
did get
look for our
sidetracked
next.
for a little while, but I'm sure all of those decisions were just anybody
You
would
could
make
read
them.
the Backgammon Zoo poem if you like.
I will not read it. I will.
You will recite it.
I will recite. I can recite a poem that some other person wrote long ago.
When in disgrace.
I will not. I will
Fortune
not.
Men's
It's a background poem. I will not name the person out of
Okay.
great respect. Like it is. Someone did not say anything about something in a certain book. It's perhaps criminally not to say anything. But so backgammon's a game that's fickle. It's true. But show me a dame who won't leave you blue. Now it takes concentration and study to boot. And when your play is winning, you know you're astute. Other times you play them all right, still nothing you do wins you the night. Don't ask your friends, quote unquote, truly, did you play well? You can't believe them, they lie like hell. That's called the loser's lament. And I said, like, okay, I wish there's something called scansion in poetry. It's like, does the meter flow nicely to the ear? And well, in that case, it didn't flow all that nicely, but it's sort of cute in some ways.
Yeah.
I'll give you another poem by the same author. An anagram of whose name is, never mind, I wanted to say that. But let's see, this one was called Backgammon Break. And I will explicate the text beforehand by saying it was about the author and this other fellow who would play at this certain backgammon club of my youth. And the author was in the helping professions, which involved one-to-one counseling with people. And he wrote this. It's called Backgammon Break. We took a walk down the hall to answer nature's postponed call. You should talk more and joke, not just sit like a poke. You should laugh and smile and play with some style. That's the opponent to the author, right? I'll talk to you with my checkers. I'll answer with the cue. Please don't expect conversation from this tired, inelegant rube. I talk all day when I work. Now let's sit down and play, you jerk. Now that was published in Les Boyd's magazine, Backgammon Guide, back in 1979, 80 or 81, something like that, long ago. And they rendered tired, inelegant rube as tired, intelligent rube. I thought, when I first saw it, I said, the old man must be nuts. He wasn't very old. He's old compared to me. And I said, tired, intelligent rube. I mean, I'm just laughing. And then he told me, well, I wrote an inelegant rube, and that's perfectly believable, despite your opinion of the poem or whatever. And it's just a tired, intelligent rube. That's like, a compositor's error. Sometimes you could say, yeah, likely story. They just set it up wrong or something. But in this case, the poor author was really, his reputation as a backgammon poet might have been damaged irreparably.
Years ago, when I was working for the cab company, there was I was accused of having one of my drivers throw a poor old man who was coming home from his job volunteering at Lighthouse for the Blind, out into the snow for the lack of a quarter. That wasn't quite the way things happened. It was true that I had the driver refuse to take him, but there was a long backstory to that. And so the guy on the way home happened to see a light on in, of all places, the Des Plaines Journal, and knocked on the window, and Todd Wessel, boy reporter, took his story.
The what paper are you talking about? The
My
Chicago?
hometown paper, the Des Plaines Journal.
Oh, to play. Okay, I see.
And so anyway, and this is the weirdest part about it. I was probably the only person that ever worked for that cab company who might have actually said this, but I didn't. You know, he had invented this quote, but he had invented a quote that only I might have said. And the quote was, "I am not that niggardly." And most of my drivers thought that word meant something very different than what it did.
Right, yes.
And I would have thought that that was a unique story, but Ralph Burns actually had something very similar happen. He was teaching a college class and happened to say, I think, about himself something like, he wasn't that niggardly.
Right.
And there was a complaint to the administration that called him on the carpet.
It sounds like a taboo word, so it must be something bad, right? Yeah, I mean, if you get your nose rubbed in that stuff all your life, you're going to be sensitive to the issue. You're a black person in America. I can only imagine in some ways, but whatever. Here we are talking about this stuff. I've heard similar stories, by the way, from people I know. So it's not the word is niggardly, and it means miserly or overly parsimonious.
Yes, indeed.
This is for the benefit of our audience if they're listening. I don't even know if they're listening. I hope not. In a way, I hope not.
And I am going to...
this is Marty Storer signing off.
Jake Jacobs also signing off. It's dinner time here in California.
It might be. Was it doubles? Is it doubles time yet?
Not for me.
Not for you.
It's Miller time. Actually, it's not Miller time, but it might be IPA time if they got it back in stock.
This double stuff. Well, they're not yelling about it, and
well, they sent you text messages.
And Stuart Steene is not rushing in because he's paying my interview. So I'm going to play with it.
He was the blonde fellow?
Yeah. On this game, almost 80 years.
إلى maintenance like تقضي لنا ريسيرفيدو ينجي لبلت engine like إلى inspector إلى خزيمور ولت أبو داري. هي مش هو ريسير لنا بيدو. لكن مش هو تيشر بمت مدري. لا أنا شفت الطريق. أما تعود ما. إذا شك هذه انقد ماسترز خلينا قناعات هذه ماسترز طالع هاي لمس هذه دخلت فانا قناعات لو تقولوا ماستر جاك
this
Wow.
for you. I want to sign it.
Yes.
How many pages?
Like 300.
Wow. Hideaki. How long did you spend to finish that?
Maybe like 3 months of writing it.
3 months.
Pretty fast,
Oh,
but there's a lot of
okay.
rollouts. There's a lot of like rollout data.
Uh-huh.
Like this is all rollouts.
Oh, yeah.
So it's good. Maybe we can take a picture.
Yeah.
Over there.
Wow. What a horrible.
Yeah. the position.
Ah,
it's
same
the
position.
Yeah.
I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Wow. Fantastic. Same position.
Yeah, same position. So I made this, and then do you know Rain?
Rain,
He
the
makes
Backgammon
XG
Steve
boards, yeah. He
Design.
made one like this for me.
Ah.
And it's on my computer.
Fantastic.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
You also made our board, like, I mean, we made some backgammon stuff. Educational, made some backgammon educational stuff.
All right, we are back. Okay, so okay, so next up, we will be having Marty Storer and Stuart Steene from the United States against Hideaki Ueda and Yumi Iwago, his wife, from Japan. We have some outstanding Japanese players visiting, and we're happy to have them on stream. This is going to be a consulting doubles match, 7-point match, 3 minutes per point for a total of 21 minutes in the time bank, 15-second delay. Hideaki and Yumi will be playing the white checkers at the bottom. Marty and Stuart will be playing the black checkers at the top. They should be starting shortly. And I'm just going to go refill my water, and I'll be right back.
Shall we start now?
Yes, please start. Yes, thank you. Okay, so they are ready to start. I'm here by myself for now. We may have some co-commentators. Fortunately, I'm capable of commentating by myself. A little bit challenging today because I had to set up the streaming as well. Two-man job, but I was able to do it. Okay, so now 3-2. What is it? No, it's a 6-2. All right, Yumi rolls a double 5. Okay, so hit and bring 2 down to the 8-point. Very good. What a gentleman, allowing his wife to play double 4. Look at that. That's a good roll. 1. So if he brings the other around from the 18 to the 10, then he's got to have to leave another blot or stack up on the 6-point. Yeah, he can make the 9-point and just go like that. Okay. Six-5. Probably just going to run from the back. All right, so now this is a 7-point match. It's a shorter match than we've been used to watching. With the 6-5, probably come around somehow. Maybe the 6 out and then make come to the 9-point. Yeah, that's what they're looking at. That's the 5, and the 6 could come out to the 15-point. Very good. 2-1, that's able to hit. Okay, so now they're 9 dancing numbers. 6-3, that's a dance. Okay, so now they have to think about doubling. And I have my XG up here, so I can put this up here. And they are doubling. 3. One on the bar. Okay, so now they're doubling, and this is a 7-point match, putting it into XG. They did take. It is a take. It's a 148 double and an 87 take. Now 6-4, a good roll. Hits another checker. 2 on the bar. They say 2 on the bar is better by far. 5-1. Comes in the wrong place because that's where they want to make the next point. With a 1 that can't come in, the second checker remains on the bar. 6-5. 5 will hit loose. 6 will probably come down somehow. Maybe 13-7. Give a different, diversify the builders. You don't want to stack it up on the, yeah, there you go. Okay, they're looking for a 5 now. Double 6. At least it was a double. All right, double gammon gets them 4 points. That's more than half of what they need. Okay, 6-3 is going to cover, and then the 6 is going to come down somehow. Do you leave the double 2? Okay. They leave the double 2 shot. Nope, 6-1. Okay. Hit the clock. There you go. Wife is always right. That's how it works in my house. That's right, bud. You must be married. Okay, 5-2. They come in with 1 checker. Yumi's looking to continue the attack. 2-1. Can't. So maybe just safety, 14-13, and probably just 8-6, I guess. Welcome to Bud, Backgammon, and Dice Man USA. I believe that's Carl. And I see Dmitry Obakov was watching earlier, and Roberto Litzenberger earlier. I know Roberto was going to come in, was going to be here. Okay, so now they can diversify like that to give themselves 6s, 5s, and 3s. Like double 3 will complete the closeout. Looking for the 2-2. Got it. Okay. So now they'll slot these 5-point probably. Yep. Okay, so now they're just trying to stay home. That saved a lot of gammons. Okay, 5-1. Okay, so probably just play safe like that. If you're going to do that, I'd probably go to the 7-point. Yeah, I guess that's fine too. They're gonna have problems with 6s. Now with the 5-2, they're gonna have to do something with the board. Maybe make the 4-point. All right, 4-1. They can come. Do they want to stack it on there? They don't want to leave the 5-2 shot. But there was a blind on the board. 5-4. So they'll cover and probably slot the 3-point. Trying to build the board in the event that they get a shot. They want a stronger board. 6-4. There's no 6, so only a 4. They'll play it to 4. Okay. Now 5-3. So cover with the 5 and come down with the 3. Spread out the checkers. Four one. That dice on checker is legal here, so they're going to go behind. So they may get a shot, like with a 6-5 or a 6-1. So maybe they don't want to blind the board. They were winning 30% gammons at the time of the double, but now that's obviously significantly less. All right, looking to clear. Double 4, that's a great roll. So 2, and then 2 off, 1 off for sure. And the second one off wins more gammons, and it gives a nicer distribution in case they, try to escape or try to get frisky. Okay, so they did bear off 4 checkers. 6-5. Okay, so that's going to save a lot of gammons. They can probably make the 2 point. Or they're trying to see how many pips they need to save the gammon. It's called the gammon count. So the 23, they need 17 pips to get to the 6 point. So 17 twice is 34, and a 7 is 41, and 3 is 44. So that made 44 minus 11 is 33. But if they play 2 to the ace point, 2 to the 2 point, that's going to waste a lot of it. Let's see what's going on the chat. Hello from Santa Rosa. Max Zweig. Hello from Santa Rosa. Marty saves a G. It's a miracle. I don't know. Double 3. Okay, so maybe 2 off the 6 point there. Can't move off the, yeah. You can save the G by saving in the race, and there's also the possibility of getting a shot. So 6-2. He's going to get 2 crossovers, and he'll do it like that. All right. 6-1. So that's the 6. Now, they can go like that. So in case they roll an awkward 3, they'll bear off a checker. Four, 1. Now they might start thinking about going. Yeah. 4-1. So you need to think about staying back to leave a shot, but at the same time trying to save a gammon in case you need to. Double 5. That's a great roll. That's going to win lots of gammons. 6-4. Okay. Come all the way around. Okay, so 5-1, great roll. If they roll a double 1, there is the backgammon possibility. 6-4. Yeah, they've got a. Okay, so they'll need a double 4 or better. Unless they roll a 2. Oh, 6-2. Okay, so that's a good roll for black. They're going to get another chance. Shaking his dice. 6-4. Okay. So that saves the gammon if they don't roll a double. That doesn't matter. So 1 out of 6 times they win in gammon. 5 out of 6 times they do not. No, they do not. Max, I pronounced your name correctly. How hard is it to pronounce Max? M-A-X. Okay, so that was a single win. So 2 points. Let me go straighten out. Oh, no, you can see it there. Or I'll go straighten out the scoreboard. All right, so now they're in game 2. Just straighten out the clock on the scoreboard so that it's more visible. Doubling again now. Okay, so doubling it 5 away, 7 away. Let's put that in. Looks like that was a no double. Last name, Zweig. Okay, so now 4-1 makes the bar point. This one may be the last stream the match of the night. 6-5 for black. Come around, okay. Otherwise, they'd have to leave multiple blots. All right, now a 6-4 can make the 18 point. Yep, very good. Six five again, coming around. $39, 139. That's 127 to 139. Looks like 12 pips up by white. Now white is up by 6 pips. Double 6, good for the race. Moves a lot of freight. As my good friend Bill Ryle says. All right, 5-1 now. Certainly they'll make the 5 point. And do they want to spare on every point? Do they want to bring in a checker? Do they want to not leave a blot in the board? Although white does have 2 blots in the board. Marty is gesticulating. Okay. All right, so they do that. They slot the 3 point, looking for something like a double 5. Okay, so 6-2. So there's the 2, and the 6 probably can slot the ace point. Yeah, he should really wait until they tap the clock before picking up the dice. Okay, so the double 2, does he want to make the 9 point and slot his 4 point? Strips pretty much everything. Or you can make the 4 point. So that's what they want to consider. Do they want a stronger board, or they want to block a little bit more? I guess that blocks double 2s. Alright, I'm trying to multitask. Let's see if I can put this into XG here. Let's see what XG says. I'm putting it into XG. Hopefully I have the position right. Okay, yeah. So make the 4 point and slot with, and 5 to 3. That's interesting. Or 13, make the 9 point and slot the 4 point. Yeah, it looks like if you're going to make the 4 point, it does make sense to play 5 to 3 because that's what Wilcox Snelling's. Yeah, that's the idea. Bring the points to the builders. So the open point now, the checkers on the 11 point, bear on the slotted 5 point now. That's the right idea. They're spending their time on this one. Oh, hello, Rain. It's morning in the Netherlands. Good. It's so nice to see you, Rain. I was just talking with actually Hideaki from Japan about your XG boards. I gave him a copy of my book and I showed him the cover and I told him that Rain made a copy of my board that I put on the book. Thank you very much. The Rain is the best. He makes the most beautiful XG boards. I have so many of them. I enjoy playing with them. Okay, so 3-1 there, and then 2-1 is a subtle thing you could do. I don't think you want to play 8-7. You could also play, yeah, that's like bringing the points to the builders, yeah. Or you can make the prime. I don't think it's a big deal either way. 6-2. Okay, so now you can cover the 3 point. There you go. I like it. Rain is able to watch the streams when he wakes up in the morning, and I remember when I was waking I woke up in the morning and Rain was doing a stream. That's always fun. So 6-1. So the 6 is forced, and the 1, they're thinking about playing something like 6-5 to save a 6. Yeah, like that. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. All right, they do play 6-5. They'll play off the 11 point. I know there is a microphone at the board, but I can't hear what they're saying. Looking for a double 5. No, they get a 4-2. So yeah, they'll have to play something like that. That's fine. The other one might have been a little bit better for the race. Double 1. Okay. So like that, or you could do the nifty shifty, what Kent Goulding calls the nifty shifty, making the 2 point. 5-2-3-2. Oh, they're counting the race. 30, 66, 73, and 5, 78 for white. So that's 105 minus 4, 101 to 75. They're behind a lot. I think they really need to maximize the contact as much as possible, and playing inside will do that. And when you move there, now double fours becomes really good. Otherwise, it's not. I think they're playing slow enough that I'm able to put this into XG. Yeah, 5-2-3-2 or 5-1. 11-2, 5-3. 11-10 twice with the 5-3 is close on XG++. He's nervous about tapping the clock. All right. Oh, double four. That's it. They paid off to that. My friend Bob Zavrol. If you want a beautiful board, talk to Bob Zavrol. I just saw my friend David Wells, and he had a Bob Zavrol board, and I saw it. I haven't seen a lot of them because not many people around here have them. I know that a lot of people in the Midwest on the East Coast have them, but they're really nice to play on. All right, 4-2. So now it's going to be a race. (6-4). I saw Bob playing in Chicago. 4-2. (6-1). Okay. So, looks like white is going to go up 4-0, which is 3 away, 7 away. I always tell people the away score is more important than the absolute score. The away score means how many points you need to achieve your goal of winning the match. In this case, it's a 7-point match. So right now, white has 2 points. They need 5. So they are 5 away from the goal. After this game, if they win 2 points, they'll be at 4 points, which is 3 away from their goal. So their away score is 3 away, but the absolute score will be 4. At the same time, black will have 0, so the absolute score will be 0, and the away score is 7 because they are 7 away from their goal. 7 minus 0 is 7. The reason why that's important is because it doesn't matter how far you've traveled. It matters how much you have left to go. Okay? So I've seen a few of Bob's boards. I saw the one that Joe Russell got, and that one's really nice. And the one that I really like is the one that Ian Terry has. I believe it's called maybe Oceanside or something like that. Those colors are really, really nice and easy. For me, I really like those calm colors. And when there's contrast, when the colors are very loud, it's a little hard for my eyes. So that's gin. It's going to be 3 away, 5 away, 3 away, 7 away. So now they're going to change up their luck. Okay, so at 3 away, 7 away, the match equity is 76%. So they're about a 3-1 favorite, slightly more than a 3-1 favorite. Okay. And now, let's look at the Gammon value. It's about the same as money with a center cube, but with a 2 cube, it's elevated for 7 away for the trailer, 571. Okay, in general, Gammons favor the trailer. All right, so what was that? A 6-5, double 5. Okay. So this is a blitz position. A dance would be a no double for money, and certainly here. That was a 5-3, so they hit. Okay. I don't know what Marty's saying. 4-2. I think maybe the triple split there, and then 24-22. That provides really good coverage of the opponent's side of the board. You have a strong 3-point board versus a 1-point board. You're going to want to safety that blot or unstack I think that may be a little bit of an overplay. I mean, they can hit with 3, so that duplicates 3-1 and 5-3. And it does unstack the midpoint, 4-3, so that's going to hit and probably continue. Or they can hit twice. Okay, so let's see. I'll put this into XG. Sometimes my friend Bob Wachtel puts it in his XG. So I appreciate that. So let's see what it shows on XG. Double hit. Yeah, the double hit. That's the idea. Let's see what it would be for money. It's a little different for money. No, but it's still the best play. Okay, so we look at a match. What if it's 7-point match, the first game of a 7-point match, so you're not trailing? Okay, so they made the safe play. Still, you want to hit twice there. Okay, 5-3 now. So they can anchor. Oh yeah, the ocean side is the 2-lane colors, right? Bob, was that what it's called? Was that one called Oceanside? Bob comes up with these really innovative names for the boards, I guess based on the color scheme. 6. Look at that. That's 2. And then what is he going to do? Make the ace point? They can make the ace point, or they can bring 2 down. 2 more down. Actually, I believe like the Oceanside colors are very similar to the colors on this board. This is an FTH board. Thank you to the sponsors, Gammon Stuff, distributors of the FTH boards. My good friend John Pirner does that. These are really beautiful boards to play on. Leather. They're not as heavy as the wooden boards. They have the merino wool surface, like Bob Z's boards. The craftsmanship is outstanding. One of the things I kind of like about Bob's boards is they have the double rack, so you can fit the cubes and the checkers, and there's a slot for the cups. All right, 6-2 hit, and I guess they can just consolidate and play with 3 blots on that side. Or, yeah, they can come down 2. Now they have good 3s from the bar, 1s from the bar. However, they would have to break something. 4-2. Okay, so now that's awkward. It's very awkward. They'll probably have to hit somewhere. Yeah, Oceanside. I think that's what I said. I do see that shadow too. So now it's a 4-2 from the bar. Yeah, there is a little bit of a shadow, but I did, yeah, they'll have to play 6-4 here. I did move the table a little bit. Before I moved it, there was a really bad glare, so you couldn't see some of the checkers, what color the checkers were, and you couldn't see some of the dice. Oh yeah, Rain did make an XG skin called Oceanside. That one's really nice. I like that a lot. Look at all the possibilities. Okay. So 6-4 is the right idea. 8-6 is a 35 millipoint error. 7-5 is a 60 millipoint error. I can probably do a full rollout by the time they're done with this. Let's see. No, this is going to take 6 minutes. They did find the right play. 2-1. Okay, so now you have to do a tempo hit? Yeah. I was talking with Hideaki and his wife and the Tanakas from Japan. Fantastic roll. They went to the Dodgers game, baseball game on Monday. Last night they were at a jazz bar. 6-4. They dance. All right, now, is it a double? Is it too good? They're going to play on. 5-1. So they're going to hit loose. And then comes out. Okay, so now Yumi is looking for a 5 to turn it around. 2-1. Okay, comes in with both. Now looking to attack. Hits with 2s, 3s, and 6s. And 2s and 3s are also double 1. Okay, great. 1, 2, and then hit with the other one. 3, 4. Hello, Lyle Anibal from North Carolina. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your compliment. So you just have to practice and think about the math, think about the numbers, think about how things play. 3, 2. Okay, so yeah, he doesn't want him to make a second anchor, so he can afford to hit loose there. And he does that instinctively. Yeah. All right, what was the roll they danced? Okay, here we're playing dice on checkers is legal. Okay, 6-3. There, 6-4, hits. What do you think in the audience? Do you like the dice on checkers rule? I think it's really good. Looking for another builder. Does pay off to the double 3 and double 1. Okay. Double 3. They got it. Oh my goodness. 2. Double 3. Maybe they heard me. They're on the other side of this wall. Yeah, I mean, I trust Marty, but I don't think I would have made that play with the 6-4. I would have just hit another one. I know you want another builder. But that's 2 good reasons not to do that. Double 3 and double 1. It's like 2 super jokers. Double 3 is better because they anchor on the 3 point, on the 22 point. All right, everyone who's watching, please smash that like button. All right, 3, 2. All right, now they have inadequate timing for the 1-3 back game because they have the ace point made. There's the single checker, there's a spare checker on the 24 point. 5-2. Okay, so make the blocking point, or you can step up, but then what do you do with the 5? Actually, I think Hideaki has a copy of the back game book sitting right in front of him. You'll have to read it quickly. All right. Still gonna play on. 5-3. He says, take that. I'm learning to commentate like Marty Storer. He says this player says this, and this player says that. So now Yumi says, I'm going to come in with a 3, and I'm going to hit you back with a 2. Now Marty's on the bar. Yeah, it's not good when you really have to play pure in back games. Purity is paramount. If you start making deep points, it's really bad because it's an overextended position. Your back checkers are really far back. Your front checkers are too far forward. There's a lack of connectivity, and now you lack priming value. So you hit a checker, and how are you going to prime them? All right, stays back. That is cocked. They must both land on the same side, the right side. 5-2. Okay, so now make the 8 point. There you go. So now he's looking at possibly doubling. Okay. So he's taking his time. Alright, so I'm putting this into XG. Let's see what it says. Too good to double, yeah. So, he made the right play. Hello, Nikolai Ramiro Peterson. Where are you joining us from? Yeah, the thing about dice on checkers is, you know, every time some dice land on the checkers, you have to re-roll that. So that's going to take another 5 seconds, another 10 seconds, picking it up, and over the course of a match and over the course of multiple matches during a tournament, that's just going to slow things down, and for no good reason. With a baffle box, that eliminates a large percentage of them. Hello, Daniel Vasquez. Where are you joining us from, Daniel? Purity is paramount. Bob read the book. All right, 5-3. Bob, I missed the online chouettes. We've got to start doing that again. T-Ron has been calling, asking for you. Where is Bob Z? Where is he? Yeah, starting to clear. So one of the things that you'll notice against the 1-3 back game during the bear-in and bear-off is that's a good place to put the spares on the 5 point. Because once you've borne in all your checkers, 5s and 3s are forced from the 5 point. Because they're blocked from the 6 point, both 5s and 3s are blocked from the 6 point, and from the 4 point, 3s are blocked. So if you start rolling 5s and 3s, and especially 5-3, you're going to have to play them both off the 5 point. And he doesn't have great timing, but if he's able to pop something out, maybe I should just be quiet and let Marty explain things. Their time is running low. Alright, they keep the prime. So if they don't roll a 6, they crack. Okay, so that's a cracker. That worked out for Marty. Okay, now 3-2. Now you can clear the 8-point. Bob used to play in a chouette with the best player in the world. Now they're looking to double. So in general, you want to double when you're threatening to clear the third highest point above the higher anchor. However, in this case, white lacks adequate timing. So it doesn't matter so much if you're hit. Okay, so that's going to be a hard point to clear. You can clear it now, and you put an extra spare on the 5 point. That's going to give you nice 5s and 3s. Double 1, okay. They're smiling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 1, okay. Great roll. Alright, 5-1, they're going to come out. So, now they're going to go. Oh, joining from Nipomo, California. I don't know where that is. Oh, Lyle prefers cups over the baffle box. One of the reasons why I prefer baffle boxes is that I use my hands a lot for work. Yeah, Tiran Dangor, your friend too. And it really hurts my forearms. Look at that. Oh, the double 3 was for white. It really hurts my forearms when I shake the dice throughout all day. 6-5 is completely forced. Now a 5 or a 3 will leave a blot. Okay, double 5. So 22 is going to come to the 2 point. Yeah, just 22 minus 20. Okay, so, or you can do that. I remember Tiran used to say so many nice things about Bob Z. This will probably be the last match we stream tonight because I'm going to have to come here early in the morning for Michi's seminar. I'm going to live stream that on my YouTube channel. So now 4-2. Okay. So hoping for a double shot on a 6-5, but then what? Okay. Double 1, the prime's holding up. 2, 2. All right, they're looking for a gammon or even a backgammon. Oh, was that a 4-2? That was a 4-2. Sometimes it's a little difficult to see. 5-4. Okay, so if they play off the 24, that makes an awkward 4. So if they roll like a 6-4, 5-4, 4-3, 4-2, double 1, and 4-1 are okay. All right, aces play bad now. Double 3, that's a great roll. Six, 2. Gonna come out, get another crossover, trying to save the gammon. 2-1. Okay, so that's forced. They're gonna hit. Now there's a shot. All right. Looking for a 1 right now. Now or never. She gets it. There's the 1. Okay. So now with the 4, what are you gonna do? Yeah, come there. Six, 5 comes in and hits. Hitting 3s are duplicated to enter. It's not like if it were a 2. 5-3, so comes in and hits. Okay, so there's hope. All right, Marty's hoping for a big roll. Double 6, double 5, 4-2 dances. Okay, easy to play. 5-4. Okay, makes the 6 point. That's a very good roll. All right, now they're doubling from the bar. Okay, pass. Finally. Finally, they finished that game. All right, so we're back on the next game. I don't think I mentioned this is approximately the 1-year anniversary of when I started my YouTube Backgammon channel. I started shortly after this tournament 1 year ago. One of the first videos was a commentary on a match between Neil Kazaross and April Messick. Looking for the double tiger. No, I think it's just this, yeah. And I did one, I did a few from this one, from this tournament. One was the Pasco Gammon with Jim Pasco against Victor Ashkenazi and Matt Cohn-Geyer. Oh, wow. Rain sent me the... Thank you, Rain. You didn't have to do that. Thank you very much. He sent me the skin for the FTH Gammon stuff board. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now I'm going to have to go play. All right, 4-2. So the 2 is forced, and the 4. Yeah, slot the 4 point. All right, looking for a 4. 6-2. Okay, 6 hits. 2 is going to come down. And I see they've already doubled. Doubling is 6 away against 3 away is pretty effective, because what happens is it makes it really hard for white to redouble. If white redoubles to 4, that's going to win the match anyway. So black's going to automatically reshift to 8. Double 6. Okay, say it's good for the race. It's almost like a pressure double. I don't know what the best term would be. What would you call it for the viewers in the audience? When you double at a score that makes it hard for your opponent to redouble. For example, if you're trailing 8 away, 4 away, and you double to 2, if the leader redoubles to 4, it's an automatic reshift. So it's putting pressure to prevent, it's like almost a preemptive double, preventing the opponent from redoubling. It effectively decreases their value of cube ownership, decreasing their recube vig by elevating the level of the cube. If you really want to understand this stuff, you can read The Theory of Backgammon by Dirk Schiemann. So, for those that are not aware, my good friend Rain from the Netherlands makes these special XG boards, okay? So, he can make a replica of your exact board. So, like I have this one now from the Gammon stuff, and he'll make it just look perfect. If you haven't seen it, you can go on my YouTube channel. I did an interview with Rain, and we saw so many of his boards. They're absolutely beautiful. And I felt some of the boards looked better than the actual boards. Like, I think there was that one, was it a Hector Sax, Rain? I believe it looked better. The digital board looked better than the real board. All right, 5-3 dance. Okay, so they're looking for 4 points. That'll get them to 2 away. Very good. Okay. Six-two, gonna slot the ace point. If they get hit, so be it. Like a 5-1 will leave a double shot. 6-5 doesn't come in. Four-two. Now you can cover. Bob, if you're still watching and someone wants to order a board from you, what do? They email you? I know your email is bobzavril@yahoo.com, but I don't know how they order from you. I know you don't have like a website, like a formal website. Anyway, Gammon Stuff does have a website, gammonstuff.com. 6-2 from the bar. That's a Ray Fogerland. Looking for a 3 or a 2-1. So if you want a Rain XG board, go to YouTube and search Rain Backgammon maybe, and you'll find his channel, and then there's a link, Or most of my YouTube videos, I'll have a link to his. So there's the 4-2. Double 6. Now they might have a chance to turn it around. Double 5 doesn't come out, doesn't go to the 2 point, but they can come out with 2 probably. Maybe make the ace point. Okay, so this one's interesting because there are options. So 1, 2. What did they do? They made the 3 point. Oh yeah, the 22 to 23. Oh, the 23 goes to the 3 perfectly. That was a perfect roll. Okay, so now are they going to redouble? Now it's not a redouble. No. Ah, Bob is all over Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace is good, but I guess his email is in there. So they do redouble. It's a no redouble. This is a tough one. Oh, so no, it's 4-1. I have the score wrong here on my XG. So let's see it now. Still a no redouble. Look at this board. You recognize it?
Gammon stuff.
It
Yeah.
looks like that one.
It is.
But this is
It's
XG.
Oh, this is XG?
Yeah, you haven't seen them. This is my friend
okay.
Rain from the Netherlands makes them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice. I
It's
like that.
very nice, yeah. I have maybe 20 or more of these. So white is redoubling black, leading 4-1 to 7, 3 away,
Does black
6
have
away.
anybody off?
No, but one checker on the bar.
He's got to leap a 4 prime. This doesn't look very healthy at all. Because when white doesn't come in, or doesn't leap, he's rolling small numbers. You know, obviously double 4s is not small, but you know, it rolls 2-1, 3-1, 3-2. You know, they're all small numbers. So that it takes them a while to.
Oh, they passed.
Looks like a pass. Oh.
No, it's a no redouble.
I wasn't taking the score into account. I just came up here.
Yeah. So For those of you who are not aware, my friend Frank Talbot is here organizing the tournament. How's everything going?
The tournament's running very smooth. All the matches are off and going. People are having a good time. That's why I can come over here and chit chat with you.
Oh, that's good. Is that part of the idea? Are you like trying to make sure people have fun?
That's the main idea.
That's the main idea?
Yeah. Want that to happen. That's why they come.
Okay.
The competition, they don't want problems.
Yeah, they don't come to be yelled at or anything like that.
Right. Okay, I'll let you get at it.
All right, nice
Have
to
fun.
see you, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob's not on Facebook Marketplace? What do you mean, Bob? I see your videos all the time. What was the most recent one? Racetrack or something? I think Bob's boards are all like similar in style, but just like he names them based on the colors and uses different exteriors, different types of checkers. Long live Crow. I played Frank Talbot once, and he beat me 11-1. I don't know who Long Live Crow is. But we're happy to have you here. Watching, thank you for joining us. Double three, coming up all the way. Double one. Okay, so yeah, I think you just anchor on the 21 there. There was the option of slotting or making the 4, but you really want to do that. Don't want to lose a gammon at this score because the opponent is even away, 6 away. So winning an undoubled gammon at the Crawford game will get them to the valuable 4-away score, at which point they will only need 2 games to win because they're going to double at their first opportunity. So they win 2 points, they get to 2 away, they win 2 more points, they win the match. Or they can possibly win the match outright with a doubled gammon starting at 4 away. Oh, that's your Facebook page. Facebook Marketplace is Bob's Facebook page? Marketplace is something different. Okay. Well, I see Bob's boards on Facebook all the time. So Bob, you never answered the question. If someone wants to order the board, is the best thing to do is to email you or what? Like T-Ron wants to order a board. I guess he has your cell phone number, but other people may not. 5-4. Okay. So probably have to play safe. Oh, you can hit, but then you're leaving lots and lots of blots. 4 blots. Yeah, this is the safe play. I hope everyone is awake tomorrow for Michi's seminar on doubling in a 5-point match. That's going to be really good. I saw the presentation because we loaded it onto my computer, and it's going to be very good for players of all levels. He's going to teach you when to double and when not to double at different scores in a 5-point match. All right. Now 3-1. So there's the 3, and keep going, I guess. Six, 5. Okay, so there's the 5 and hit again, and come out again with the 6, the double falcon. Someone told me it's not a true double falcon, so I call it the pseudo double falcon because there's no direct shots. Double 3, they dance. All right, now white has the initiative. Trying to cover 6-1, cannot, but can make the 4-point. Looking for a 2 or a 3-1. 3-2 hits twice. Shaking his dice. 4-3. No, at least he got the 3. Where's Dirk's new book when you need it? So I read the book. I had the privilege of proofreading the book. And it's a fantastic book. You can get it on his website. No, double 3, they dance. Okay, now white's looking to bring it home. 5-2. He's got to leave something so he can duplicate the aces like that. Or like that. I don't think so. That duplicates 6-1, but you don't need the 6-1. But it does break the midpoint, which may prove to be difficult. Okay, so now black needs a 6-1. No, 5-1. Close. Close, but no cigar. To hit or not to hit. Yeah. That's the name of the book. 6-2. Okay, so can't hit loose. Probably just come to the 5 points. 13-5. There you go. Now looking for an 8. 8 is great, particularly double 4. 2-1, not the right 8. Makes the 4-point. All right, now 5s and 4s hit. But I don't know if you want to hit loose here. Double 2. Okay, so you do the shifting play. I don't think you want to hit loose. I think you can shift and then make the 8-point. Okay, so comes in 6-2. Okay. So is this where 15-11 was right? Okay. So oh no, that was I had the wrong positioning. Okay, so now it's a 6-2. So you come down and hit. What do you do here, Bob? You've got to come down and hit. Looks like anything else is a blunder. Yeah, 15-9, 5-3, 8-2-5-3 start is a 114 blunders. Clearing the 8-point is a 142 blunder. They did clear. Okay, 3-2. So just make the 3-point. Double 3, great roll. Okay. 1, 2. I hope she sees it. She does see it. All right. So Hideaki should write a book on how to get girlfriend to like backgammon. Yeah, mine won't like backgammon, and no book addresses that issue. Yeah, my wife doesn't like backgammon. All right. 3-1. Now they're just trying to clear from the, yeah, there you go. Now they're no shot leaving numbers next. 6-1. Okay. That looks like it's going to be Jin. I'm going to step over and see if they want to come for a post-match interview. I'll be right back. Okay, so welcome. Yes, so here I think maybe if you sit on, we go a little bit this way because the camera is there.
Okay.
So yeah, oh thank you. Yeah, you put it here. Come closer so they can see you on the camera.
I want thanks to this book.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you won that book.
I can Gammon say with this book. I read just a little bit. Just one second about it. It works really well.
Yeah, yeah. So, how did you guys have fun?
Yeah,
you won.
Really fun.
Congratulations. So, 16 teams. So that's the first round. So 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
But 7-point matches are pretty short. But with doubles, it takes a little longer. Yeah. So this was a 6-2.
Horrible.
6-2. You have to hit here. Yeah. Like this. This is the play.
Yeah. I hit 4 more shots.
I like this.
Yeah, you have to leave it because, you know, it works better when you miss. Do you see this board? Rain made the board.
Very nice.
Yeah, he sent it to me during the stream.
Wow.
So what was the other one you wanted to look at?
I want to see the one from
The
game
double-
4.
We volunteered on a 17-1 shot in order to get our checkers in quickly and avoid future problems.
Oh, you were looking at this redouble. Let's look at the redouble, because that one was interesting,
The
right?
redouble is more interesting. Like, do we have 12%?
So this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, do we have 12%?
So what was the score? It was 4-1.
Yeah, so we could give them 6-1. We could give them 6-1 and have 12% or so, because there will be no more doubling decisions at all for us, so we can't make blunders. Yeah, we had nothing off. Yeah, we have 12% here.
Was this the correct position?
That looks
Look at this.
looks right to me.
And look at this. Okay, so
It looks right to me.
I thought it could be.
Look at that.
Yeah,
no redouble.
Ah.
Can you believe it?
My guess is
What is
because of the score.
What is the can you, is it .697? So it's like a .3, a triple whopper. Yeah. We have 16%. Oh my God, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah.
My guess is slightly above 85% maybe, and I'm not sure about take. Or
Yeah.
pass.
Well, it was close.
Yeah,
84%.
yeah.
83.95.
Yeah.
Very good.
Therefore,
Yeah, so I
respect
totally
the
misevaluated the winning chances.
Yeah.
For some reason. Oh well.
So
Now I know that.
But that was interesting. You had some interesting games. This is going to be it's on YouTube, so you guys can go back and look at it further. This is gonna conclude the stream for tonight.
Oh, wait, can we look at one more?
You want to look at one more? Let's look at one more.
In the same game.
Before it?
A few moves before.
The one before the
Because
3-6.
Stu wanted to know whether we.
I don't think that was the right one.
He doesn't agree.
Was it a
with the
roll?
move Before, no, we
the move before
we
they
left
got
them
2-6.
We left them at 2-6 from the bar.
Oh
It was
yeah.
Right before they rolled 2-6.
Oh,
Then
right
we
before
got the
this.
checker.
Yeah, the roll, yeah, like 4-1. We had a 4. It was a 4-1. What was it?
Maybe.
Let me play it from here.
A 4-1. We could have played
this.
This right here, right before that. So
Yeah, we could have played.
Okay, so
we
let's
could have
see, that was
switched to the
score.
7-point or something weird, but I
No,
didn't.
but I think 2 rolls before that we could have not.
No, that was the position, Alex.
Yeah, I'm
That
putting it
position
into
right
XG.
there,
Yeah.
Oh, you're putting it in. Okay.
I agree if you had a smooth position after resolving
pretty s-
position, but I'm not sure about.
It's pretty smooth. Well, we could have played 7. We could have played 7-3, 6-5. You know, for
Okay,
example.
so was
That's
that,
pretty.
was that
You
the
had
best
a-
move that we did?
Yeah.
No.
There was.
I feel like it was not.
I felt like, you know, I really want to
4-1.
get in, and I really want to win that gammon, and I don't want to.
This was the 4-1, right?
I'm actually thinking the roll before that.
4-1. No, this is our roll. 4-1.
Well, it was the move
We
before
made
that.
the move before that. We made our 1 point.
Yeah, okay, so the 4-1, so it
Oh,
we
you
did
did
a
it
move.
here.
So I would have done move 4 and then 6-5. What did that say?
That's
Yeah,
close.
yeah.
They're virtually tied.
Yeah, you win more gammon. How do you say?
It's
So
tied.
it's
Yeah.
the best
Oh,
roll
Yeah,
is
they're
8
close.
fours.
Can you roll it out quickly? Do you have?
This is probably. It might take a little while.
Oh,
Let's see how long it takes.
it's not going to take too long. if
30
they're fast
seconds. Yeah,
computing.
30 seconds.
It's not going to be much different.
I mean, they're close. It's going to be
Yeah.
within the margin of error.
I wouldn't have left anything open. Just close it off.
Yeah, essentially they're virtually tied even on the rollout.
Yeah, I would expect so. Yeah. If we took the rollout, we'd get this right.
Yeah, they're 50-50. Yeah, doesn't matter. Okay. Was there another one?
What was the consensus on that one? Can I see that?
They were tied. They were tied. Yeah. Okay, so we'll conclude the stream because I have to go home and be back here by 8 a.m. in the morning. But thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you.
thanks.
And
Thanks.
thank you for helping with the
Hideaki.
streaming.
Well done.
Congratulations. You
Thanks very
couldn't hear
much.
me from over there,
Pleasure-
could you?
pleasure playing you.
You couldn't hear me from over there, could you?
No,
No.
Okay, good.
I couldn't hear anything.
All right, so I will conclude the stream. Thank you to everyone for joining, and we will see you tomorrow. Arigato.
No, I mean yes.
How do you say
yes
good
and
night
no.
in Japanese?
Oyasumi.
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 I've done it,
Oyasumi.
but I don't do it much
Who is the
anymore.
tall, handsome, blonde guy?
Prospective students.
Oh, he walked away. Someone was asking, who is the tall, handsome, blonde guy? Not you, Marty, right?
Stuart Steene.
Stuart Steene. You have someone looking for you. Handsome guy.
Someone out in the world, yeah.
So the whole video will be on YouTube if you want to change that.
All right, thanks.